Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Inquisition of the Dragon in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21, Subjected to His Will. I've made some inquiries into the Imperial Court. Josephine rose from behind her desk. The sooner we deal with the threat to the Empress, the better. The political situation in the Empire is dangerously unstable. It will complicate matters. Cullen stepped down into her office. Everything in the Empire complicates matters. It's the Orlshian national pastime. Leliana just rolled her eyes at him. Turn up your nose at the grand game if you like, Commander, but we play for the highest stakes, and to the death. Josephine looked over at Ruya. The court's disapproval can be as great a threat as the Venatori. We must be vigilant, to avert disaster. Ruya smiled at her ambassador. Don't worry, Josephine. We'll protect the Empress, no matter what. I pray you're right. Josephine sat back down. If your vision of the future comes to pass. She folded her hands primly. The death of the Empress heralds the destruction of everything. Orlais hold Tevinter at bay. All of Thedas could be lost if the Empire falls to Corypheus. The Grand Masquerade is a perfect place for an assassin to hide. She sat with Cole, watching the people in the tavern below. He told her some of his past. Of his friends Reese and Evangeline. If you like, I could use the resources of the Inquisition to locate your friend. Cole shook his head in his jerky, awkward way. No. If they are alive and safe, they should stay away. The last time he saw me, he didn't want to look at me. He saw a monster. Let him forget. Ruya found herself placing an arm around Cole's shoulders. Comforting, like her brothers had done so often for her. She spoke to him softly, letting him tell her more about the way he thought, and the things he'd done around Skyhold to help. She patted his arm after a while, and turned to go. Roderick was sorry before he died. Ruya blinked. It had been a while since she'd thought of the man. He'd been a hero when it mattered. Did he tell you why he was sorry? Blood everywhere, monsters, madness, dying, we're all dying. The herald stands against it, and heads turn. Desperate and simple. Pure. Voices in the chantry. Years since I'd sung the song and felt it flowing through me, but this is real. This is real. So long since I'd felt it, falling, flying. Faith. And I fought her. Make her forgive me. I hope I did enough. She felt tears prick her eyes, and a lump rise in her throat. Roderick had saved them all as much as she had. He did. Thank you, Cole. Tell me about Velena. A Dalish elf, first of her clan until she was exiled for inciting violence against humans. Burhan leaned back against one of the wooden supports. According to Okaren, they met her in the Wending Wood. She'd been slaughtering merchants and bandits alike, out of the belief that they'd abducted her sister. But it was this architect who took her. Ruya frowned. Took may be too strong a word. According to Okaren and Sigrun, Saranai went with the architect willingly. She was a ghoul by then, so it's possible the architect was controlling her in some way. If she was killing people, why would Jarath recruit her? A very good question. Okaren couldn't answer it, and he was there when it happened. Okaren was apparently hurt badly, as was Keenan, and Velena healed them. My best guess is when she asked to join, Jarath felt indebted to her for healing his wardens. Burhan shifted his weight. Velena was apparently in love with Jarath. Could that have been why he recruited her? Leliana narrowed her eyes. I mean, considering the last woman he... It's possible, but Sigrun fell out of her chair laughing when I asked her the same question. Leliana shook her head. And there was another Grey Warden with the architect, yes. A dwarf. One who didn't speak. They didn't know who she was, but I did some backtracking. I think she may have been Utha, one of the Grey Wardens who first met with King Merrick. Can you tell us any more about Utha? No, but I can tell you who can. Fiona was a member of the same group. Fiona. Ruya folded her arms. Knew this architect. And if my suspicions are correct, he is the reason she is now immune to the taint. Burhan sighed. Duncan was there as well. Duncan. Lelyana's head came up sharply. Ruya glanced from one to the other. Should I know that name? He was the commander of the Grey at the beginning of the Blight. The one that recruited me and the others. He died at Ostagar. He never told you any of this. Ruya raised an eyebrow. He and I were never confidants. Burhan shook his head. Loghain told Jarath. Jarath told some of it to Cathiel, enough that I was able to trace the rest. Loghain knew. Lelyana sighed. Bloody hell, he would have, wouldn't he? Merrick's best friend. What about the messenger? Ruya asked. You said he fought alongside the wardens in Amaradine, and then later was the one that sent word about the apostate in the wilds. Which tells me Jarath let him go. I'm afraid I don't have any information there. What about Jarath's reports? Jarath's reports were rarely more detailed than, found Darkspawn, killed them. Most of the record-keeping was done by Sane's Chalvaril or Loghain himself, and frankly they weren't a lot better. Captain Guravel told me that Jarath took the messenger with him when they left to deal with the Darkspawn in the Dragonbone Wastes, but Varil says the creature was no longer with them when they arrived back at the vigil. Thank you. Ruya started to rise. Burhan sighed. There is more. He took a deep breath. Dirtham and Lhasa Gilan. According to Cathiel, Loghain told Jarath that. He looked down at his feet. That, courtesy of former Warden Commander Bragan, the architect knows the location of the remaining old gods and. Burhan rubbed the back of his head. And that the architect is the one that woke Earthamil and began the last blight. Ruya collapsed back into the chair. Lelyana sank slowly into another chair. Maker's breath, Burhan. She shook her head. I take it this is one of those things you were oath-bound not to tell us. I swear to you, Lelyana, I didn't know most of this until after. He shook his head. Until after I left Orlais. So the wardens know where the remaining old gods are. Ruya ran a hand through her hair. No wonder Claril thought she had a chance of success with that. She looked up at Burhan. Mark the map. I can't. I don't have the locations. It's information reserved for the highest ranks within the order, and. Burhan sighed. Given my allegiances, it's not information they would have provided me despite my official rank. What's more, it's not information they provided Setida either. Did Jarath know? Given that he. Burhan gave a small smile. May have threatened the first warden on at least 3 separate occasions, I don't believe they provided him with the information. But that is no guarantee he did not uncover the information by other means. Ruya blinked. Why would he threaten the first warden? The first time was when Weishaupt attempted to transfer Loghain to Orlais, and Jarath told the first warden that if any further attempts were made to interfere with his staffing decisions he would object strenuously. The second time was. Burhan shrugged. Jarath was not technically in command of the vigil when Anders was possessed. Jarath had left Nathaniel in charge, and a senior warden from Weishaupt relieved Nathaniel of that command. After, Jarath sent a letter reminding the first warden of just who, exactly, had put down 2 blights in as many years and to let him alone to do his job. The last involved Vinmark and the attempt by Warden Janka to requisition Carver Hawk. That one. Burhan shook his head. That one stated that the next person to fuck with one of his wardens would be sent back to Weishaupt in no fewer than 4 boxes. Ruya was silent for a moment. Okay. Next question. What is the architect? I've never been in the vicinity to sense it. Ir Abellas, Inquisitor. I simply don't know. Find out. She joined Cullen for a training exercise in which she helped him demonstrate the importance of shield work when dealing with enemy mages. She splattered the first line of recruits with a very weak spray of ice. Those that hadn't been paying attention had their teeth chattering by the time the drill was completed. Ruya reached up and brushed a bit of ice out of Cullen's hair. Got you a bit that time. He laughed, then fell into step beside her as they walked the path back up to the hold. Thanks to Horsemaster Dennett, the Inquisition now had a small cavalry in addition to the skirmishers. A brief attempt at having mages that fought from horseback had been made and promptly aborted, with significant causalities to the dignity of the participants. Several small contests of arms had sprung up, and Cullen was pleased to note that the mages were as quick to cheer on their Templars as the Templars were to cheer on their mages. There had been no instances of possession since the closing of the breach. I heard about Errol. I sent a letter. His daughter. Ruya sighed. She's only 8. Last time I saw her was 3 years ago. I doubt she even remembers me. I just hope. She shook her head. I just hope she remembers him as he used to be. A good man, who would do anything to keep her safe. Many of them were. And that's the problem, isn't it? Ruya looked down at her hands. Both sides so utterly convinced they were right that they never took a moment to actually listen to each other. She walked to the window and looked out over the camp below. Do you think it will last? This? Mages and Templars as comrades and friends. We can only pray. The amulet was larger than she expected, almost the size of her hand. She turned it this way and that as she walked towards the tavern. Cole was in his usual location. He looked up when she approached. It started out helping, taking the fear away. I won't take too much. I am not that. Ruya nodded to him. I found the amulet that Salas told us about. Would you like to try it on? He smiled eagerly, like a puppy being offered a new toy. Yes. But not here. I like it here. We need some place that can go away if it becomes sharp. She considered a moment, then decided to take him to Salas. Cole was fiddling with the amulet as they walked into the round room. What do I do with it? Salas rose and walked towards them. You found one of the amulets. Excellent. May I? Cole handed it to him. It is simple enough. You put it on, I charge it with magic, and you should be protected. Ruya put her hand on Cole's shoulder. Are you ready, Cole? They can't make me a monster. She stepped away, and nodded to Salas. He closed his eyes and held out his hand, sending energy into the amulet. A moment later, there was a spark, and Cole cried out. Varric rushed in at the sound. What was that? He blinked. Oh, 4. He walked over to Cole and stood protectively. What are you doing to the kid? Cole turned to face Varric. Stopping blood mages from binding me like the demons at Adamant. But it didn't work. Something is interfering with the enchantment. Salas gave Cole a considering look. Varric shook his head. Something like Cole not being a demon. I'm not certain exactly what Cole is, Ruya said. Regardless of Cole's special circumstances, he remains a spirit. Salas gestured. Yes, a spirit who is strangely like a person. Varric folded his arms. I don't matter. Cole turned this way and that, and Ruya stepped forward to put a comforting hand on his shoulder. Just lock away the parts of me that someone else could knot together to make me follow. Focus on the amulet. Salas stepped to Cole's other side. Tell me what you feel. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. Warm, soft blanket covering, but it catches tears. I'm the wrong shape, there's something. He turned, and pointed vaguely southeast. There. That way. We'll find whatever is preventing the amulet from working, and we'll make it right. Ruya nodded to her friend. All right, kid. Varric gestured at Cole. Get Cullen and work with him on the map to figure out where you're sensing something wrong. Will you come with me? He lifted his head again, peering out at them from under his hat. All of you. They all quickly assured him they would. Varric turned to Salas. All right. I get it. You like spirits. But he came into this world to be a person. Let him be one. It was the Inquisitor who spoke first. Cole is a demon. She glanced at the door Cole had just exited. Or a spirit. He has magical abilities and magical vulnerabilities. We cannot ignore that. She was right. And he could tell she was just as worried about the kid as he was. Fair enough. He looked at the two mages. But that ritual of theirs only works on demons, right? Salas clasped his hands behind his back. This is not some fanciful story, child of the stone. We cannot change our nature by wishing. You don't think. Varric looked up at the other man. For a moment, he thought he saw doubt in Salas's eyes. However we deal with the problem, our next step is to track down whatever is interfering with the enchantment. Ruya nodded. We'll keep Cole safe. Cullen looked up when the warroom door opened. It took him a second to realize who was standing there. Cole. Burhan immediately took a step backwards, putting the table between himself and the spirit. I need to find the pull on the map, Cole said. Cullen glanced down at the map. Of course. If you'll excuse me. Burhan gave Cullen a brief nod, then left the room, giving Cole a wide berth as he did so. Cole watched him go. I'm not the one he sees when he looks at me. Fractured reflections in a broken mirror. You were, Cullen gestured at the map. Cole pointed southeast again. That way. After a moment, Cullen nodded. He set a stylus on the map, orienting the point to be in the same direction Cole was pointing. Then he started to trace his finger in the direction the stylus was pointing. Cole brightened. There. Red Cliff, Cullen said, tapping the map. Red Cliff, Cole repeated. The four of them joined one of the units being sent to the crossroads. Most of them couldn't even see Cole, and even when they did, they forgot about him again almost immediately. Ruya smiled as she watched Varric try to teach Cole how to tell a knock-knock joke. Despite the dwarf's best efforts, Cole just couldn't seem to get the hang of it. It struck her as odd. Though the soldiers didn't seem to see Cole, none of them behaved as though Varric were talking to himself. She and Salas discussed the phenomenon, and he claimed that the soldiers were seeing Cole, but the conversation he and Varric were having simply never caught their attention enough for them to actually notice anything. Her thoughts had gone along similar lines. Is our remembering him his choice, or our choice? Both, I imagine, Salas replied. Blackwell felt a small trickle of fear when he looked up to see the Dalish warden enter the barn. Burhan. Blackwell. He went to one of the stalls, and the heart inside stuck its head out to sniff at the man. Burhan stroked its nose, and actually sniffed it back. He chuckled. Just close enough to Hala to make me nostalgic. He turned to face Blackwell, a friendly smile on his face. How long have you been a warden? More years than I care to consider. He carved a bit more on the toy, working to shape the lines of the beak. Conscripted or recruited? Recruited. You. Dragged kicking and screaming. Burhan twitched a shoulder. You knew Duncan, yes? I think I heard him mention your name once. A good man. Or so the stories said. He was. Glad to see you are keeping the squirrel on the chin tradition alive for him. He almost hit his thumb with the hammer as the mental image hit him. Please, whatever you do, don't call it that in front of Sira. Shouldn't be hard. I think she's avoiding me. Something about being too elfy. Burhan shrugged. Davith recruited you, right? Think he recruited Duncan too. He fed the heart a handful of grain. And Riordan. Come to think of it, he might have recruited Claril too. He had an eye for people, I suppose. Abellas, I did have a reason for coming down here. Nathaniel recruited a dwarf named Temerin. I never actually met him. Was wondering if you had and could tell me anything. Can't say I've met him either. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Frankly, I'm not convinced the man ever actually set foot in the vigil. Ma Serenas. Burhan nodded, then left. He picked up the tools again, but it took him a moment to get his hands steady. There was some kind of business deal going down near the memorial of the Fifth Blight. Their approach caught the attention of one of the parties. He started walking towards them. Greetings. Can I help you? Ruya was about to reply when Cole's head came up sharply. You. She blinked, and turned towards him. She'd never heard such fury in his voice. He moved towards the man, so quickly he seemed to disappear and reappear from view. A heartbeat later he was standing over the man's hair in one hand and a dagger in the other. You killed me. She ran, Salas and Varric on her heels. The man was staring up at Cole from where he'd fallen to his knees. What, I don't. He held up his hands. I don't even know you. Rage dripped from Cole's voice. You forgot. You locked me in the dungeon in the spire, and you forgot, and I died in the dark. The spire. Her eyes widened when she saw recognition on the man's face. Maker, he knew what Cole was talking about. Cole, stop. Salas's voice rang out just as Ruya reached Cole. She caught his arm, and the man started to scramble away. Just take it easy, kid. Varric came up beside her. The man managed to get back to his feet and fled. Cole turned back to them. He killed me. He killed me. That's why it doesn't work. He killed me, and I have to kill him back. Before anyone gets killed, I need to know what's going on. Ruya stepped in front of Cole, blocking his attempt at forward motion. Cole, this man cannot have killed you. Salas's voice was gentle. You are a spirit. You have not even possessed a body. A broken body, bloody, banged on the stone cell, guts gripping in the dark dank, a captured apostate. They threw him into the dungeon in the spire at Valroio. They forgot about him. He starved to death. Her blood went cold. There were stories, enough that she knew some had to have been true. That poor boy. I came through to help, and I couldn't. So I became him. Cole. Behind her, Varric spoke. If Cole was an apostate, that'd make the guy we just saw a Templar. Must have been buying lyrium. Let me kill him. I need to. Cole began to walk in the direction the Templar had gone. I need to. Ruya let him pass. Salas. He spoke quickly and sharply. We cannot let Cole kill the man. Varric shook his head. I don't think anyone was going to suggest that, Chuckles. Salas narrowed his eyes, then looked from Varric to Ruya. Cole is a spirit. The death of the real Cole wounded him, perverted him from his purpose. To regain that part of himself, he must forgive. Come on. Varric gestured. You don't just forgive someone killing you. You don't. A spirit can. Ruya turned to look at Varric. Varric. The kid's angry. He needs to work through it. A spirit does not work through emotions. It embodies them. Varric looked up at Salas. But he isn't a spirit, is he? He made himself human, and humans change. They get hurt, and they heal. He needs to work it out like a person. You would alter the essence of what he is. He did that to himself when he left the Fade. I'm just helping him survive it. She sighed. Salas was one of the wisest men she'd ever met. And yet, she couldn't help but wonder what Cole wanted. And what he could become, if given the chance. Varric called him kid. A child, seeking to understand the world. Cole will never grow into a real person until he comes to terms with what happened. Leave it to me. Varric started walking after Cole. She stood with Salas, watching. She could tell he disapproved, but he did not interfere. Varric rigged Bianca not to fire, handing her off to Cole. Cole tried to fire, and it didn't work. Varric gently tried to explain that there was no way to just make it all go away, then stopped Cole from making the Templar forget. No. He needs to remember. You, too. Gentle, Varric led Cole back to them. We're done here. Salas fell into step with Cole, but she found herself standing there a moment longer. The Templar, watching Cole leave, caught her gaze. He met her eyes, then swallowed as his face paled. He turned away, shame written on his features. She turned, and followed her companions. They made it back to Skyhold before Salas gave vent to his frustration. For all we know, the amulet will now never function. Cole remains vulnerable to binding. No, he isn't. Varric gestured. The amulet didn't work because he's too human, right? He folded his arms. Maybe now the kid's also too human for that binding magic to work on him. Salas sighed. I hope you're right. Cole followed them into the room. It still hurts. When do I stop hurting? Maker, she wished she had an answer for him. She reached out and took one of his hands. Being with your friends can make you feel better. She squeezed his hand once before letting go. Varric gestured. Come on, kid. Let's go for a walk. It'll clear your head. The left hand misses a friend with two different names. She's hurting, sad, halves not whole, but... He looked up at the rookery. Everyone can see me now. They remember. How do I put honey in Leliana's wine without her noticing? I can help with that. Varric led him out of the room. Ruya was so lost in her thoughts, watching them, that she nearly jumped when Salas spoke. It is good that he is not entirely changed, however human he becomes. Ruya saw Lysette talking to another of the Templars, then scanned a bit further. Burhan was talking quietly with Iron Bull as both men watched the recruits. She tilted her head, then went to join them. Gentlemen. Boss. Inquisitor. She followed their gaze. The new recruits are coming along nicely. She frowned when neither responded. Something wrong. The two men exchanged a look. Got spies, boss. Other than me. A sigh escaped her. Yeah, Cassandra mentioned Leliana thought there might be spies among the new recruits. I've got the human man with the braid, the elven man with the red trimmed sheath, and the woman with the Templar shield. Can't believe you missed the big guy by the armor rack. Please. Colin already reported him to Leliana. Burhan shook his head. Remind me to send a note to Cathiel that she should leave the spying to the professionals. Iron Bull caught Ruya's surprised look, and nodded. Lady with the shield is definitely Venatori. The elven guy is a crow. And the guy with the braid. Ruya said. Oh, he's a spy, Iron Bull said. Just not sure yet who he is spying for. Footwork says Chevalier. But that doesn't narrow it down as much as we'd like. She looked from one to the other, then laughed softly. I'll leave you to it. Dear Lucas. We've got some folks trying to get spies into the Inquisition. Likely some of your new recruits are spies as well. Be careful. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. I feel as though I should inform you of a few additional things that may come as a surprise to you. Water is wet. Fire is hot. Your brothers worry about you, and are considering coming to rescue you. Love, Lucas. Chapter 22, Emprise du Lion. Ruya took a seat at the table and Cassandra passed her the basket of rolls. Varric was pestering Blackwell again. So it was just you, alone in the vast wilderness. Blackwell helped himself to some ham. What are you on about? The lone wanderer, searching the world. What's he trying to find? Love? Absolution. Try someone with a strong arm and a stronger will to fight Darkspawn. Varric waved a sausage around as though it were a conductor's wand. Yes, but what does that represent? Wanting to kill more Darkspawn. You're just like Sebastian. Varric bit the sausage in half. You do realize that if you don't tell him, he's just going to make something up, Burhan said. He'll make something up even if I do tell him, Blackwell countered. Sierra and Iron Bull were apparently having a discussion about Cunary women. The look on Sierra's face was slightly disturbing. Dorian was going back and forth between being amused by Varric's needling of Blackwell and giving Cassandra a contemplative look. Cassandra finally glared at Dorian. Why are you looking at me like that, Dorian? He grinned. I'm imagining what you would look like. He looked her up and down. In a dress. Next to Cassandra, Burhan started laughing. Cassandra immediately turned and punched him. He fell off the bench with a yelp, and continued laughing as he lay on the ground. Oh, I think I've got to hear this story, Varric said, leaning forward. One word, elf, and I will end you. Cassandra glared. Burhan's voice was half strangled from the effort to stop his laughter. You made your point quite eloquently the first time. She shook her head at him and made a disgusted noise. They were waiting on word of the forward camp at Emprise du Lion. A very brave young woman had made it to Skyhold to report sightings of Red Templars, an act which had cost her an ear and part of her nose to frostbite. Josephine's heart had practically bled all over, and the woman was now a member of her staff. Ruya did a slow circuit on the ramparts, walking and talking with Salas about his rift magic. As fascinating as she found it, she couldn't quite manage to pull the raw fade the way he did. He admitted that her skills with barriers had begun to surpass his, and ended up experimenting with pulling the fate into a barrier. She could only hold the spell for a few seconds, but they discovered not only did it make her completely invulnerable, she actually was able to phase through things while the effect was active. Cullen sparred with her on the ramparts, making her use a different type of sword than the one she'd been practicing with thus far. It was annoying how long it took her to find her balance again. They set the blades back in the rack, then slowly walked back towards his office. "It's a nice day." She was so wrapped up in how nice a day it was it took her a couple moments to realize he'd spoken. "What?" He rubbed the back of his neck. "It's..." He looked away. "Was there something you wished to discuss?" There were 1,000 things they needed to discuss. She didn't really want to talk about any of them. "Cullen, She sighed. "What's wrong?" He started to put a hand on her arm, then drew it back nervously. "You left the Templars, but do you trust mages? Could you think of me as anything more?" "Maker," she felt like an idiot saying it out loud. "I could." She blinked and stared up at him. He blushed. "I mean, I do." He shifted his weight from foot to foot and ran a hand down his face. "Think of you. And what I might say in this sort of situation. What's stopping you?" She hadn't been this nervous walking out of the chantry to take on an archdemon. "You're the Inquisitor. We're at war. And you." He met her eyes. "I didn't think it was possible." She caught his hand. "And yet I'm still here." "So you are." He stepped towards her. "It seems too much to ask." He ran the knuckles of his other hand down her cheek, his touch feather-light. "But I want to." Ruya leaned forward as he bent his head towards hers. "Commander." Both of them froze. Cullen stepped back from her and glanced at the voice. She saw Kells walking towards them, looking at the parchment he was carrying in his hands. "You wanted a copy of Sister Leliana's report." "What?" Cullen stepped away from her, his voice harsh. Ruya could feel her cheeks reddening. "Sister Leliana's report. You wanted it delivered, without delay." Kells finally looked up. He blinked. He looked at her for a moment, then looked at Cullen. Cullen took a step towards him, and Kells' eyes widened as he took a step backwards. "Or?" The young man looked absolutely terrified. "To your office." Kells glanced at her again, and somehow his eyes managed to widen even further. "Right." He fled like the archdemon was on his heels. She looked down at her feet. "If you need to." Cullen cut her off by grabbing her and kissing her soundly. She wrapped her arms around him and returned the kiss. They stood there for a few seconds or 1,000 years, lost in each other. Then he stepped back. "I'm sorry." He swallowed. "That was..." He managed to meet her eyes. He smiled. "Really nice. You don't regret it, do you?" She gazed into his eyes. "No. No. Not at all." He leaned in to kiss her again. Scout Harding filled her in on Sarnia's situation. It didn't look good. Ruya seconded Harding's request to get some supplies out for the people, and asked for a volunteer from among the Inquisition's healers. "The Red Templars have been mounting frequent attacks. They want Emprise du Lion." "Bad." Harding punched a fist into the palm of her other hand. "Let's get out there, and take it back from them. Rift first. It's a little too close to the town. Form a perimeter, in case any of the demons get past us." Ruya gestured for her team to follow her in. She and Salas used their magic to disrupt half of the fountains. Unfortunately, one of the remaining ones produced a pride demon. It sent Blackwell skidding across the ice with a blow from one massive fist. With the other demons attacking, they couldn't form a circle around the pride demon without leaving themselves vulnerable. Ruya altered her barrier, and phased into the pride demon before dropping the spell. The resulting forces sent the pride demon flying backwards and stripped it of its own defenses. Simultaneous blows from Iron Bull and Cassandra finished it off, and they turned to mop up the rest. Food in Sarnia was apparently a scarce resource. Mistress Poulin, who appeared to be the town leader, was sharing what little she had. "That was generous of you," Ruya said. She nodded. I do what I can. I am partly to blame for all this. Mistress Poulin gestured for Ruya to step in out of the cold. The Red Templars are here because, fool that I am, I sold them my family's quarry. They've taken every worker. We haven't seen them in weeks. Despair gripped the woman's face. And it's not enough. They keep coming, taking more people. And there's nothing I can do to stop them. What do you mean, the Red Templars take workers? People just disappear. First those who worked the quarry. Then they took people from their homes. Mistress Poulin shook her head. I don't know why. I just prayed they'd leave me and my family alone. Ruya left the other woman to her thoughts. As they left the village, she spied 3 Red Templars advancing on a lone swordsman. She started to form the spell to come to his aid, and a heartbeat later realized he didn't need it. Whoever he was skilled. Ruya headed towards him. Michel de Chevin at your service, your worship. I saw the Inquisition's banners from afar. He bowed. Never expected to see the herald of Andraste herself. Next to her, Cassandra's jaw dropped. Sir Michel de Chevin? Empress Celine's champion. No longer a champion. His voice was quiet. No longer, sir. Now that story she knew. You were disgraced and banished from court for treachery. He nodded. There's much more than that, but it ends the same way. What does it matter? He gestured. Despite all, I have a strong arm, a stout heart, and I still serve Orlais. Slowly, she nodded. Are you here to guard the people? As much as I can, although this was not my original intention. He gestured at the mountain. I hunt a demon. This one calls itself Imshael, and has settled in Soladin Keep, up in the hills. He sighed. Imshael is free because I made a mistake. I will see him destroyed. Now that the Inquisition is here, perhaps the Red Templars who guard the keep can be routed. He set his hand on the hilt of his sword. All I need is one chance. She asked him a few questions about Imshael, and learned it was apparently some kind of desire demon. He didn't know why it had come to Emprise du Lion, but noted it appeared to be working either for or with the Red Templars. The corpses caught her eye again. You could serve the Inquisition. We have use for strong arms and stout hearts. His face was apologetic when he replied. No. Not until Imshael is defeated. Mountains. Cold. Let's bring Dorian. He punctuated his words by flinging a fireball into the midst of a group of Red Templars. Next to him, the Inquisitor intercepted another before it could reach him, slashing away with that magic sword she had. It took them only a few minutes to clear the area, and the Inquisition's soldiers moved up and began organizing defenses between the Red Templar stronghold and the citizens of Sarnia. He glanced at the big man who stood a few feet from him. How Iron Bull could walk around this area without wearing a shirt was beyond him. Not that he was necessarily complaining. Iron Bull caught him looking and smirked. Quite the stink eye you've got going, Dorian. Dorian folded his arms. You stand there, flexing your muscles, huffing like some beast of burden with no thought save conquest. Iron Bull's grin only widened. That's right. These big muscled hands could tear those robes off while you struggled, helpless in my grip. He lowered his head. I'd pin you down, and as you gripped my horns, I would conquer you. Dorian blinked and tried desperately to sweep his thoughts back into some sort of rational order. What? Oh. Iron Bull tilted his head. Is that not where we're going? No. It was very much not. Iron Bull shrugged and walked away. Dorian started to watch him leave, and caught the look on the Inquisitor's face. The woman was redder than the lyrium. They fought through several more groups of Red Templars, and slowly moved their defenses further up the mountain. One of the Inquisition's soldiers got a behemoth with a ballista, and then nearly choked on his tongue when Ruya patted him on the shoulder in congratulations. According to Scout Harding, one of the trails led to the mines, and the other led to the Templar stronghold. She called her people over to the first trail. Rescue first, then they could finish clearing the area. Cole got the lock open on the cage. Ruya couldn't help but smile at the joy on the spirit's face as the people started to flee to safety. An older man held back long enough to give them a rundown on the Red Templars' numbers and fortifications. They continued in carefully. The Red Templars knew the area better than they did, but apparently it hadn't occurred to them that the mines would come under attack. Several times though, she, Dorian, and Salas had to hold back on their spells to avoid hitting civilians. After they fought through the first group, she focused on the barriers and using her spirit blade, moving in with the warriors. She fought back to back with Cassandra. A couple arrows were deflected by the barrier, and a moment later the archer had an arrow in his eye courtesy of Sira. A few more locks were picked, and more miners made their way back to safety through the cleared passages. An older woman in the last group of civilians actually took a moment to hug Cole before making her way after the others, and Ruya couldn't help but smile at the dumbfounded look on the spirit's face. After a moment, he smiled as well. "I'm glad we did that," he said. They made their way back to the camp. Some of the miners had stopped there to recover before making their way back down the mountain, and one of the soldiers was ladling a hot soup into bowls. Ruya told her team to take a few minutes to rest and get a hot meal in them before heading into Soladin Keep. Michel joined them for the push into the keep. He sighed apologetically, then pointed down the mountain. "Bad news, Harold. Your efforts to drive off the Red Templars have not gone unnoticed. Ishmael knows we're here. He's sent Red Templars after me, and a pack of shades descends now upon Sarnia. The people are defenseless. I must return without delay. It's up to you to destroy Imshel. Take care of the people. We'll handle this. Good luck. And you, Harold." Her stomach twisted when she saw the bodies in the lyrium. Some of them may have been Templars. Ruya said a prayer for the fallen as they continued to push in. The infected giant put up a fight. Iron Bull tackled Dorian out of the way of a thrown boulder. Ruya moved in with Cassandra, aiming her blade at the thing's hamstrings. It was less mobile on its knees, but still formidable. Sira took a hit from one of its flailing arms before it finally went down. Ruya went to Sira's side. Her fingers glowed white with healing magic. The amount of practice she'd received in the past month had improved her skills. Fortunately, the barrier had kept the damage from being too great. Sira was far more irritated about the damage to her brand new quiver than she was to the damage to her person. Apparently, the purple and yellow creation had been made especially for her. That was oddly comforting. There had been a brief moment of worry when she first saw it that Harrod had gone blind. Imshel was possessing a perfectly ordinary-looking man. He smiled when he saw them. "Ah, the hero arrives. But is it hero? Or murderer? It's so hard to tell." Ruya narrowed her eyes at the thing before them. Several Red Templars stood around the courtyard, on edge but not yet attacking. "You're the demon called Imshel." It actually looked insulted. "Ahem. Choice. Spirit. Talky ones." Iron Bull growled. "I hate the talky ones." Wait. Imshel shook its head. "These are your friends. They're very violent. It's worrying." It focused its eyes on her. "True to my name, I will show you that you have a choice. It doesn't always have to end in blood. No." She formed the sword in her hand. "You die, demon." "Oh, for." Its voice was petulant. "Choice. Spirit." It shifted into various forms as they fought it, and tried to call on other spirits. Dorian put up a wall of fire between them and the Red Templars. It didn't slow them down as much as Ruya had hoped. Iron Bull caught a claw across his chest from one of the faster of the Red Templar monstrosities, and an arrow caught Salas in the leg. Slowed, he would have taken an axe from another of the Red Templars had Cassandra not reached him in time, but it was clear blocking the blow had injured the Seeker's shield arm. With a start, Ruya realized Sira was on the ground. Blackwell stood over the fallen archer, keeping anything from getting to her, but he was being sorely pressed. She focused her magic, calling on the fate and the spirits she could feel pressing against the veil. A glyph appeared on the ground, and she felt a touch, almost feather-light, against her skin. Healing energy flooded into her allies, and a heartbeat later, Sira was back on her feet, firing arrows into the demon as rapidly as she could. Ruya held the spell as long as she could as she continued to fight. It lasted only seconds, but that was enough. The tide turned in their favor. A final axe blow from Iron Bull scattered the motes of Imshael across the wind. She staggered a moment, leaning on her staff. Salas was at her side a moment later, pressing a lyrium potion on her. She drained it gratefully. Cassandra was about to pronounce the keep cleared of the Red Templars when she heard a cry from the Inquisitor. She drew her blade and rushed in that direction, Iron Bull at her heels. Ruya was kneeling next to a Templar, cradling the man's head. "Is he gone?" the Templar asked weakly. Cassandra could see the red veins glowing beneath his skin. "The demon is finally gone." "He's not gonna make it, boss," Iron Bull said softly. "SHH." Ruya brushed the hair from the man's face. "It's going to be okay, Xaver. We'll get you help." She dug a restorative potion out of her pouch. Why was the demon here, working with the Red Templars? A garden needs a gardener. Nurturing, gentle hands, directing the change. Not too fast. Not too slow. Just right. Has to be just right. The man's voice was growing weaker. "Xaver, I'm sorry." "Imshael." The Templar blinked red-rimmed eyes up at her. "He said he could take the red out. If I said yes. Imshael could have saved you. He liked to watch the agony. He liked to play. We were his garden. Consent, and live. Deny, and be consumed." "Oh, but what he wanted." Xaver shook his head weakly. "No." He shuddered. "Anything but that. I chose the red. I chose Dash." He went limp. "Inquisitor." Cassandra put a hand on the younger woman's shoulder. Ruya gently closed the man's eyes, and stood. "He resisted the demon. I always knew he was." Her voice hitched. "That he was strong. No demon could take him." Her head came up proudly. "Raise the flag. Let them know the demon is dead." Someone had found an urn for her. She swept the ashes into it. Xaver was going home, to rest beside his father. She told herself it was better than never knowing. Part of her wasn't so sure. Cassandra tried to offer some of the chantry platitudes. Sierra offered half a bottle of wine and a raunchy story about some place called the Pearl and a dwarf drag. Dorian and Iron Bull made crude remarks about Blackwell and his firm grip. The fact that they tried to help was more help than any of their actions. Salas and Cole sat next to her as she watched the others. Their quiet presence was comforting. Her eyes went to where the rescued miners were sitting with their families. A young girl clung to her father as if afraid he'd vanish if she let him go. He stroked her hair, and whispered to her quietly. They'd helped. Maybe that was enough. Josephine noted the positions of the fort and immediately began dispatching people to repair and hold the keep. It was apparently perfectly located for the purposes of trade and diplomacy. Ruya noted that her ambassador was actually humming. Though, that might have more to do with the small vase of wildflowers that had appeared on her desk. Ruya smiled to herself. She'd spotted Blackwell picking the wildflowers earlier. It appeared the stalwart warden had an eye for the lady ambassador. Her feet took her towards Cullen's office. Kells was inside, straightening a pile of parchment. He glanced up when he saw her. If you're looking for the commander, he's gone to speak with Seeker Pentagast. She nodded, and headed to the staircase. Cassandra and Cullen appeared to be arguing. You've asked for my opinion, and I've given it. Cassandra folded her arms and glared. Why would you expect it to change? I expect you to keep your word. It's relentless. I can't dash. You give yourself too little credit. If I'm unable to fulfill what vows I kept, then nothing good has come of this. Would you rather save face than admit dash? He cut himself off when he noticed Ruya standing there. He sighed, then walked away. Forgive me. She blinked. He'd been pale, with dark circles beneath his eyes. She immediately turned around to stare at Cassandra. And people say I'm stubborn. This is ridiculous. Cassandra met Ruya's eyes. Cullen told you he's no longer taking lyrium. Yes, and I respect his decision. And him for making the decision. As do I. She glared at the door. Not that he's willing to listen. She sighed. Colin has asked that I recommend a replacement for him. She held up a hand to forestall Ruya's objection. I refused. It's not necessary. Besides, it would destroy him. He's come so far. Why didn't he come to me? We had an agreement long before you joined us. As a seeker, I could evaluate the dangers. And he wouldn't want to. Cassandra's face softened. Risk your disappointment. He was her general. Her rock. Is there anything we can do to change his mind? Cassandra smiled. If anyone could, it's you. Cassandra turned towards the forge, watching the flames dance. Mages have made their suffering known, but Templars never have. They are bound to the order, mind, and soul, with someone always holding their lyrium leash. Colin has a chance to break that leash, to prove to himself and anyone who would follow suit that it's possible. He can do this. I knew that when we met in Kirkwall. She turned back to Ruya. Talk to him. Decide if now is the time. Ruya opened the door just as a box containing a glass vial hit the wall next to it, shattering and sending shards and splinters everywhere. Colin stared at her in shock. Maker's breath. I didn't hear you enter. He hung his head. Forgive me. Colin, if you need to talk. She stepped all the way in, closing the door behind her. You don't have to dash. He started to come around the desk, and stumbled. He caught himself on the edge, and groaned softly. She immediately went to his side, putting a hand on his arm. I never meant for this to interfere. Are you going to be all right? She started to call up her healing magic, only to realize that she didn't know what, exactly, she was healing. Yes. He leaned his weight onto the desk. I don't know. He closed his eyes as she touched his cheek. His skin was cold. He opened his eyes and looked at her. You asked what happened to Ferelden's circle. It was taken over by abominations. The Templars. He started to pace back and forth. My friends were slaughtered. I was tortured. They tried to break my mind, and he gestured sharply. How can you be the same person after that? He ran a hand down his face. Still, I wanted to serve. They sent me to Kirkwall. I trusted my knight commander, and for what? Her fear of mages ended in madness. Kirkwall's circle fell. Innocent people died in the streets. He turned to face her. Can't you see why I want nothing to do with that life? She stepped towards him. Of course I can. I don't. You should be questioning what I've done. He shook his head, and went back to pacing as she sat on the edge of his desk. I thought this would be better, that I would regain control over my life. But these thoughts won't leave me. He kicked the chair halfway across the room. How many lives depend on our success? I swore myself to this cause. He turned, his hands clenched into fists. I will not give less to the Inquisition than I did the Chantry. I should be taking it. He punched the bookcase, knocking a piece of wood off. I should be taking it. Ruya put her hand on his shoulder, then gently pulled him towards her. This doesn't have to be about the Inquisition. Is this what you want? After a moment, he let out a breath. No. He leaned into her as she wrapped her arms around him. But. He pulled her to him. These memories have always haunted me. He leaned back to look at her. If they become worse, if I cannot endure this. She caressed his cheek gently, guiding him to look into her eyes. You can. He took another deep breath, and let it out again. All right. He bent, burying his face in her shoulder, and she held him close. They headed out to deal with bandits and mercenaries that had taken over a fortress in the hinterlands and made the mistake of taking shots at some of the Inquisition's people. Ruya sighed when she realized that Sira and Varric were apparently keeping score of their respective kill shots. They were on their way back when something shook the ground beneath their feet. Ruya exchanged glances with her companions, and saw equally confused and concerned faces. She waited a moment, but there were no further tremors. After a moment, she started to continue walking. She got about 10 paces before she stopped short. The waters of Lake Callanhood had receded. As near as she could tell, the overall depth of the water had dropped by almost a foot. What in the... Dear Lucas. Xaver is dead. He died well, and he died clean. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. I will inform the rest of the family, and see to it his name is added to the chant of remembrance. I know how much he meant to you. Give yourself time to mourn, little sister. I wish I could come rescue you. Love, Lucas. Chapter 23, Trouble in Ferelden. Inquisitor, a word. Ruya altered her trajectory to arrive at Josephine's desk. Yes. We've received a missive from King Alistair. He willing to discuss formalizing relations between Ferelden and the Inquisition. Is that good or bad? Ruya raised an eyebrow. According to Leliana, the king was still feeling somewhat hostile over how things had turned out at Adamant. I believe it is good. Warden Commander Setida sent a missive to him on our behalf, and he has chosen to respond. Officially, he and the Queen are visiting Redcliffe to assist with the refugee situation. It was suggested that if I happen to be in the area, courtesy would demand an invitation be offered. That seems. Leliana's voice came from behind her as she and Bruhan entered. Cathiel and Setida have arranged things on our behalf. With your assistance. Ruya raised an eyebrow at Leliana, and smiled. Who should I send with Josephine? I suggest Cullen. Bruhan shrugged. It's his soldiers helping with the reconstruction efforts, and they've got enough in common. I think they'll get along well. Good idea. Ruya considered a moment. What about you, Bruhan? You and Alistair are old friends, and it would be a show of good faith. I am at your disposal, Inquisitor. He gave her a small bow. King Alistair inclined his head politely to Josephine in greeting. He clasped Bruhan's arm, then pulled the smaller man into a brief hug. Good to see you alive, old friend. So you are working with the Inquisition now. Leliana is one of its founding members. Bruhan bowed politely, his tone becoming formal. Your Majesty, may I introduce Lady Josephine Monteliet, Ambassador of the Inquisition, and Commander Cullen, leader of its military. Cullen and Josephine both bowed. Alistair nodded. Setida spoke highly of you in her missives. And Arl Tegan says that your soldiers have been working with him to secure the hinterlands and repair damages. Given this, it is possible we can come to an accord. He glanced back at the doorway. Though we must wait for the old ball and chain before proceeding. Bruhan laughed. How is it possible she hasn't shot you yet? I'm charming. Cullen looked over the battlements. He could just make out the Inquisition's camp in the distance. Alistair leaned out and looked down at the armory below. I'm told your people handled a dragon out east of here. Cullen nodded. Yes, your Majesty. He hesitated a moment before offering, I'm told there is another in Crestwood that may have to be dealt with soon. Alistair laughed. I'm not an Orlshian trophy hunter, Cullen. I've encountered enough dragons to last a lifetime. He leaned back against the tower. I'm told you were a Templar in Kirkwall, but you sound Ferelden. I am Ferelden, your Majesty. I'm originally from Honleath, and trained in the Lake Callanhood Circle. Really? Did you know? Alistair squinted. Ah, you were that Templar. Yes. Ah, well. Alistair glanced out at the view. Well then, changing the subject. He thought for a moment. So, E.R. Cullen shook his head and chuckled. I hear you also used to be a Templar. I never took vows, Alistair said. But I've kept up some of the training. He frowned. I don't like what I've been hearing about these Red Templars. There is little to like. Cullen responded. Are the negotiations concluded for the evening? Alistair laughed. No, it just became clear I was unnecessary. Cathiel and Setida aren't quite as subtle as they think they are. He smiled. You are misusing Setida, you should be giving her a command. Cullen nodded. I wish I could. Unfortunately, we know Corypheus and some of his Venatori are capable of clouding the minds of Grey Wardens. Given that, we dare not put her on the front lines. That's a disturbing thought, Alistair said quietly. Especially given that both the Queen and myself are Grey Wardens. He caught Cullen's expression. A thought you have apparently had yourself. It is one of the reasons the Inquisition would like to renew ties with Ferelden, yes. If the two of you are compromised, the consequences could be disastrous. Alistair sighed. Still, it is unlikely that such a thing could go unnoticed. Provided we have people in place to notice. If you are trying to convince me that Leliana and Brehon do not have spies all over Denerim, you are going to have to do better than that. I traveled with them for some time, as you may recall. Alistair smiled. I know better than to fall for the pretty colors let's all tell stories act. Cullen nodded. It is, likely a safe assumption someone is observing, yes. I'm sure Sedida and Josephine will negotiate an official presence, and Cathiel will make sure it isn't someone to annoy. Alistair squinted down the battlement, and Cullen followed his gaze. Your Majesty. Those are not my guards, Alistair said quietly. Cullen nodded, and jerked his head towards the tower door. Alistair nodded, and the two men entered the castle. Josephine tried to hide a yawn as she followed the guard to her quarters. Cathiel was a shrewd negotiator, and though she wasn't overly hostile to the Inquisition, it was clear the woman was not going to allow even the perception of an Orlshian foothold on Ferelden soil. Still, things were progressing well enough. Here you are, Ma. The guard's voice choked off as blood sprayed from his throat. The second guard twisted at the last moment, taking the sword blow as a graze to the shoulder rather than a devastating blow to the neck, and drew his own weapon. A half-dozen men materialized from the shadows, and Josephine saw a hooded elf come out of a room ahead. Maker, the prince. The guard muttered as he parried a blow. The attacker laughed. For Corypheus, he said, lunging at the guard. The guard stepped back, taking up a defensive position in front of Josephine. The elf flung a dagger, taking one of the attackers in the back of the leg, causing the man to fall to the ground. Her guard took the opening to slash out his own blade, slicing into the torso of his closest attacker. He raised his shield to knock away a man lunging at Josephine as the elf closed in, his blades making short work of the remaining men. The elf gave the guard an appraising look. How bad? I can hold a sword, the guard responded. The Venatori have eliminated most of the guards on duty, and the rest are locked in their barracks. The elf moved back to the room he had just exited, and Josephine could make out several more bodies inside. He came out a moment later carrying a small bundle. He thrust the bundle at Josephine, who found herself holding the infant prince. He turned back to the guard. Take no chances. Get them out of the castle and to the Inquisition camp. Raise the alarm there. Sir, the king. I will take care of the king. I'm trusting you with the prince, Sir Bevan. Yes, sir, the guard answered. He nodded to Josephine. This way, my lady. Josephine swallowed and clutched the prince to her tightly before following. Alistair drew his blade the moment he was past the door. There should be a man on. Maker. He swore softly as he caught sight of the guard's body. Cullen knelt and checked the still form. No wounds. His gaze fell on a fallen cup. Poison. We need to get to the men and raise the alarm. This way. Cullen drew his sword as the door opened, revealing 3 men with swords, and a 4th with a staff. The mage's lips twisted cruelly. Your Majesty, he said, as he began to gesture out a spell. Beside him, Cullen felt a surge from Alistair as the former Templar focused his will against the spell, cancelling it. He permitted himself a small smile at the mage's surprised look before he charged forward, using his shield to barrel through the armed men before he ran the mage through. Alistair was only a step behind him, taking advantage of Cullen's charge to make short work of the staggered men. The king bent and picked up a shield of his own, then gave Cullen a nod. Venatori? He asked in a tone that made it clear he already knew the answer. We need to raise the alarm, quickly. Cullen responded. To the hall, then. They had to battle another group of Venatori before they reached the hall. Cullen followed the king incautiously. The bodies of 4 guards littered the floor, but Cullen did not see any of the wardens. Alistair frowned. This way, the barracks. They were halfway across the room when the door opened. Setida stepped through, followed by Bruhan, who was holding a dagger to Arl Tegan's throat, and then, a dozen Venatori entered behind the wardens. A man with a staff smiled coldly. "Gentlemen, we've been looking for you." Alistair set his shield and gritted his teeth. "Tegan." "Don't worry about me, Your Majesty," the Arl responded. Alistair nodded, and swung his shield into the Venatori closest to him, sending the man flying. Cullen followed, using his own shield to keep the other Venatori away from the king's unprotected back. The king was only a few feet from the mage when another figure stepped between them. Cullen saw Alistair's face grow horrified as his queen drew back her bow, the tip of the arrow pointed directly at the king. The mage laughed as Alistair froze. "Drop your blades, gentlemen," the mage said. "Or use them, if that is your preference." Setida moved to stand next to the queen, setting her own shield between the mage and Alistair. Alistair shook his head. "Cathiel," he said, his voice pleading. The queen raised her arrow slightly, taking aim at the king's unprotected face. Alistair closed his eyes, then sighed. "Drop your sword, Commander." "Your Majesty." "Now," Alistair said, relinquishing his grip on his own blade. Cullen looked at the elven man he'd recently considered a comrade, but there wasn't even a hint of recognition in Bruhan's eyes. With a sigh, he let his sword clatter to the ground. Immediately the remaining Venatori had him and Alistair by the arms. "You two, dispose of those bodies. The rest of you, bring the prisoners. Quietly, if you please." Cullen glanced at the king bound next to him. Alistair had not taken his eyes off Cathiel. The three wardens stood almost unresponsive save when the mage gave them direct orders. The mage finished giving instructions to his men, then gestured for most of them to go. The wardens remained, standing quietly in the corner. "Ferelden conquered in a single night," the mage sneered. "One for the history books, don't you think?" "Ferelden is not conquered," Alistair said firmly. The mage laughed. "Your queen is a slave to Corypheus." He shrugged. "But we need you more presentable, Your Majesty." He turned his gaze to Cullen. "And the commander of the Inquisition's military, a lovely bonus prize." "Your little spell isn't going to work on us," Alistair said. "True, but there are so many other options. So many demons loyal to Corypheus. I think you both will make lovely hosts." He turned to men. "You two, go find out what is keeping the ambassador." Alistair glanced over where the wardens stood. "Cathiel." "Setida. I know you are stronger than this." "Cathiel, love." The babe was beginning to stir in her arms as they entered the camp. Josephine breathed a sigh of relief as Inquisition soldiers began to notice their presence. "Ambassador," Corporal Vale said in greeting, his face obviously shocked at her arrival. "Gather your people, Corporal. The Venatori are inside Redcliffe Castle." In her arms, the babe began to wiggle, and then cry. Josephine felt like crying herself. "Ambassador, we've heard nothing." "Of course you haven't," she snapped. "Taking control of the King of Ferelden would do them little good if everyone knew about it." "Leliana had a way into the castle," she said, snapping at one of the scouts. "You were there, do you know it?" "Yes, my lady." "Commander Cullen is still inside the castle?" Corporal Vale inquired. At her nod, he saluted. "Well then, we had best go give him a hand." He glanced at the crying infant. "Er. The prince," Josephine said quietly. "We got the prince safe, at least." The corporal nodded. "You men, stay with her. Keep that child safe, no matter what." "If." He swallowed. "Protect the prince," he repeated. "My lady, you had best get to the crossroads. We have more men there, and the Inquisitor needs to know." Josephine nodded as three ravens took wing from the camp, flying in the direction of Skyhold. "Inquisitor." Ruya looked up from where she'd been chatting with Dorian at the shout. She stood, and met the runner halfway. "What's wrong?" "Redcliffe Castle. The Venatori have taken it." He gasped for breath before continuing. One of the guards got Lady Josephine and the prince out, but the king and queen are still inside. As is Commander Cullen. She turned towards her team, and noted they were already on their feet and grabbing their weapons. She turned back to the runner. Make sure Josephine and the prince are safe. We are on our way. Alistair felt blood trickle down his wrists as he continued to work at his bonds. Sadly, in spite of the slickness, he was no closer to free than he had been when he started. Blood was smeared across the face of the Inquisition's commander, courtesy of several backhanded blows from one of the guards after Cullen had declined to answer questions about the Inquisition's forces in the valley. He felt a bit of admiration for the man when Cullen's response to being asked again was to spit some blood into the face of the mage. The mage seemed to find the situation amusing. No matter. You'll break. They always do. Then he smiled, and turned towards Tegan. And what of you, Arlgarin? Are you feeling a bit more cooperative? Tegan answered, I don't know, spitting in your face seems like it could be fun. Alistair nodded. We will not serve your Magister. The mage smiled. He turned towards where the wardens stood. Your Majesty, he said to Cathiel, his voice mocking. Would you and your friends be so kind as to have your son brought to me? And tell the cooks to warm something up. I'm starting to feel a bit peckish. Alistair felt ice grip his heart, and next to him Tegan began to curse the mage. Cathiel. The queen inclined her head, and left the room, followed by the other wardens. The mage watched her go, then turned back to Alistair. I rather think you will serve the new god most faithfully, your Majesty. The door opened, and an elf slipped into the room, clutching a bundle to his chest. Alistair sagged against his bonds. No. The mage stood, and smiled. Well, your Majesty, it appears you have a choice to make. Bring the child. The elf flung the bundle at the guards, and it exploded into a shower of silvery powder. The guards began to cough and choke, as daggers appeared in the elf's hands. The mage was still mid-word when one of the daggers pierced his eye, dropping him where he stood. The elf flung the second dagger into the guard that had been missed by the powder, then produced another set of daggers and was on the guards before they could clear their eyes. Oh, thank the Maker, Tegan breathed. The elf opened the throat of a gasping guard, then freed the prisoners. The hooded elf cocked his head and looked at Alistair's wrists. Are you able to hold a sword? He asked. Gleefully, Alistair growled. My son. Safely out of the castle, with the Inquisition's ambassador, the elf replied, offering a sword hilt first to Tegan. Cullen picked up a sword of his own. Alistair gave him a concerned look. Commander. The former Templar gave him a level look, and Alistair smiled and amended his statement, let's go kill some Venatori. The elf was already walking out of the room, Tegan close on his heels. The Jarl glanced over his shoulder at Alistair. Your Majesty, the Queen is going to be furious if we don't get her rescued before breakfast. Alistair responded. And I'm going to tell her it was your fault. Right, Your Majesty. The elf glanced back at them, then gestured at the room ahead. There are a dozen Venatori in there. Once we get through, we will be able to free the soldiers and raise the alarm without the Venatori being able to take hostages. Let's go. At the elf's nod, Alistair kicked in the door and charged. A few of the soldiers took weapons off the dead Venatori as others went to the armory. How many more in the castle? Tegan asked the elf. A dozen men on the walls, pretending to be your soldiers. And some guarding the passage, making sure no one gets in. Short enough work, Alistair responded. Any more mages? The elf shook his head. I eliminated the other 2 mages before I freed you. Tegan began ordering his men to the walls. Cullen did the same with the few soldiers that had come with him into the castle. Tegan smiled. I must commend your Inquisition, Commander. Your man is quite talented. Cullen blinked, then faced Tegan. I thought. He gave Tegan a confused look. He's not one of yours. Tegan gave him a startled look, then turned to scan the room. Where? Cullen realized both the king and the elf were gone. Maker, if he's not one of yours, we need to find them. Tegan led Cullen towards the royal quarters. Colin saw the elf kneeling before the king pulled the man to his feet and embraced him. He released the elf as the other two approached. "Go," the king said quietly, and the elf began to walk away. "Your Majesty," Tegan said. "This man is not one of the Inquisition's soldiers." "Of course he isn't," Alistair said. "What, you don't think I have agents?" He stepped to block Colin's path. "Commander, I believe your Inquisition forces are at the gate." He looked through the door to the room behind him. Inside, Colin saw the three wardens, laid out on the bed. "They are unconscious. They will awake free of Corypheus's control." "With all due respect, Your Majesty," Colin said. "Redcliffe currently does not have a mage," Alistair spoke over Colin. "If it is not too much trouble, I would like to request the services of one of your mages." His gaze softened as he looked at Cathiel. "They are currently trapped in the Fade. A mage could greatly increase the likelihood of their survival." He glanced down at a satchel in his hands. "And it seems I have information your Inquisition may find useful." Ruya looked through the door at where Salas was examining the unconscious wardens. The king had instructed Colin to sit down before he fell down and was filling them in on the events of the evening. Dorian and Iron Bull were examining the papers. The prince slumbered quietly on the king's shoulder as Alistair finished the tale. "Your agent was a mage." "Not precisely," Alistair responded. "Then how did he?" Dorian held up a piece of parchment. "He used an enchanted lyrium device to weaken the veil slightly. It seems the spirit then drew the wardens into the Fade." He turned the paper sideways and then righted it again. "It's actually fairly clever, similar in some ways to a focus crystal used by Sominari." "It's Tevinter?" Ruya asked suspiciously. "No, it just shares some similar underlying principles. I imagine Salas would compare it to something elven." "It is elven," Salas said, entering the room. He nodded to Ruya. "I believe that Alistair's claim is correct. They will awaken free of Venatori control." "Well, that's a relief," Alistair said. "What do you know of it, Salas?" Ruya asked. Salas held up the remains of a crystal. "Whoever used this was apparently on friendly terms with a rather strong spirit of purpose. I should point out that as useful as this ritual is, it has its limitation. Mages that have bound demons, as well as any bound directly by Corypheus, will not be aided by this ritual. Nor would it work on any that serve Corypheus willingly. At best, an attempt to use it on such would simply result in the death of the one we attempted to aid. There is also the strong possibility that the attempt would result in the aiding spirit being corrupted, and the possible possession of the warden it was attempting to aid." "A spirit of purpose," Ruya mused. "I thought you said such spirits rarely survive contact with our world." "Indeed, most who interact with our world are almost immediately corrupted into desire demons. It would likely be best if we simply prevented the wardens from being controlled in the first place." Ruya nodded, then turned to Alistair. "It would be helpful if we could speak to your agent about how he acquired this information." "What, so you can steal him away from me?" Alistair accused teasingly. "How am I supposed to have him spy on you if you know who he is? I suggest you turn your focus on how the Venatori knew about this opportunity. Clearly, they were already here and prepared for our arrival." Ruya nodded. "Believe me, I intend to do just that." Alistair nodded. "In the meantime, please convey my gratitude to your ambassador and let her know that we will happily finish negotiations as soon as the Queen is recovered. Tegan, would you arrange accommodations for our guests?" He smiled. "I owe you hospitality, at the very least." "Yes, Your Majesty." Colin turned and smiled when Ruya entered the room. She crossed into the man's embrace and held him for a long moment. "Now that we are alone, tell me honestly. Are you all right?" She traced the bruise under his eye. "I am fine." He smiled reassuringly. "It's mostly bruises. Thank the Maker." She kissed him again, and smiled. There were a few moments during Alistair's recital when it looked like he wanted to say something. Colin nodded. "I did, but I decided it was best to have the conversation in private. Tell me." "The elf. Alistair claims the man was his agent, but he was just as surprised as Tegan and myself when the man attacked the Venatori. Cullen shook his head. Perhaps he was not expecting the man's arrival. Would you recognize him if you saw him again? Possible, though he wore a hood that hid most of his face. Cullen smiled. He fought well. He used daggers as well as coal. Most of the elves I know that are soldiers prefer a bow. He took long enough rescuing you, she said softly, looking at the marks on his wrists. Cullen shook his head. As unpleasant as I found the circumstances, he was right in his actions. Had he rescued us first, Josephine and the prince would have been Venatori hostages along with the wardens, with mages still on the loose. He got the prince out first, ensuring Ferelden had a line of succession if the worst happened, removed the mages from consideration, got the wardens out of the way, then rescued us so we could retake the castle. All without alerting the Venatori to call in reinforcements until it was too late. If I had been in his position, I hope I would have done as well. He smiled. Alistair had a fair point. I imagine if Leliana were speaking to the man, she'd be telling him he could name his price. She smiled fondly as she finished soothing the elfroot salve over his wrists and hands. Then she rose up on tiptoe to kiss him. I'm fine, Leliana. Leliana sighed. I know. You keep saying that. She sighed, and looked at Bruhan. What do you remember? Cathiel said we were all getting tired, and negotiations could conclude in the morning. I started to follow her and Sedida towards her office, and then... Bruhan shook his head. I woke up in Alistair's bed between my queen and my commander. She laughed before she caught herself. Are you sure? I'm fine, Leliana. He folded his arms. Cullen and Alistair were injured. They are fine. Alistair is fussing over Cathiel and the Inquisitor is doing the same for Cullen. She glanced at the door. And Caitlin hasn't been more than 3 steps from Tegan. She crossed the room and put her arms around him, pulling him close. Don't do that. Don't you dare. I can't lose you. Not again. I can't. She felt his arms go around her. Ma Arlath, I'm fine. Josephine blew the ink dry on the signatures of herself and Queen Cathiel. Your Majesty, the parts that were not utterly terrifying were a pleasure. Cathiel smiled. Likewise, Ambassador. She smiled. Perhaps in the future we could visit under less strenuous conditions. I think I would enjoy that immensely. Josephine looked up as Ruya joined them. I take it negotiations were concluded successfully. Sedida laughed. Once they discovered they were kin of a sort, things went much more smoothly. No one likes fighting with family across a dinner table. Related? Ruya asked. My brother's first wife, Oriana, was a cousin of Josephine's. It was good to hear stories from when they were children. Cathiel pressed her seal into the parchment, then turned to the Inquisitor. I am sending my court mage to Skyhold. Once she's there, your mage, Salas, can teach her how this ritual works. I was not aware you had a court mage, your Majesty. Warden Lenora Mel agreed to take the position. She will be arriving in Denerim shortly and will head to Skyhold immediately after. Cathiel's tone was brisk. Given that the Venatori appear to have mages aplenty, I thought it in the best interests of Ferelden to recall her from Antiva. In the meantime, Josephine has negotiated passage for Inquisition soldiers through our lands, and trade with the crown can begin officially. Leliana was flipping through the papers on her desk when Ruya approached. Anything of use? Ruya asked. Some of it we already knew. Leliana said. But I would give a great deal to know how King Alistair came by this information. According to Cullen, he was given the information by the agent that rescued them in Red Cliff. According to my information, King Alistair doesn't have agents. Leliana set the papers down. I used to travel with the man. Subtlety is not exactly one of his skills. Ruya smiled. He's been king of Ferelden for 10 years now. It's likely he's picked up a few tricks. I suppose you are right. He's certainly been a far better king than I would have given him credit for back then. He used to follow Sedida around like a lost puppy. I doubt he'd have taken the throne if she hadn't pushed him towards it. Leliana smiled. I don't think he'd even have worked up the nerve to propose to Cathiel if Setida hadn't threatened to marry him off to Anara. She looked down at her desk. I suppose I give him too little credit, speaking of him in such a way. You sound like you are complaining about a little brother, Ruya grinned. Leliana laughed. It feels that way sometimes, I suppose. She smiled. I received word. Ferelden's court mage, Lenore, has arrived in Dinarum with her entourage. Entourage? Braska and Zevran weren't about to let their girl travel alone. Their girl? Ruya raised an eyebrow. Leliana chuckled. Oh, yes. I know, it's scandalous. She smiled. I always liked Lenore. Dear Lucas. You'll be pleased to know that the Inquisition and King Alistair of Ferelden are on good terms again. There was rescuing involved, though I'm still a little confused over who exactly ended up rescuing who. We have found a way to possibly help wardens compromised by Corypheus. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. There was rescuing and I missed it? That is so incredibly unfair. Just for that, I'm coming to rescue you. Love, Lucas. Chapter 24, The Last Resort of Good Men. The dragon made another pass. Both Ruya and Salas poured strength into barriers. Cassandra and Iron Bull dove out of the way of its fiery breath. Both rolled back to their feet when it landed, and charged in. She summoned the Spirit Blade, and entered the fray with them. Tarsidith and Halsam, Iron Bull yelled as he stood a few feet from her. They focused their attacks on the dragon's wing, preventing it from being able to take off again. A swipe of its tail knocked them both off their feet. She called her magic as she stood, reforming the barriers before the dragon could orient its breath. Cassandra moved underneath it, driving her sword straight up and into its throat. It roared and began to shudder, flailing this way and that as she rolled out of the way. Ruya and Salas arced lightning into it, and a moment later, it fell. Sira began laughing, a wild and joyous sound. She held her bow over her head triumphantly. Iron Bull threw his head back and howled. Everyone all right? Ruya asked. Big heroes, us. That was. Sira's face was rapturous. That was great. Inquisitor. Iron Bull waved her over. Come have a drink. Ruya smiled, and sat down next to him. He filled a glass from an oddly patterned clay bottle. To killing a high dragon like warriors of legend. She accepted the glass, and sniffed at it. It smelled like a mixture of spice and burning. What exactly am I supposed to be drinking? Miraz Locke. That didn't exactly answer the question. What does that mean? It means drink. He hefted his own glass. With some mild trepidation, she drank. It seared the back of her throat and made her tongue start to feel almost numb. She coughed. He gave a satisfied laugh. I know, right? Put some chest on your chest. He smiled dreamily. That little gurgle right before it spat fire? And that roar. What I wouldn't give to roar like that. The way the ground shook when it landed. The smell of the fires burning. He sighed happily. Tarsidith and Halsam. He looked back over at her. You know Cunary hold dragons sacred? Well, as much as we hold anything sacred. He refilled her glass. Her head was already getting light from the first glass. That thing you just said? You shouted it during the fight, too. What does it mean? Oh, Tarsidith and Halsam. He shrugged. Closest translation would be, I will bring myself sexual pleasure later, while thinking about this with great respect. It took her several seconds to process that. You shouted that while it was breathing fire at us. I know, right? He gave a grunt of satisfaction. She drank more to not have to respond to that than anything else. With the second glass, she could taste some flavors in the liquid. A hint of peat, and some spice she couldn't identify. She coughed again. Yeah. The second cup's easier. Most of the nerves in your throat are dead after the first one. Iron Bull started refilling the glass. Atashi. The glorious ones. That's our word for them. Atayashi. Why do you think the Cunary think of dragons that way? The stool was getting wobbly. Or maybe it was the room. It was a little crooked. She should have a word with the Engia builders. This cunnery stuff wasn't bad. Well, you know how we have horns. We kind of look more. He shrugged. Dragoni. He touched one of his own horns. Then most people. Maybe it's that. But a few of the Ben Hasrat have this crazy old theory. See, the Damasrans control who we mate with. They breed us for jobs like you'd breed dogs or horses. What if they mixed in some dragon a long time ago? Maybe drinking the blood, maybe magic. I don't know. But something in that dragon we killed. He smiled again. Spoke to me. It made sense. Dragon. Dragon why? Atayoshi. It's a shame we had to kill the dragon. Damn good fight. Dragons are the embodiment of raw power. But it's all uncontrolled. Savage. He refilled her glass again. So they need to be destroyed. Taming the wild. Order out of chaos. Have another drink. She drained the glass. He laughed. Nice. To dragons. He drained his own glass. To finding the biggest, baddest things in the world, and showing them that we're better. Anon. Colin heard laughter as he left the armory. He came around the corner to see the Inquisitor taking a wild swing at Iron Bull. Iron Bull actually staggered a bit despite the Inquisitor barely making contact. No. Straighten the arm. Like this. His own swing was wild, but knocked down one of the practice dummies. Her fist glowed as she punched the dummy, which immediately burst into flames. Like that. She staggered a bit as she turned towards Iron Bull. He laughed. Yeah, you should do that the next time we fight a Vint. She nodded, then glanced at the practice dummy and jumped backwards, stumbling. It's on fire. Iron Bull started trying to blow it out. Colin sighed, grabbed a bucket, and doused it. What's going on here? Colin. Ruya grinned up at him happily. We're, oh. Punching up. She threw a swing at the air, and nearly fell over. Dragons. Iron Bull picked up a bottle and held it to his mouth, then gave it a disappointed look when it proved to be empty. Atta splashy. She gestured at the dummies. Iron Bull said my right. She waved her left hand. Thingy needed work. You're drunk. Marvel's mocks. She pointed at the bottle Iron Bull was holding. Miraz luck, Iron Bull said. Maravaz okay. Miraz luck. Miraz luck. Miraz. Iron Bull blinked. No, was right that time. Ruya balled up her fist and took another swing at the dummy, missing it entirely and falling to the ground. Colin sighed, and offered her a hand back up. She rose, then clung to him to keep her balance. You've got so many muscles. She ran her hand down his chest. All muscle why? Make her have mercy. How much of that stuff did you drink? She glanced back at the bottle and blinked a few times. I think. She looked back up at him. All of it. She started to move away, then stumbled and ended up clinging to him again, her face buried in the trim of his armor. She sneezed. You're all fuzzy. Like a bear. Or a lion. My lion bear general. He nodded, then started to look over at Iron Bull to say something. The big cunnery was sitting against a tree, head back, snoring. 04. The Inquisitor was still talking, though the words were lacking in coherency. He thought she might be trying to tell him a story about hunting a bear. He sighed, then picked her up and slung her over his shoulder. His felt himself turn bright red when she immediately patted him on the rear end and started babbling about him having nice legs. With a shake of his head, he started trying to figure out how to get her back to her quarters without anyone noticing. Despite the lateness of the hour, there were still people coming and going in the Great Hall. He headed back into the armory, and ended up tucking her behind some barrels on a pile of cloth. Somewhere midward, she went from talking to snoring. He found a blanket and made himself comfortable nearby. She woke to a pounding headache and a realization that she was not in her quarters. No, the pounding was not just her head. Someone was actually banging on something. It took her a few moments to realize she was in the armory. She sat up and looked around. A moment later, someone was handing her a cup. She drank, and discovered it contained tea. A few blinks later, she was able to make out mine of. Bless you. She drained the glass. Remind me never to go drinking with Iron Bull again. If it's any consolation, Inquisitor, it appears he passed out over by the practice dummies. Sierra has. Minov giggled. Well, let's just say I don't think he'll do that again. Report. Her advisors ran her through the recent escapades of their agents. The denouncement of her distant cousin Albrecht had ended in the man taking a rolling pin to the head, much to the apparent amusement of Otwin. Leliana reported that while the Marquis of Sierald had welcomed Josephine's emissary, they had no new information regarding either the Divine's visit or the reported presence of Carver Hawk that had occurred just prior. Burhan had arranged for a clan of Dalish elves to assist with the situation in Wycombe. Rhys and Evangeline had been deployed near Valfermin, and Rhys had apparently sent a note regarding Cole. The tips from Sierra's people had worked out. And thanks to the work of Josephine and Dorian, they now had some allies in Tevinter. What about the spies within our ranks? Cathiel admitted to the one that was hers, and we've arranged a more formal liaison, Josephine said. We are feeding false information through the ones Burhan and Iron Bull located. Leliana leaned on the war table. We also found the one responsible for the incident at Red Cliff. Unfortunately, he poisoned himself when he realized he'd been discovered. The healers weren't able to save him. The Silver Order dealt with the rest of the Venatori forces. Colin laid his hand on some parchment. King Alistair provided me with a copy of their report. He has offered to let Leliana's people question the survivors. Colin smirked. Apparently, the Venatori are claiming their camp was attacked by. He read off the list. The Carta. Cunnery. Abominations. Elves. And Darkspawn. All of which mysteriously vanished when the Silver Order arrived. Captain Maverlies notes that a mushroom known to be a powerful hallucinogen is quite common in the area the Venatori chose to make their camp. Ruya ran a hand down her face. All right. Let's talk Lake Callanhood. Our scouts were able to determine that several tunnels beneath the lake had been sealed using explosives. Dwarven explosives. Closer examination revealed that beyond the collapses, the tunnels are flooded. Colin tapped the map. Unfortunately, the presence of the water makes further excavation impossible at this time. Any ideas as to why? A very good question. Per Warden information, tunnels in that area were regularly filled with darkspawn. Leliana considered. Sedida has some of her people checking, but they have not located the source of the explosives. King Belen claims to have no knowledge of the event, and she believes him. Keep looking. And the information from Alistair's agent. Venatori are looking for something in the hissing wastes. Red Templars have a port on the Storm Coast. And there is a list of Cunnery agents we may be able to make use of. Leliana shrugged. It does include Iron Bull. Guess he was right about something tipping him sooner or later. Ruya smiled, then continued going over reports from their agents and making decisions. Mother Giselle was waiting for her in the hall. My Lady Inquisitor, it's good of you to speak with me. She was holding a piece of parchment. I have news regarding one of your... She actually wrinkled her nose slightly. Companions. The Tevinter. Is that a note of distaste I detect, Mother Giselle? She hadn't missed how many gave Dorian side glances. Giselle looked down at her hands. Admit his presence here makes me uncomfortable, Inquisitor, but my feelings are of no importance. I have been in contact with his family, House Pavis, out of Carinus. Are you familiar with them? He's mentioned his family. They don't appear to be on good terms. Yes, I believe you're correct. She glanced down at the parchment, then back up at Ruya. The family sent a letter describing the estrangement from their son and pleading for my aid. They've asked to arrange a meeting. Quietly, without telling him. They fear it's the only way he'll come. She held out the parchment. Since you seem to be on good terms with the young man, I'd hoped. Given the earlier conversations of the day, Ruya's first thoughts jumped to the possibility of a trap. Her second thoughts did as well. And even if it wasn't. If you think I'm going to trick Dorian into meeting his family, the family will send a retainer to meet the young man at the Red Cliff Tavern to take him onward. If he truly does not wish this reunion, he can always end the matter there. She offered the parchment again. I pray you change your mind, Inquisitor. Perhaps their letter will persuade you. If there is any chance of success in this, it behooves us to act. So Alexius is researching magic for you. Dorian nodded in greeting. Research is always what made him happiest. Perhaps I'll even go talk to him, eventually. His smile didn't quite reach his eyes. One word of advice, if he suggests altering time as a way to solve all your problems, give it a pass. Ruya glanced down at the parchment in her hand. Dorian, there's a letter you need to see. A letter? He waggled his eyebrows. Is it a naughty letter? A humorous proposal from some Antivan dowager? Not quite. It's from your father. All traces of humor vanished from his face. He rubbed his thumb into the palm of his hand. From my father. I see. And what does Magister Hallward want, pray tell? A meeting. Dorian leaned on the railing for a long moment before turning back to face her. Show me this letter. He paced as he read it, his grip wrinkling and crushing the parchment. I know my son. What my father knows of me would barely fill a thimble. This is so typical. I'm willing to bet this retainer is a henchman, hired to knock me on the head and drag me back to Tevinter. Not if she had anything to say about it, and as it happened, she had an army to say about it. You think your father would actually do that? No. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. Although I wouldn't put it past him. He thought a moment longer, then nodded. Let's go. Let's meet this so-called family retainer. If it's a trap, we escape and kill everyone. You're good at that. If it's not, I send the man back to my father with the message that he can stick his alarm in his wit's end. There seems to be bad blood between you and your family. She leaned on the railing next to him. He laughed. Interesting turn of phrase. But you're correct. They don't care for my choices, nor I for theirs. Because you wouldn't get married? Because you left. He shrugged. That too. Let's go meet this retainer, then. We'll leave in the morning. Dorian nodded. I wonder how much my father paid this man to wait around just in case I showed. He sighed. We'll find out soon enough. She walked the ramparts with Salas, listening to him tell her about some of the things he'd seen in the Fade. It never failed to fascinate her. Could you introduce me to some of your spirit friends, one day? He blinked, then nodded. Perhaps. Though it appears you've begun to make a few friends of your own. Actually, it's something of a relief the spirit we met in Crestwood hasn't come back for a visit. It. Ruya considered for a moment. She was. Several words came to mind. Interesting. He laughed. Like all people, spirits have a range of personalities. Do they? She tilted her head. Cole has difficulty understanding the concept of a joke. Is that a spirit trait, or one particular to him? Spirits embody emotions, usually a single emotion. Some of the older, or wiser spirits can grasp the concept, but most are too literal. Even those that understand humor tend to do so only in the way it relates to their particular focus. You are saying a spirit with a well-developed sense of humor is a powerful one. Salas blinked. I've never quite thought to put it that way, but yes. Whatever happened under Lake Callanhood? Any chance a spirit could tell us what happened? I will see what I can find. The tavern was empty. Ruya's hand immediately went for her staff. Oh. Nobody's here. This doesn't bode well. Dorian was doing the same. They exchanged a look, and started to head back to the door. Dorian. Ruya saw Dorian freeze. Slowly, he turned. Father. A man in well-tailored robes stood on the staircase. She could see a resemblance between the two men. She could also see that Dorian had gone somewhat pale. Iron Bull, Varric, and Cole were just outside the door, and she'd no doubt a shout would bring both running in. So the whole story about the family retainer was just... Dorian swallowed. What? A smoke screen. Instead of answering his son, the older man turned to Ruya. He inclined his head politely. I apologize for the deception, Inquisitor. I never intended for you to be involved. Of course not. Dorian gestured dismissively. Magister Pavis couldn't come to Skyhold and be seen with the Dread Inquisitor. What would people think? He stepped forward and raised his hands to shoulder level before dropping them again. What is this exactly, Father? Ambush? Kidnapping? Warm family reunion. Magister Pavis sighed. This is how it has always been, he said, still looking at her. She narrowed her eyes, then gestured to Dorian. You went through all of this to get Dorian here. Talk to him. Yes, Father. Talk to me. Let me hear how mystified you are by my anger. Dorian, there's no need to dash. Dorian turned to Ruya. I prefer the company of men. My father disapproves. That's... She blinked. She tilted her head in confusion. A big concern in Tevinter, then. Only if you're trying to live up to an impossible standard. Dorian shook his head. Every Tevinter family is intermarrying to distill the perfect mage, perfect body, perfect mind. The perfect leader. It means every perceived flaw, every aberration is deviant and shameful. It must be hidden. She laid a hand on his shoulder. Your father might be here to reach out. You could give him a chance. He shook his head. Let's just go. Dorian, please, if you'll only listen to me. Magister Pavis took a couple steps towards them. Why? Dorian rounded on him. So you can spout more convenient lies. He strode towards his father, stopping only a couple feet away. He taught me to hate blood magic. The last resort of the weak mind. Those are his words. But what was the first thing you did when your precious heir refused to play pretend for the rest of his life? You tried to change me. Ruya felt a chill down her spine as she realized what Dorian was saying. She formed the barrier in her mind, prepared to unleash it the moment the Magister tried anything. I only wanted what was best for you. Magister Pavis held out a pleading hand. You wanted what was best for you. Dorian hurled the words. For your fucking legacy. Anything for that. He started towards the door again. She kept the spell ready in her mind, prepared to defend him if needed. And then she stepped into his path. Don't leave it like this, Dorian. You'll never forgive yourself. They stared at each other for a moment, and then he nodded. He turned back to his father. Tell me why you came. If I knew I would drive you to the Inquisition. You didn't. Dorian cut him off. I joined the Inquisition because it's the right thing to do. He shook his head, and his voice became calmer. Once I had a father who would have known that. He turned away. This time, she didn't try to stop him. She put her hand on his arm as they walked towards the door together. Once I had a son who trusted me. A trust one betrayed. Magister Pavis's voice stopped them both. I only wanted to talk to him. To hear his voice again. To ask him to forgive me. Dorian looked at her, and she smiled at him reassuringly. Slowly, he turned around, and went back to talk to his father. Their other companions picked up enough not to pester Dorian on the trip back. Iron Bull and Varric hassled each other about whether Iron Bull was the best or worst spy Varric had ever met. Ruya had to admit Iron Bull had a very good point about the more spy-like a spy acted, the more likely they were to give themselves away. If she hadn't already known, she never would have thought of Iron Bull or Bruhan as spies. But then, their obvious traits were so very obvious, she doubted most ever looked beyond them. She found Dorian in his alcove, staring out the window. He glanced at her. He says we're alike. Too much pride. He gave a small shake of his head. Once I would have been overjoyed to hear him say that. Now I'm not certain. I don't know if I can forgive him. Ruya wasn't sure she could forgive the man, and he wasn't her father. Some things you just don't do. Especially not to those you are supposed to love and protect. Are you all right? No. Not really. He turned to face her. Thank you for bringing me out there. It wasn't what I expected, but... He took a breath. It's something. He started to look a bit embarrassed. Maker knows what you must think of me now, after that whole display. I think you're very brave. He actually looked surprised at her words. Brave. It's not easy to abandon tradition and walk your own path. His smile trembled for a moment. Then he put back on his mask of good humor and cheer. At any rate, time to drink myself into a stupor. It's been that sort of day. He gestured to her. Join me sometime, if you've a mind. She demurred the drinking, but gave him a hug before letting him wander off. Ruya saw Cullen standing on the ramparts, and walked over to him. He looked considerably more peaceful and rested than he had a few days ago. He smiled when he caught sight of her. I wanted to thank you. He blushed. When you came to see me. He swallowed, his stance awkward. If there's anything. He exhaled and rubbed the back of his neck. This sounded much better in my head. I trust you're feeling better. She stood next to him, leaning on the recently repaired stonework of the ramparts. He turned back towards the view. Yes. Is it always that bad? The pain comes and goes. Sometimes I feel as if I'm back there. He rested his hands on the hilt of his sword. I should not have pushed myself so far that day. She laid a hand on his arm. I'm just glad you're all right. He smiled at her. I am. He gazed out over the valley. I've never told anyone what truly happened to me at Ferelden's Circle. I was. He sighed. Not myself after that. I was angry. For years, that anger blinded me. I'm not proud of the man that made me. The way I saw mages. He turned towards her. I'm not sure I would have cared about you, and the thought of that sickens me. He set his hand on hers. Now I can put some distance between myself and everything that happened. It's a start. Part of her very much wanted to pull him in for a kiss. But they weren't exactly hidden from view. For what it's worth, I like who you are now. Even after. Cullen, I care about you. You've done nothing to change that. The way he looked at her made her heart race. What about you? You have troubles of your own. How are you holding up? She thought about reassuring him, telling him everything was fine. Honestly, I'm terrified. So many people depend on us. On me. Corypheus is still out there. We've made great strides. Do not doubt yourself or the Inquisition just yet. He rubbed his thumb over the back of her hand before letting go. If there's anything I can do, you have only to ask. Varric caught up with her before she'd gotten far inside the Great Hall. He waved something at her. It took her a moment to realize what it was. You finished it. I did. Let's go find Cassandra. Cassandra was by the training dummies as usual. What have you done now? She glared when she saw Varric following Ruya. I get it, Seeker. You're still sore after our spat. I am not a child, Varric. She folded her arms. Do not suggest I'm without reason. Varric bowed, holding the book out as if it were a sacrifice. A peace offering, the next chapter of Swords and Shields. I hear you're a fan. She slowly turned towards Ruya. Ruya fought desperately to keep her face straight. Cassandra's eyes narrowed suspiciously. This is your doing. Oh, yes. Do you really think I'd miss this? She'd given serious consideration to arranging an audience. Well, if you're not interested, you're not interested. Still needs editing, anyhow. Varric drew the book back and started to turn away. Wait. Cassandra held up her hands. You're probably wondering what happened to the Knight Captain after the last chapter. Cassandra's mouth fell open. Nothing should happen to her. She was falsely accused. Well, it turns out the guardsman dash. Don't tell me. Cassandra strode forward and practically snatched the book out of Varric's hand. This is the part where you thank the Inquisitor. I don't normally give sneak peeks, after all. Cassandra turned towards her. Thank you. The Seeker's voice was warm. Varric's the one you should be thanking. Varric gave a formal bow. I am but a humble servant to my loyal readers. Cassandra caressed the book. I wonder if I have time to read the first part. Don't forget to tell all your friends. Varric started walking away. If you have any. Ruya fell into step next to him. He sighed happily, and looked up at her. Completely worth it. Dear Lucas. Do me a favor and give father a hug and tell him it's from me. And then give him one from you, too. Don't argue. Just do it. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. You hit your head again, didn't you? Fine. Hugging father. As ordered. Love, Lucas. Chapter 25, The Emerald Graves. Ruya sighed. She'd hoped Salas could make more sense out of Bruhan's information on the architect. Unfortunately, it was starting to appear that the two men couldn't spend more than a few minutes in each other's presence without antagonizing each other. The last conversation had been almost entirely in the Elven language and had resulted in Leliana grabbing Bruhan by the arm and dragging him away. It wasn't just the fact that Bruhan was a warden. Apparently, Salas had also made a comment about the Dalish not knowing as much as they thought they did. She'd been surprised how quickly that had put Bruhan's back up, considering that the man appeared to be a practicing Andrastian. Fiona had told them her story. Or most of it. Bruhan thought the former Grand Enchanter was still leaving something out of the tale. Ruya took tea with Vivian, hoping the other woman could shed some light. With the circle libraries in disarray though, what few suggestions Vivian had would be difficult to follow up upon. Vivian and Otwin had begun to correspond directly. Apparently her brother was putting his skills to use scouring the free marches for copies of various tomes for the Inquisition. She imagined he was enjoying himself thoroughly. Tea with Vivian ended in them both sharing fond memories of Lydia and others lost to the war. The circles were never going to be the same. Bruhan was able to give them some additional information regarding a warden stronghold in the western approach called Griffinwing Keep. Ruya led her companions to the location, only to find the Venatori using it as a base. Iron Bull gave her a hopeful look, and she poured strength into a barrier on him. He charged, taking out 5 Venatori and the keep door. Cassandra and Blackwell followed, finishing off those who'd been knocked down by the big man's rush. Ruya, Salas, and Dorian followed them in. Dorian and Sierra focused their attacks on the Venatori on the heights, while Ruya used her barriers to prevent counterattacks. Salas focused his own magic on the enemy mages, keeping them off balance. He manifested what looked to be a giant fist and used it to punch one right off a tower, much to the apparent delight of Iron Bull. She used the spirit blade on the few Venatori that got past the warriors. By the time they got back to the forward camp, Knight Captain Relan was already there with his force and some supply wagons. Apparently, Cullen had been of the belief she wouldn't run into any problems. One of the scouts let them know they'd seen something strange back in the hills, and she went to investigate. Behind her, Cole and Cassandra were talking again. It was strangely sweet, watching the two of them becoming friends. It was like having a little brother at times. A very strange little brother. It's oddly comforting. Cassandra looked at the scene before her, then turned to look at the Inquisitor. Comforting. Ruya looked back. That the real world can be stranger than the Fade. For a moment, Cassandra just stared. Then she laughed. I think I see what you mean. Men, weapons, and spells hung in the air, frozen. Part of a tower was collapsing, and the bricks arced, but remained in place. Time had simply stopped. The few demons inside were almost a relief. They located several keystones that enabled Salas and Ruya to get the door open. Drops of blood still hung in the air from where they'd been swirled around a staff. A dead man, dressed in the style of a Tevinter mage, lay on the ground nearby. The blood had come from him. Sierra made a gagging sound. Ugh, it's in my mouth. Ruya gestured for the others to stay back as she and Salas approached the scene. She kept a barrier up on both of them. The dead mage had used blood magic, giving his life to stop the strange effect from expanding and swallowing the world. It took them only a few moments to determine that removing the staff would restart time, allowing them to seal the rift, but they'd have to move fast. As soon as time restarted, the demons would be freed to attack again. Her companions raised their weapons in preparation. She and Salas both formed barriers. He nodded to her, and she freed the staff. Ruya disrupted the rift, staggering the demons and giving her companions an opening. Her spirit blade lashed out, slicing a demon that was charging at Salas. Barriers reinforced, she joined the front lines, back to back with Iron Bull. A rage demon came at them, and they moved simultaneously, her magical blade low, and his axe high, coming in above her head. The demon melted to the ground and dissipated. Now, Salas yelled. She turned, focusing her power through the mark. The rift seemed to struggle against her, and she pushed harder. It refracted, then collapsed, and vanished. Iron Bull put a hand on her shoulder and she gave him a reassuring nod. Iron Bull slowed his pace a bit to fall into step next to Blackwool. How does being a Grey Warden work? I assume it's more complicated than just signing up. Blackwool shrugged. Yes. And how is it that you're the only ones who can end the blights? Is there a reason for the interrogation? Blackwool glanced up at Iron Bull. Curiosity. The Ben Hasrat could know more about the Wardens. Iron Bull shrugged. Also, those ogre guys, the darkspawn that look like messed up Cunary? The Ben Hasrat aren't pleased. Few are. Blackwool nodded. It occurred to Ruya that she hadn't asked Burhan why only Wardens could end blights. She probably should. She'd ask Blackwool, but was reluctant to ask the man to violate his oaths. And it was clear Blackwool hadn't been privy to the same level of information Burhan was. Just a year ago she would have been in awe of the Wardens. Now the Warden's spymaster was working for her. She glanced back over her shoulder at Iron Bull. I thought the current Orishik fought alongside the Wardens. He did. And Warden Commander Setida spent a couple years in Par Valen. Ruya blinked. She's been to Par Valen. Iron Bull chuckled. Did you see that dragon tooth hanging on her belt? I did, actually. Looked like it had been split in half. The Orishiks got the other half. Were we talking about any people than the Cunary, that thing would mark her as the Orishik's mistress. She almost tripped. It was probably a good thing then, that she hadn't decided to take Setida and her people prisoner. Tracking the Darkspawn led them to an ancient prison. The Venatori had apparently been digging for something, and instead unearthed a tunnel. Ruya focused her magic to seal the tunnel. They continued tracking the Venatori, eventually locating them in another set of ruins. The leader put up a fight, but a well-timed shot from Dorian exploded the ground beneath the other man's feet. The Venatori mage tumbled from the upper level, slid across the ground, and came to a rest at the feet of Iron Bull, who promptly set one of his huge boots on the man's neck. Leliana was going to be pleased. She watched Burhan pace in front of the window. Finally he sighed. If anyone, other than a warden, were to kill the archdemon, the essence of the beast would simply transfer into the next nearest darkspawn and the beast would rise again. It happened dozens of times in the first blight. That's why my order was created. Okay. Ruya folded her arms. That doesn't explain why only members of your order can kill them. Grey Wardens are tainted, Inquisitor. The blight is within us, making us ghouls. A darkspawn is a mindless, soulless beast. An empty vessel. He took a deep breath. A Grey Warden is not. Should a Grey Warden slay the beast, the essence travels instead to the Warden. Both are thus slain. Maker. That's. Her head came up sharply, and she stared at him. Jarath Tabri lived. He was silent for almost a full minute. Yes. How? I don't know. Burhan, believe me when I say I will drag you down to a cell. I don't know, Inquisitor. Burhan went back to pacing. Lenore has been trying to figure it out for years, and she's no closer to an answer than she was the day it happened. All we do know is. He exhaled. Setida sent Jarath to Soldier's Peak to clear out demons. There, Jarath encountered a warden mage named Avernus who had used blood magic to keep himself alive for almost 200 years. He spent most of that time experimenting. Did Jarath recover anything regarding these experiments? Yes. He gave Avernus's notes to Lenore. I suppose she and I are going to have some things to discuss when she arrives. Was Service able to provide you any useful information? Leliana nodded to Ruya. He's actually somewhat terrified we might ransom him back to the Venatori. It seems he was using his smuggler contacts to smuggle artifacts out from under the Venatori's noses. He stole from Corypheus. Ruya shook her head and laughed. I don't know if he's bravely stupid or stupidly brave. He claims he was hired by a third party and has no loyalty to Corypheus. Leliana shrugged. With your permission, I believe I can make further use of him. He's all yours. Ruya glanced at the map. We should get some people out to look over that laboratory we found in the still ruins. I'm sure Vivian can suggest a couple mages to send. Anything else? Arl Tegan invited the Inquisition to send a champion to a tourney being held, with the winner being given possession of an untended Banorn. Josephine held up a piece of parchment. I'm sure we can find 1 or 2 soldiers around that might be interested. Ruya smiled, then looked up at Cullen. I'll leave finding some suitable volunteers to you. Fairbanks, in the Emerald Graves, claims to have information of value to the Inquisition. He says he'll provide it in exchange for us eliminating a dangerous rebel band called the Freemen of the Dales. Uprooting them could be a very good move for us. Dispatch Harding. We'll head there next. The forest here was truly beautiful. She'd never quite realized trees could get that big. Part of her just wanted to stop and stare for a while. Behind her, Salas glanced over at Dorian. I am surprised you do not practice blood magic, Dorian. Is it not popular in Tevinter? Dorian smiled widely. While we're sharing surprises, you've done a lot less dancing naked in the moonlight than expected. Ruya ran a hand down her face. Salas just rolled his eyes. Tevinter lore about elves remains accurate as always. I wanted to see you make flowers bloom with your song, just once. Dorian gestured grandly. I don't suppose the Dalish actually have spells that can do that. Ruya tilted her head curiously as she walked. There is magic that affects the growth of plants. Salas shrugged. None of it, however, involves singing. Which is something of a disappointment. Ruya raised an eyebrow at Cassandra's comment. Cassandra smiled. When we get back to Skyhold, you should ask Bruhan to sing. Good to see you again, Inquisitor. Hope you've got your comfortable boots on. Harding led her over to a map with several flags sticking out of it. The scouts have seen a number of Fade Rifts, all over the forest. We've located this mysterious Fairbanks. He won't share his information with anyone but you. He and his men are camped out at Watcher's Reach, on the path ahead. From what we can tell, they're refugees from the war. Peasants, mostly. Tell me everything you know about Fairbanks. That unfortunately proved to be rather little, other than Fairbanks wasn't his real name and he'd been helping people fleeing the destruction of the Civil War. They call this place the Emerald Graves. Legend says that a tree grows here for every elven knight of Halam Shirel who perished in its defense. Makes you sad, doesn't it? Harding gazed up at the green canopy. What was done to the elves here was unforgivable. Never again. At least, I hope not. Fairbanks claimed that the Freemen were in league with the Venatori. She started out suspicious, but after examining his evidence and the rest of the information his people had gathered, she had to admit it did look to be the case. The Freemen appeared to be helping the Venatori with their smuggling. This could lead them to Samson, and perhaps Corypheus himself. I'm just saying, Dorian, you carry around this picture of the Cunary in your mind. Like you see us as this forbidden, terrible thing, and you're inclined to do the forbidden. I have no idea what you're talking about. All I'm saying is, you ever want to explore that, my door's always open. You are impossible. This is Dorian threw up his hands and made a frustrated noise before stalking away. Good. I like that energy. Stoke those fires, big guy. Iron Bull called after him. Ruya kept walking, doing her best to pretend she couldn't hear them. Salas and Cole were having another of their stranger conversations, the ones in which she couldn't quite figure out the subject matter. And Sira and Varric, maybe she should separate those two before Varric gave Sira any more advice. They found the caves marked on Fairbanks' map. She moved in with Blackwool and Iron Bull, focusing a protective barrier around herself and the warriors. Dorian used a wall of fire to form a choke point, preventing the enemy forces from being able to circle around towards the mages and archers. Cole had the lock picked before Ruya located the key. She looked over the information in the camp before sending it back with the freed prisoners for Fairbanks and the Inquisition's people. They fished dealing with the freemen holding the small fort, and began making their way back to Fairbanks. The fort would be a better location for his people, and the Inquisition could strengthen it, giving them a presence in these woods. Blackwool called over to Salas. Sierra and I were just talking about you. We need you to settle a question for us. Salas sighed. Sierra's involved? So this question will be offensive. Yes, probably. Sorry. Blackwool's smile was completely unapologetic. You make friends with spirits in the Fade. So? He shrugged. Are there any that are more than just friends? If you know what I mean. Salas stopped short. Oh, 4. He turned towards Blackwool. Really? Look, it's a natural thing to be curious about. For a 12-year-old. It's a simple yes or no question. Nothing about the Fade or spirits is simple, especially not that. Blackwool's eyes practically lit up. Aha. So you do have experience in these matters. I did not say that. Don't panic. It'll be our little secret. Ass. Salas started walking again. Now who's 12? Blackwool called after him. Ruya sighed, then caught the happy expression on Varric's face. What are you smiling about? Just feels a bit like old times, Inquisitor. He walked after the others. They managed to hit the smugglers and get back out without attracting the attention of the giants. Iron Bull almost looked disappointed. Ruya looked over the letter. If they followed up on its contents, they might be able to track down Samson. Mockingbird, Mockingbird, quiet and still, what do you see from the top of that hill? Can you see up? Can you see down? Blackwool startled at Cole's recitation. Wait. Can you see the dead things all about town? How do you know that song? Cole looked confused. It just came to me. Everyone says everyone knows it. The children knew it. Blackwool stared at the spirit a moment before moving up to take point. Ruya frowned. That was odd. Iron Bull hit the heavily armored Freeman commander with a full-on tackle before the man could bring his axe down on the fallen Blackwool. Both tumbled down the stairs and out of view. Salas gestured to Ruya before moving to Blackwool's side, and she went in to aid Iron Bull. She strengthened the barrier around herself, pulling in from the Fade, and leaped from the landing. She landed next to the downed Iron Bull and lashed out with the spirit blade, downing the man that had been trying to move in on the injured Cunary. She whirled, the blade in her hand, as arrows and fire fell among the remaining freemen. A few heartbeats later, the last of the enemy had fallen, and she went to check on Iron Bull. He looked up at her, his eyes slightly dazed. Ow. How bad? Busted my arm. He considered a moment. Maybe a couple ribs. She focused her healing magic to deal with the worst of the injuries, then handed him one of the restorative potions. Dorian came down the stairs to help her get the big man back on his feet. Together, they half-carried Iron Bull back up the stairs. She raised an eyebrow at Salas. Blackwool is lucky to be so hard-headed, Varric answered. Salas's lips twitched as he nodded at the dwarf. He will be fine, Inquisitor. Everyone else all right? She glanced around and received affirmations. There was a good spot to camp right over there. We'll rest and report back to the forward camp in the morning. Varric. I saw that right? You jumped off the balcony. Are you? Her eyes narrowed. Taking notes. Someone has to. She laughed, then went to check on the wound on Iron Bull's side from where he'd been cut by the enemy's armor during the fall. It was visibly healing now, and she thought there might not even be a scar when it was done. Iron Bull shook his head at Varric. Hey, Varric, are you gonna write me into one of your stories? Varric gave him a pointed look. How could I not? When you do, make sure you describe the musculature right. 'Cause this isn't just endurance work, there was a lot of strength training to get here. You wanna use words like rippling or ripped? Ripped is good. Varric started writing. The Iron Bull's belly was prone to rippling after every meal. He rarely wore shirts as they ripped under the strain. That hurts, Varric. That's hurtful. Ruya sighed at them, then went to check on Blackwool. Salas was examining the wound on the man's head. Blackwool gave her an embarrassed look. I'm sorry, Inquisitor. I'm just glad you're all right. She sighed, and looked up at Salas. From what we found, there are still freemen in the villa. Will you stay to keep an eye on Iron Bull and Blackwool while we go finish them off? Of course. The freeman leader was fast. Cole was faster. She doubted the enemy leader even knew who'd killed him. She kept barriers up on the archers as they stood on a vantage point, picking off the freemen who tried to rush into the courtyard. Dorian used a wall of fire to block off various paths, while Ruya and Cole became the front lines. The fight took longer without the presence of their warriors, and Dorian was visibly dragging by the time it was done. It occurred to her that not all that long ago, she would have been as well. Sierra moved around the field, gathering up arrows, while Ruya and Varric did a quick search for anything the Inquisition might find of interest. She'd send some of Leliana's people back later for a more thorough look. Dear Lucas, Josephine wants to know if you are willing to make your membership in the Inquisition official. The help you've been giving her and Leliana in the free marches is invaluable. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. If I joined officially, you would start bossing me around. Love, Lucas. Chapter 26, Before the Dawn. Cullen smiled when she entered his office. The papers you found on the Red Lyrium smugglers were exactly what we needed. We have the location of the Red Templars' main supply of lyrium. You'll never guess where. His words had a tinge of laughter. Wherever it is, you seem happy about it. His good mood was almost infectious. I have cause. He spread his hands. Sarnia. You've already dealt with the Red Templars there. Ruya blinked. That was Samson's Red Lyrium supply. She couldn't quite stop herself from laughing. It seemed the Maker had smiled on them. The past tense is APT. We should send some people to sift through what's left. With some luck, we can track the shipments from the quarry to Samson's headquarters. She saw Cassandra and Blackwool sparring, to the cheers of some of their other companions. Ruya was a bit surprised to see Vivian there, talking with Bruhan and Iron Bull. Vivian nodded when she joined them. Inquisitor. Madam Vivian. She looked over at the sparring ring. I take it Blackwool has fully recovered. Varric raised the question of which group was tougher, Wardens or Seekers. They decided to. Bruhan sighed as a shield bash from Cassandra sent Blackwool sliding into the mud. It would appear we have our answer, Vivian said. He spread the cards out on the table. Okay, kid, try it again like we practiced. Cole touched the cards. 2 pairs beats 1 pair. 4 of a kind beats 2 pairs. She slips the ace of dragons into a thigh-high boot, calls to the barman for another round. Blondie stares at the table, angry, always angry. Focus, kid, you can't beat 4 of a kind with bad memories. He sighed. Hawk hadn't been happy to hear the Inquisition wanted to arrest his brother. Talk about situations that could get awkward in a hurry. He was pretty sure the Inquisitor didn't intend Carver any harm. But Hawk wasn't always the most reasonable person where people he loved were concerned. She put a chain of daisies around the neck of the griffin, and he smiled. They soar together. I have no idea what that means, kid, but I like the imagery. Salas. He turned towards her. Inquisitor. Everything all right? Ruya tilted her head at her friend. I've been unable to trace what may have occurred under Lake Callanhood. There is an oddity to the fade, a vaguely familiar ripple, but nothing I can pull to clarity. Whatever spirits may have observed are silent. I can see why that would disturb you. She sighed. Walk with me? Seems easier to think while I'm moving. Air would be welcome. They walked together, leaving the gates of Skyhold to do a circuit of the camp. Rather than talk about the Red Templars or Corypheus, she asked him about some of the spirits he'd encountered. He told her about the lonely spirit whose actions may have led to the formation of Ferelden. She looked over at where some mages were practicing. Do you think you might take on an apprentice? She glanced over at him. Other than me, I suppose. Salas looked startled by the question. I had not considered the idea. Perhaps. I'd love to learn that trick of yours where you twist the veil a little to increase the efficiency of your attacks. He nodded, and they walked to a suitable clearing to practice. I have been reading the letters found in the quarry. Samson is making red lyrium from people. She shuddered. Not anymore. Not in that mine. Cullen wrapped his arms around her. I knew Samson had fallen, but this? It's monstrous. We have to put an end to him. He let go with one hand and picked up a piece of parchment. Look at these orders from the encampment. That armor must give Samson extraordinary power. We may not be able to stop him. Samson's a menace. If we can't defeat him, no one stands a chance. Ruya ran her hand over his armor, tapping it lightly with her fingertips. He put his hand over hers. Then we must destroy the armor. He shook his head. I couldn't say how. Templars are trained not to destroy expensive magical equipment. He looked down at her. Perhaps Danya has some ideas? She crafts the impossible every day. Danya appeared to be in a very good mood. She was actually singing as she moved about the undercroft, twirling now and then as if dancing. Ruya smiled. Experiments going well? The dwarven woman jumped as if startled. Oh, yes, Inquisitor. Everything is going wonderfully. She laughed. It just feels like a good day. What have you learned of Samson? Ruya leaned against the stair railing. He should be dead. Danya gestured with one of her tools. I mean, you could make a head out of red lyrium and kill people, especially the wearer. Samson's armor, it's genius. To do all this and not go insane, it must be resistant. Or he is insane. Or both. She tossed the tool up in the air and caught it. So in addition to killing others, it's slowly consuming him, too. Yes. She punctuated the statement with a jab of the tool. But slow is not fast. Doesn't matter, I can find a way to hurt him. I just need time and red lyrium. For tests. Is that wise? Everything is safe if handled properly. And you don't touch it long. Or breath it. She traded out tools and started waving a contraption around that had several moving parts. I mentioned the hat, right? No hat. She grinned widely. Time and resources, Inquisitor. I'll get you what you want. Now shoo. I've work to do. She went back to tinkering with whatever it was she was making. Ruya blinked, and looked again. Was that a toy Bronto? She thought about asking, then shrugged. Blackwell was still building a toy griffin. Everyone needed something to relax them. You should talk to Leliana. Burhan looked up at Cassandra. I hear a lot of implied threat in that statement. One would have to be blind, stupid, and possibly insane not to realize how much you two still care about each other. Cassandra folded her arms and glared. By the Dread Wolf. Burhan shook his head. Leave it be, Cassandra. Cassandra sighed. She took a step towards the door, then turned back around. Talus was Cunary. Odd how that doesn't actually surprise me. He was silent for a moment. I would have come, Cassandra. I have never doubted that. She smiled at him. It is why they tried to kill you. Doesn't fit. She raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I mean that those maker-damned Venatori had no problem taking control of me. Myth'll preserve us, they turned Cathiel on Alistair. So tell me, Lethalin, why bother trying to kill me? For a moment, she stared. Then she nodded. You make a very good point. No red lyrium, no allies, and soon Samson will have no armor. I hope. Cullen handed a report off to Kells, and sent the young man on his way. Ruya raised an eyebrow. You hope. Danya's started work on her red lyrium samples, but she needs more details on the armor. He gestured. We found orders in the mine. They mention Maddox. A name I did not expect to hear. Another voice from your past. In a way. This is complicated. He paced behind his desk. Maddox was a mage in Kirkwall's circle. Samson smuggled letters between him and his sweetheart. Eventually Samson was caught, that's why he was cast out of the order. Maddox was made tranquil, and became a skilled craftsman of magical items. Samson must have. Cullen leaned on his desk. Rescued him. She frowned. She'd heard of abuses, but I can't believe they made a man tranquil over a few love letters. The official charge was corrupting the moral integrity of a Templar. Knight Commander Meredith wielded the brand for far lesser offenses, believe me. Why would Maddox need saving? When the mages rebelled in Kirkwall, the worst battles took place at the gallows, in the circle itself. I thought Maddox had died in the fighting, or was eking out a living in the streets, a hard fate for a tranquil in Kirkwall. He rested his hands on his sword hilt. Samson must have found him. Taken him in. Perhaps there's something left of the man Samson used to be. Cullen shook his head. Or he's shrewd enough to know an extraordinary resource. He gestured at the papers on his desk. It seems Maddox built Samson's armor for him, and maintains it still. He drummed his fingers against his sword hilt. Tranquil and Kirkwall needed rare and expensive supplies for their enchantments, supplies we can trace. He looked up at her. I can have our men kick down some doors, Inquisitor. Samson's armor might lead us right to his stronghold. She nodded agreement. Eben came in with another report, and she waited while Cullen looked it over and sent the boy back on his way. You've mentioned siblings. With everything that's happened. She knew she wasn't the only one who had lost family to these events. Do you know if they're all right? I've received word from my eldest sister. She was always good at tracking me down. Southreach has experienced the same chaos as everywhere else. My family is fine. Pray they remain so. That she was already doing. Your sister tracked you down. She didn't know where you were. I let her know I was in Haven. She assumed I survived. He looked slightly defensive, and then hung his head. It's not the first time. I may have neglected to tell her when I was transferred to Kirkwall. Had she not kept her brothers apprised of her location, they'd have hunted her down. Why? I wasn't in a good state. I wanted only to leave. I received an angry letter about my disappearance 2 years later. He smiled fondly. For all her reprimands, it was a relief to hear from someone who knew me before the Blight. She tilted her head at him. If you don't mind me asking. She shifted a little. Burhan mentioned one of the wardens during the Blight was a circle mage. Did you know her? He looked down for a few moments. I attended her harrowing, actually. She was a lovely woman. Lovely. There was some. He sighed. Youthful infatuation. You never acted on it. Red crept into his cheeks. It was inappropriate of us both. She was one of my charges and... You don't need to be embarrassed, Cullen. She smiled and gave a small shake of her head. I was a circle mage as well. She laughed softly. Relations between mages and Templars were either strained or... She shrugged awkwardly. The other thing. Were you? He turned even redder. Did you? Cullen rubbed the back of his neck. I mean. Ruya looked down at her feet. No. Now her own cheeks were turning red. Gavarin was a lieutenant and everyone knew he was my uncle, so. She shifted. Maker, even if anyone was interested, they stayed away. You mean you're a... For a moment she was sure steam was actually coming out of her ears. Yes. Her voice came out as little more than a squeak. They stood there for a few moments, avoiding looking at each other. Right. Cullen swallowed. I saw her once after she became a warden. He went quiet again for a moment. They freed the tower during the Blight. I would be dead or met if not for her. Ruya blinked. Burhan didn't mention that. Cullen sighed. I was in a sorry state when she found me. The things I said were unkind. Untoward. I regret them now. I wish she knew that, Leliana glanced up to see Josephine watching her again. She sighed. What is it, Josie? Have you talked to him yet? She didn't have to ask which him Josephine meant. Or the subject matter. We have spoken many times since he rejoined the Inquisition. Leliana. Josephine tapped her foot. You know that isn't what I mean. Leave it be, Josie. You know you are the reason he stayed in Skyhold, don't you? Josie. Leliana folded her arms. Then she sighed. Yes. So have you talked to him yet? Josephine smiled at her. I miss the days of you two randomly dancing in the hallways. You are a hopeless romantic, Josephine Monteliet. Romantic, yes. Josephine wagged a finger. Hopeless, never. Dorian grinned when he saw the Inquisitor leave Cullen's office. He could add Southern Templar to the list of people he'd never thought to count among his friends. Watching the Commander and the Herald fumble conversations with each other never ceased to entertain. He should arrange an evening out for them. Surely there was some place in Skyhold that would serve as a romantic getaway. A little push in the right direction, so to speak. He gave Ruya a friendly smile when she entered the library. Have a thing for strapping young Templars, I see. She almost tripped. Truly precious. What's this about? Her ears were turning red. Oh, nothing. Just something I find rather adorable about you. He gestured for her to join him in the alcove he'd claimed. Josephine tells me your brother has succeeded in locating the recently requested tomes and will be arranging their delivery soon. You've had luck then, with Corypheus's real name. Possibly. Your brother acquired a tome the Grand Archivist desires for his personal collection. Josephine is arranging the bribe as we speak. Blackwell looked across the table. Sierra was working on her third slice of pie. He smiled fondly. Right, how's it end? What? She swallowed the huge bite she'd taken. That tavern tale? Come on. You left off elbow deep in. He hesitated a moment. Circumstances. That can't be it. Sierra grinned broadly. That wasn't her name, but yeah, that's as far as the story ever gets. Why are you complaining? He gave her an exasperated look. Because I can't stop thinking about it. I need to know the end. Why would you want to stop? The whole point of the good bit is thinking about the good bit. If I tell the end, it ends. She waved her fork at him, then took another huge bite. Bunch of moaners, this. Drag out the sad shit? Yes, please. But hang on to a good bit? Oh, can't have that. She swallowed. Frigging daft. So you gonna squeeze up to her or not? What? He blinked at the sudden subject changes. Squeeze up to who? Lady Josie. I've seen you doing that nightly stuff. Maker, Sierra. Shit, how many others had noticed if Sierra had? No, stay out of it. You're all shy. What, you think you can't treat her right? No, it's not. I'll show you. She started looking around the tavern. I just need a peach, a ripe one, 'cause if you do it right. She waggled her eyebrows at him. Ripe, down there. Please, no peaches, ripe or otherwise. Well, I can't teach you bananas. That would be like showing you swords. She waved her fork again before putting the last bite of pie in her mouth. Then her eyes widened, and she pointed the fork at him again. Oh, remember, do not use it like a sword. He put his head down on the table. How do I make this stop? We have him, Inquisitor. Cullen drove a marker into the map. We've found Samson's lair. He smiled up at her. My duties usually keep me here, but for Samson? I'll make an exception. Her heart beat just a little faster at the thought of going into battle at her general's side. Samson still has that red lyrium armor. All the more reason for me to go. I would. He looked down a moment, then back up at her. Sleep better, if I knew I would be at your side. We'll leave in the morning. She walked over to stand next to him, and he wrapped an arm around her, pulling her into him. Ruya tilted her face upwards, and he bent to kiss her gently. The commander of the Inquisition and the herald of Androsta. That will have people talking. As if they ever did anything else. He sighed. You wouldn't believe how quickly gossip spreads through the barracks. Does it bother you? She brushed his hair back over one of his ears. I would rather our private affairs remain that way. He kissed her again. But if there were nothing here for people to talk about, I would regret it more. She giggled. That day you kissed me on the battlements, how long had you wanted to do that? Cullen laughed. Longer than I should admit. You don't have much patience for nobility. I'm glad my title didn't scare you off. I hadn't considered. He frowned. I have no title outside the Inquisition. I hope that doesn't does it? He shifted his weight from foot to foot. Bother you? No. She pulled him to her for another kiss. If you care for me, that's all that matters. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I'm not very good at this, am I? He rubbed the back of his neck. If I seem unsure, it's because it's been a long time since I've wanted anyone in my life. He ran his fingers through her hair. I wasn't expecting to find that here. Or you. For now, at least, it's no one's business but ours. She leaned her forehead into his chest. The last thing I need right now is either of my brothers thinking they need to stick their noses in. This is it. Cullen and Blackwell pushed the gate open. The heart of Samson's command. I don't see him anywhere. The place was on fire, and looked all but deserted. She could make out only a few figures moving in the distance. Or hear him. Nor I. Cullen readied his shield. Maker, tell me he hasn't fled. Cassandra and Blackwell went left, while Ruya and Cullen went to the right. Varric remained in the center, firing his crossbow whenever he had a good shot. Ruya poured strength into her barrier as she and Cullen fought back to back up the stairway. She arced lightning, stunning them long enough that Cullen was able to use his shield to batter his way through, negating the enemy's height advantage. The hours spent training together paid off. They moved through the field as if they'd been fighting at each other's sides for months. The others caught up with them at the door, and they hit the behemoth with wolf pack tactics. A blow from Blackwell caused cracks in the red lyrium, and Ruya arced lightning to the weak point. The behemoth shuddered, and all three warriors moved in to hit it again. It fell, tumbling down the stairs to land unmoving. This place is already half destroyed. She kicked aside some debris. Frustration was evident on Cullen's face. Samson must have ordered his Templars to sack his headquarters so we couldn't. Sorry, Curly. Varric looked around. Someone tipped off Samson you were coming. I think you're right. Still, we've dealt Samson a blow. There are people moving around. Ruya gestured. Perhaps there is still something or someone to be found. They fought their way through a couple groups of Red Templars. Despite the offer, none of the Red Templars surrendered. Near the back of the last chamber, Ruya spotted someone slumped against a wall. She moved in that direction, flanked by Cullen. She was only a few feet from the figure when he lifted his head and spoke. Hello, Inquisitor. You know me. She moved in closer. Cullen knelt next to the man. It's Maddox. Samson's tranquil. He glanced up at her. Something's wrong. I'll send for the healer's dash. That would be a waste, Knight Captain Cullen. Maddox's eerie voice interrupted him. I drank my entire supply of Blightcap essence. It won't be long now. Ruya sighed. Even with her magic, she wouldn't be able to do anything to combat the poison. We only wanted to ask you questions, Maddox. Yes. That is what I could not allow. I destroyed the camp with fire. We all agreed it was best. Our deaths ensured Samson had time to escape. You threw your lives away. Cullen gestured angrily. For Samson? Why? Samson saved me even before he needed me. He gave me purpose again. Maddox's voice was growing weaker. He slumped. Wanted to help. Ruya laid her hand on Cullen's shoulder. After a moment, he sighed, and stood up. We should check the camp. Maddox may have missed something. They found a stash of lyrium bottles that had been licked clean. Samson had been there. And likely not all that long ago. Varric kicked one of the bottles across the room. Drinking it, wearing it, growing it, you can't say Samson isn't committed. Colin drummed his fingers against his sword hilt. How much red lyrium is Samson taking? His resistance must be extraordinary. Ruya sighed. We can't leave Maddox here. He should be properly laid to rest. If even Samson did his best for Maddox, we can do no less. Blackwell grabbed the blanket from one of the beds, and went back to start wrapping the dead Tranquil. Cassandra and Varric went to one side of the room to search, and Ruya and Colin went to the other. Colin found some papers on a table, and growled. Samson left a message. For me. She touched his arm gently. What does it say? Drink enough lyrium, and its song reveals the truth. The chantry used us. You're fighting the wrong battle. Corypheus chose me as his general, and his vessel of power. And other such nonsense. He shoved the papers haphazardly into a sack. Does he think I'll understand? What does he know? Ruya looked around the workshop. This must have been Maddox's room. The fire couldn't destroy these entirely. Colin ran a hand over the items on a workbench. Whatever they are. It looks like tools, and part of a forge. Tranquil often design their own tools. Danya should be able to make sense of them. He began carefully packing the tools away. If Maddox used these to make Samson's armor, she could use them to unmake it. He smiled. We have him. Varric watched Curly and the Inquisitor walk back towards his office. He looked up to see Dorian doing the same thing. Ah, romance in the ranks. It's adorable how they think they're fooling anyone. Dorian returned Varric's grin, then tossed him a small pouch. All right, never let it be said I don't pay my debts. Here you are, 5 royals. I tried to warn you. He pocketed it. I had no idea nugs possess such creepy little feet. Dorian shuddered. Stuff of nightmares. He tried to tell himself he was drunk. That it was a bad decision influenced by copious amounts of wine. Except that on his worst day, half a bottle wasn't enough to actually get him intoxicated. At least, not intoxicated enough to blame the booze for why he'd just let a cunnery tie him to a bed. Iron Bull's hands were surprisingly gentle as they unfastened Dorian's buckles. This probably couldn't be blamed on the wine. He decided to blame the Inquisitor instead. Her recent moony-eyed looks when she thought nobody was looking had clearly affected his judgment. And then the dogs go tearing through the hallway, dragging the sacks behind them. Flour, everywhere, and the Baron is screaming so loud you'd think it was werewolves chasing him. Sierra cackled. Maker. Ruya laughed. I think I actually heard about that. Templars got called out to investigate rage demons in some lord's pantry. She glanced at the bottle. I'm not sure I should have any more of this. PFT. You at least made it indoors. The bull passed out right in the practice ground. Ruya laughed. All I heard about that was Sierra and yellow paint. Sierra giggled. Thought I was in trouble, when a couple of the chargers came over. But that rocky bloke just corrected my spelling. There you are. Colin fumbled his pen, and it clattered to his desk and then onto the floor. Ruya picked it up and offered it back to him. Were you waiting for me? Yes. I mean, no. He took the pen from her. I can come back later, if you'd prefer. She hadn't meant to interrupt his work. No. Please stay. He set the pen down. We have some dealings in Ferelden. I was hoping you might accompany me. When you can spare the time, of course. Is something wrong? What? No. I would rather explain there. If you wish to go. She smiled. We've got a few days yet before the masquerade. I believe there is time now. I will make the necessary arrangements. It was nearly twilight when Colin led her away from the camp. They walked through the trees to reach a small lake, glittering in the moonlight. Where are we? He took her hand, and led her out onto the dock. You walk into danger every day. I wanted to take you away from that. If only for a moment. He gestured at the lily-covered lake. I grew up not far from here. This place was always quiet. She leaned into him for a moment. Then she stepped back and looked up at him. Alone with a mage. That doesn't concern you. The Templars have rules on. He leaned on one of the posts. Fraternization. But I'm no longer bound by them. I know, but... She shifted uncertainly, then sighed. You've seen the worst mages have to offer. How can you not see that in me? I don't. If I've given you reason to doubt. He sighed. Of course I have. He took her hand, and pulled her to him. Whatever I fear of magic, I see none of that in you. He rested his chin gently on the top of her head. The last time I was here was the day I left for Templar training. My brother gave me this. He showed her an old Ferelden coin. It just happened to be in his pocket, but he said it was for luck. Templars are not supposed to carry such things. Our faith should see us through. She smiled up at him. You broke the Order's rules. She put a hand over her heart. I'm shocked. Until a year ago, I was very good at following them. He smiled. Most of the time. He looked down at the coin in his hand. This was the only thing I took from Ferelden that the Templars didn't give me. He took her hand, and pressed the coin into it gently. Humor me. He closed her hand over the coin. We don't know what you'll face before the end. This can't hurt. I'll keep it safe. She tucked it away carefully. Good. I know it's foolish, but... He pulled her to him once more. I'm glad. Ripples broke the surface of the lake as a water bird ducked beneath the surface. It was beautiful here, like the lake by the elven ruins on her family's lands. It had been her sanctuary, whenever she'd wanted to get away from her brothers for a while. More than once, she'd fallen asleep there, only for one or the other to carry her home. Did you come here often? I loved my siblings, but they were very loud. I would come here to clear my head. He smiled fondly. Of course, they always found me eventually. You were happy here? I was. He kissed her softly. I still am. She smiled up at him. How will you survive without a parade of messengers and war reports? I should be able to last the day. His eyes twinkled. Besides, I told Leliana to send word if dash. Ruya cut him off with a kiss. Cullen. You. Me. Alone. Pretty lake. Right. Of course. Dear Lucas. We dealt with the main red lyrium supply. With your people harrying the smuggler routes there in the free marches, we've put a dent in Samson's lyrium supply. Cullen and I used the information we found to raid Samson's hideout. Unfortunately, he was gone before we arrived, but what we found should be of use. Still haven't found anything on that weird event with Lake Callanhood. It's possible it was nothing more than some smugglers trying to find a new route getting really stupid. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. So you and Cullen are having adventures together now? Yep. Coming to rescue you. Love, Lucas. Chapter 27, Road to Orlais. You appear troubled. Ruya nodded to Salas. They walked together on their habitual sojourn around Skyhold. Normally, she had a dozen questions for him. Today she was trapped in her own thoughts. She rolled her head from side to side, trying to ease the tension in her shoulders. When Cassandra asked me for help, it was just closing a breach. I thought. She sighed. I walked up that mountain thinking I was going to die. Then I woke up, and it turned out more was needed. We closed the breach, and then... She shook her head. A year ago you and I were on the run, hiding from the Templars. Apostates. Maker, look at us now. She leaned on a tree. Distract me. Tell me of a memory you found in the Fade. I saw a dwarf emerge into the light of day and shield his eyes against the sun, the first time he had seen it. The tears were streaming from his eyes. I thought them from the blazing light until I saw the rock he held so tightly. Then he laid the rock down gently, and he left it as he walked away. I've been dividing them. The good ones came to us. The bad ones went red. She sighed. But that's not right either. Xaver was a good man. Family. We grew up together. Half the reason he became a Templar was because of me. It could have just as easily gone the other way, couldn't it? If I'd have gone to Therinfel, instead of to Redcliffe. You cannot blame yourself for the fate of the Templars. She sighed. No. But I'm not entirely sure I can blame them, either. Underneath it all, we are just people. People make mistakes. I guess all we can really do is own them and try to do better. She leaned her head back, breathing in the cool mountain air. Ruya sighed. There was no way around it. She was in real trouble here. And as much as she hated to admit it, there was really only one person who could help her. Good morning, darling. Vivian greeted her warmly. What can I do for you? I have a problem, and I need your help. Of course. Vivian gestured for Ruya to join her on the balcony. We leave in 3 days for Halam Shirel, to attend the Grand Masquerade. I'll be there as the representative for the Inquisition. Vivian nodded, and raised an eyebrow. What is your concern? Vivian, Ruya sighed. I don't know how to dance. Her eyes widened. Oh dear. Vivian nodded. Come with me. She was somewhat grateful Bruhan and Cassandra had won the argument. The Inquisition would wear no masks. Ruya had been slightly worried Vivian would argue, but the first enchanter had actually supported Cassandra, a bit for different reasons. As the only non-masked individuals, they would stand out for all to see. The formal attire Josephine and Leliana had chosen greatly resembled military uniforms rather than fancy dress. There were few preparations left to make. She found herself drifting a bit as Josephine and Leliana continued talking, thinking of the lake and Cullen. She caught his eye a moment and he reddened slightly. He must have been thinking the same. We did intercept a message from Ambassador Briola, but we have yet to break the cipher. Leliana waved a piece of parchment. Bruhan took it from her, and looked it over. Pull back from the ramparts, the dead are walking. Trouble enough without us. He started to hand the parchment back to Leliana. Leliana narrowed her eyes at him. You can read Briola's ciphers. She uses book ciphers referencing the Canticles of Chardon. Canticles of... Leliana folded her arms and stared. How involved are you? With the Elven Rebellion. He stared right back. What do you think? Maker. Leliana jabbed him in the chest with a finger. That's how she knew about revered Mother Salvina. And the... She jabbed him again. You told her. Hey. Ruya stepped up to the table. That's enough. Both of her spymasters went silent, glaring at each other. Josephine was looking back and forth between them. Bruhan, you know Briola? Yes. Have you passed her any information regarding the Inquisition? His head came up sharply, and he actually looked insulted. No. I've passed no information to her since entering your service. But you gave her information on Dash, Leliana started to say. Everything. Every scrap I had, I gave her. Bruhan gestured sharply as he cut her off. Along with 3 warden weapon caches in my contacts among the Dalish and the settlement. I created the bloody cipher, of course I can read it. I said enough. Ruya raised her voice. She leaned on the table, then sighed. Bruhan, Cassandra told me you'd been part of the Inquisition during its inception, but you left. She said she didn't blame you for walking away when you did, but she never told me why. What happened? Halam Shirel happened. But what did the Divine care if a few hundred elves were ground to dust beneath the wheels of the great game? Bruhan. Leliana's voice was quiet. Halam sullen. It's done. Thousands more will die if Corypheus isn't stopped. He squared his shoulders. He needs Selene to die, so she must live. What do you need from me, Inquisitor? Get a message to Briola. I would like to meet with her. At the ball, here, at a place of her choosing, with my guarantee of safe passage. And any more information you can get me on these dead rising at the ramparts. Yes, Inquisitor. He wanted to tame the dragon, but instead he broke it. Ruya reached out and ruffled Cole's hair as she seated herself next to him. How are you doing, Cole? It's good to spend time with you. He rested his head on her shoulder. I've heard about some oddities here in the keep. Was that you? Yes. Maybe. He blinked. What was it? She patted his hand. Someone found a barrel full of misplaced daggers. Was that you? They were safer there. Voices, too faint to make out, drifted up from the tavern below. People laughing and talking. Sometimes arguing. Safer than on someone's belt, where they could draw them in the heat of an argument. He nodded. They would have been said later. The peeled plums on the windowsills. It's attracting flies. Spiders need to eat. And in the infirmary the other day. And healers need something to treat infected wounds. Like spider webs. The plums are already dead. They don't mind helping. She put her arm around his shoulder and gave him a quick hug. Keep up the good work. She found Bruhan in his room, going over more notes. Ruya slid into the chair across from him. Leliana, Cullen, and Josephine have told me of the players in this game. Tell me what you know of Gaspard. Gaspard's wife killed Celine's mother. Celine's father killed Gaspard's wife, and died doing so. To the wife, not to Gaspard. Gaspard's first solution to the unrest was to ask Celine to marry him. She refused. He began to work against her in earnest. He even attempted to conscript Win, but she eluded him. He manipulated Celine into. He was silent for a moment. Celine put Halam Chiral to blade and fire. Gaspard's forces were waiting to ambush her after she finished. Thus the war stepped out of the shadows. He leaned back. As for Gaspard himself, he is a chevalier. As with most, in their own twisted way they have a code of honor. If Gaspard gives his word, he will keep it, or at least the letter. Even if doing so puts him at a disadvantage. Your personal thoughts. In the final trial at the academy, chevaliers are given blades. They go into the slums, after dark, and test these blades on the elves within. Every chevalier is a murderer, inquisitor. Celine. A patron of the arts. Builder of universities. Even, for a time, something resembling at least a passing ally to the elves. At Briola's urging, at least. She and Gaspard are two sides to a coin, inquisitor. Each is strong where the other is weak. Pity they are both too hungry to see that for themselves. They will rip each other apart before they work together. Briola. She was Celine's spymaster. Not as far-sighted as Leliana, but nearly as cunning. The longer the war plays out, the better it is for the elves in the long run. Eventually, one side or the other must turn to them for aid, and the elves will be bargaining from a position of power. Or so Briola believes. You disagree? In Ferelden, it took an archdemon for elves and humans to start playing nice, and even then, there have been problems. If this world is to be improved, first it must be saved. She nodded. Why did you return to the Inquisition, Bruhan? Viradolin. The way of the forest. Together, we are stronger than the one. He leaned back in his chair. At the Temple of Sacred Ashes, I walked through fire without being touched by flames. I do not begin to know, Inquisitor. But myth'll guide me, I've seen too much not to believe. After a moment, she nodded. All right, what else do you know about the players? Ruya promised herself that the next time the carriages stopped, she was going to make some changes to the seating arrangements. Which may or may not include tying various people to horses. Vivian was smiling at Salas. You know, Salas, you do an excellent job of spellcasting without any concrete knowledge of technique. Salas merely shrugged in response. Your rigorous training lays a solid foundation, true. It also creates boundaries, limits, where none need exist. I do prefer to have boundaries between myself and the demons, my dear. Of course. You endured the harrowing, where your circle teaches you that all demons attempt to possess you. Not at all. Many of them simply want to kill you. I suppose you would claim otherwise. Why should I? You would not believe me. You have learned your lessons all too well. On the other side of the carriage, Sierra elbowed Cassandra. What was she like? The divine, I mean. Was she as pretty as her plates? Pretty as her what? Cassandra blinked. Her plates with her portrait on. They sold them in the shops down in Valroyas. You'd see them on walls a lot. Cost a bundle and you couldn't even eat off them. Well, part of them. The yellowy brown paint's poisonous. Had to keep your mash off her eyes. Cassandra stared. They put Most Holy's portrait on plates. She patted the horse before climbing into the saddle. 4 hours in the carriage was apparently her limit. A glance over her shoulder revealed Salas had also left the carriage, and was apparently planning on walking rather than continue sitting in a carriage with Vivian and Syrah. Ruya shrugged, then offered him a hand up to ride behind her. Both Blackwell and Cullen kept their own horses near her. Blackwell shrugged. Valroyo, huh? I remember the first time I visited it, some 30 years ago. The market was not half as large without the garish statues and far fewer stands selling those ridiculous frilly little cakes. Behind her, Salas replied. The Valroyo market was once nothing but tents of oils, leather, and mud. Filled with ragged humans selling strings of beads made of bone. Blackwell glanced over his shoulder. You saw this in the Fade? Yes. I left that memory quickly. The smell. She could feel him give a slight shudder. Must have been ages ago. Oh yes, it's much better now. I enjoy the frilly cakes. The house they were using was fairly large. When she asked Josephine which noble had loaned it to them, Ruya was surprised to learn that technically, the house belonged to none other than Varric. Though this was apparently the first time the man had ever set foot within. Ruya was somewhat delighted to learn that the house had an Antivan-style bathhouse. She shamelessly abused her authority as Inquisitor to ban all the menfolk from the vicinity. With Vivian's aid, they got the water to steaming quickly. Cassandra sighed happily, while Syrah just sort of let herself float in the pool. We need one of these at Skyhold, Josephine said as she relaxed languidly. Make it happen, Ambassador. Ruya closed her eyes and let the heat of the water creep into her bones. Syrah splashed at Vivian. I sent a box of rabbit raisins to some Lord Watts his tits in your name. That explains the letter of gratitude. They were, by all accounts, delicious. Ew. Ew, ew. You underestimate both the fragility of his holdings, and the severity of tribute demanded of him in the past. Vivian lay her head back, relaxing into the bath. Perhaps he was grateful it was not a stew made of some lesser cousin. That's lies, right? Must be lies. Cassandra was about to go to her room when she saw the Inquisitor dash down the stairs, run across the hall, and throw herself into the arms of the large man who had just entered the foyer. Leliana smiled widely, and gestured. Her brother. The Trevlians received an invitation, and accepted. It also allows us to get a few more of our soldiers in. She nodded, and started to walk downstairs to offer her greetings. The man was built solidly, and carried a sword in a well-worn scabbard. This would be the eldest one then. He bowed. You would be Lady Seeker Cassandra. My sister has told me much. A pleasure to finally get the chance to meet you. Ruya linked her arm to her brother's. Cassandra, this is my brother Otwin. She blinked. This one was the scholar? A pleasure to meet you. Josephine tells me your assistance has been invaluable. The cause is worthy, even if my favorite sister were not involved. That man you were just hugging has a Tevinter accent. Otwin glared down at Ruya, but he was having too much trouble not smiling for it to have any weight. Dorian. Ruya grinned up at her brother. Do I need to break his knees or anything? She rolled her eyes. You're closer to his type than I am. He blinked. Oh. He narrowed his eyes at her. Then who are you mooning over? I'm not mooning. You were humming. I haven't seen my brother in ages. Of course I'm in a good mood. That's a different hum. She balled up her fist and punched him in the side. He winced. Damn it, who taught you to throw a punch? The big guy with the horns. Do I need to break his knees? Let Varric know if you plan to try. He'll make sure everyone gets their bets in. You're going to bet on me, right? He gave her a suspicious look. Right. I've missed you. You're coming back to Skyhold with us. I wish I could. Sadly, your ambassador is keeping me rather busy. I may be heading back to help her with Vielle, in Starkhaven. He's rumbling about Kirkwall. Still. Do I need to break her knees? First you'd have to point her out to me. The political situation in Halam Shirel hangs by a thread. The Empress fears our presence could sever it. The Grand Duke is only too happy to have us at the ball as his guests, so our invitation comes from him. Whether we act as his allies, or upset the balance of power, he gains an opportunity, if not a clear advantage. Dear Lucas. You sent Otwin to check up on me, didn't you? Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. I have no idea what you are talking about. Love, Lucas. Chapter 28, Wicked Eyes and Wicked Hearts. After so many days wearing armor, she felt all but naked in the formal attire. Not that it wasn't flattering in its own way. Ruya took a brief moment to sneak a glance at Cullen's backside, and then elbowed Dorian when she caught him doing the same thing. Dorian merely laughed and gave her a peck on the cheek before heading off to mingle. Inquisitor Trevelyan. Grand Duke Gaspard strode towards her. It is an honor to meet you at last. He kissed her hand. The rumors coming out of the western approach say you battled an army of demons. His gestures were grand. Imagine what the Inquisition could accomplish with the full support of the rightful Emperor of Orlais. Ruya smiled in response. And which one was the rightful one, again? I keep getting them confused. He bowed with a flourish. The handsome, charming one, of course, my lady. His smile was warm, but the eyes behind the mask were untouched. I am not a man who forgets his friends, Inquisitor. You help me, I'll help you. He offered her his arm. My lady, are you prepared to shock the court by walking into the grand ball with a hateful usurper? They will be telling stories of this into the next age. Hopefully, Varric's version. She took his arm. I can't imagine that crowd had seen anything better than us their entire lives. You're a woman after my own heart, my lady. He led her into the garden. As a friend, perhaps there is a matter you could undertake this evening. This elven woman, Briola, I suspect that she intends to disrupt the negotiations. My people have found these ambassadors all over the fortifications. Sabotage seems the least of their crimes. Tell me there's more to your suspicion than, the elves were acting dodgy. She kept her voice light and playful. That ambassador, Briola, used to be a servant of Celine's. That is, until my cousin had her arrested for crimes against the Empire to cover up a political mistake. If anyone in this room wishes Celine harm, Inquisitor, it's that elf. She certainly has reason. He sighed. Be as discreet as possible. I detest the game, but if we do not play it well, our enemies will make us look like villains. They parted ways inside the garden. She wandered a bit, returning a lost ring to its owner. Her companions mingled as well. After some consideration, she'd put Bruhan into Otwin's entourage. Both her brother and the Dalish elf wore masks fashioned to look like owls, after the Trevelyan family crest. A bit of light eavesdropping told her that the problem in the Exalted Plains was bad indeed. With a sigh, she headed towards the entrance into the palace. Josephine met her just inside the entrance. Inquisitor, a moment, if you please. They stepped off to the side. I must warn you before you go inside, how you speak to the court is a matter of life and death. It is no simple matter of etiquette and protocol. Every word, every gesture, is measured and evaluated for weakness. Ruya nodded. Vivian had spent hours drilling her. I'll keep my guard up, don't worry. Clearly, Josephine was not to be easily comforted on the issue. The game is like Wicked Grace played to the death. You must never reveal your cards. When you meet the Empress, the eyes of the entire court will be upon you. You were safer in the Fade with the Fear Demon. It might be a good idea for the others to hear this warning. She started to step away, then came back to Josephine. Especially Syrah. Maybe tell her twice. I'll have a few. Josephine played with the edge of her glove. Discreet words. She took a deep breath. Everything will be fine. As Ruya started to walk in, she heard Josephine murmur. Androsta watch over us all? It's her. Bruhan's voice was quiet. The occult advisor. The Inquisitor will need to be warned. Leliana kept her face pleasant and composed as she looked around the garden. Has she gone in already? I just missed her at the gate. What is Morrigan doing here, Leliana? A good question. We had best find the answer. Both Cassandra and Cullen were at the top of the stairs, standing stiffly in the dress uniforms. Cullen mentioned some of the others had already gone inside. Ruya mingled a bit more before nodded to them and heading in. And now, presenting, Grand Duke Gaspard de Chalons. And accompanying him. Ruya walked in beside the Grand Duke. Once again, she could feel 1,000 eyes staring at her. One would think by now she'd be getting used to it. Lady Inquisitor Trevelyan, of the Ostwick Crikel of Magi. Vanquisher of the rebel mages of Ferelden, crusher of the vile apostates of the Mage Underground. The who of the what? She heard Syrah's voice whisper fiercely. He is so full of it. That's not how it went. The announcer continued. Champion of the blessed Androsta herself. Gaspard actually snickered. Did you see their faces? Priceless. Accompanying the Inquisitor, Seeker Cassandra Allegra Portia Calogera Philomena Dash. Get on with it. Cassandra's gait was far closer to stalking than a ladylike glide. Ruya continued walking as she heard her various companions announced. Salas was introduced as her manservant. Part of her wondered if that had been his idea. She nearly choked when she heard Syrah introduced as, Her Ladyship my Bulzich of course. From the look that crossed Josephine's face, Syrah was going to pay dearly at some point. The Empress met them at the end of the hall. Duke Gaspard bowed. Cousin. My dear sister. Grand Duke. We are always honored when your presence graces our court. The Empress gestured grandly, and even managed to make her voice sound warm and pleasant. Don't waste my time with pleasantries, Celine. We have business to conclude. Celine graciously inclined her head. We will meet for negotiations after we have seen to our other guests. Gaspard bowed to Ruya. Inquisitor. Lady Inquisitor, we welcome you to the Winter Palace. Celine spread her hands, then gestured to the woman beside her. Allow us to present our cousin, the Grand Duchess of Lydes, without whom this gathering would never have been possible. What an unexpected pleasure. The Grand Duchess wore a dress that put Ruya in mind of a moth. I was not aware the Inquisition would be part of our festivities. We will certainly speak later, Inquisitor. She withdrew. Your arrival at court is like a cool wind on a summer's day. Celine continued grandly. I am delighted to be here, Your Majesty. Once upon a time, she might have stammered at finding herself talking to the Empress. We have heard much of your exploits, Inquisitor. They have made grand tales for long evenings. How do you find Halam Shirel? I've never seen anything to equal the Winter Palace. We hope you will find time to take in some of its beauties. Feel free to enjoy the pleasures of the ballroom, Inquisitor. Celine inclined her head. We look forward to watching you dance. Inquisitor. A word, when you have a moment. Burhan's voice reached her ears as she came up the stairs. He walked towards the door without looking at her. She followed at a more sedate pace, occasionally smiling and nodding at various people. Ruya went through the door to find Leliana waiting for her rather than Burhan. She couldn't quite stop herself from smiling. Despite their recent argument, the two still worked together all but flawlessly. Leliana stepped over to the side. What did the Duke say? He points the finger at Ambassador Briola. Though, based on what Burhan had said, Briola wasn't exactly an innocent party. The ambassador is up to something, but she can't be our focus. The best place to strike at Celine is from her side. Leliana leaned against the wall. Empress Celine is fascinated by mysticism, foreseeing the future, speaking with the dead, that sort of rubbish. She has an occult advisor. An apostate who charmed the Empress and key members of the court as if by magic. Leliana folded her arms. I've had dealings with her in the past. She is ruthless and capable of anything. Ruya raised an eyebrow at the barely concealed anger in Leliana's voice. How can Celine openly keep an apostate in the imperial court? The imperial court has always had an official position for a mage. Before now, it was little better than court jester. Vivian was the first to turn that appointment into a source of real political power. When the circles rebelled, technically every mage became an apostate. The word has lost much of its strength. An apostate? A blood mage? That sounds exactly like the person we're looking for. She's worth investigating. Can't be sure of anything here. Both leads point towards the guest wing. It's a promising place to start. Leliana stepped away from the wall. I'll coordinate with our spies to see if I can find anything better. I will be in the ballroom if you need me. Cassandra and Blackwell were clearly not enjoying themselves. Blackwell was being pestered by some noble who kept insisting he knew him from somewhere. Ruya overheard some elven servants talking about a package in the guest wing, and something about a statuette. She'd found a Hala statuette in the garden. Another potential lead. Salas was leaning against a statue. She blinked. The man almost looked to be enjoying himself. He caught her eye as she walked over. I do adore the heady blend of power, intrigue, danger, and sex that permeates these events. She smiled. Have you seen anything useful? No, sadly. I do not have the look of one of the elven servants, or I might well be invisible. I wonder how masked men live their lives without ever seeing that servants have an entire society of their own. He nodded at where a few of the servants were gathered at the other end of the hall. If you want to find something useful, I would pay attention to what the servants do. Ruya nodded. Burhan had told her much the same thing. It was part of the reason he was pretending to be Otwin's servant. Have you encountered any trouble with the nobles? The Orlshians do not quite know what to make of me. He shrugged. I have kept to myself, for fear of giving them some purchase to cling to. The food and drink are excellent, however, and the servants have been happy to refill my glass. She blinked. If she wasn't mistaken, he was actually a bit on the tipsy side. It was kind of nice to see him relaxing a little. You seem more comfortable with a grand Orlshian ball than I'd have expected. I have seen countless such displays in my journeys in the Fade. The powerful have always been the same. Only the costumes change. I'll be back. Hunt well. She marveled that Josephine and Yvette were related. Surely the age difference between them couldn't be a mere 3 years. Ciro was making very catty remarks about various people. Vivian seemed to be having fun, and was conversing with various people she knew. Leliana had something of a shoe obsession. Varric had come in with them earlier, but was now nowhere to be found. For that matter, neither was Cole. Hopefully, the two of them had just gone off together somewhere and weren't getting into trouble. Colin was surrounded by what appeared to be admirers. Are you married, Commander? A woman fluttering a fan asked him. Not yet, but I am. He shifted uncomfortably. Already taken. Still single, then. She forced down the urge to arc some lightning across all their masks. He saw her approaching, and took a step towards her almost desperately. Inquisitor. Did you need something? He glanced over his shoulder at the slightly dispersing group. The sooner we track down this infiltrator, the better. You've attracted quite a following. Who are all these people? Maker, was that a note of jealousy in her voice? I don't know, but they won't leave me alone. Frustration was evident on his face. Not enjoying the attention, then. She smiled sympathetically. Hardly. Anyway, yours dash he coughed, then lowered his voice to barely above a whisper. Yours is the only attention worth having. Butterflies danced in her stomach. I don't suppose you'd save a dance for me. No, thank you. She blinked, and stared at him. Oh. No. I didn't mean to dash. He gave her an apologetic look. Maker's breath. I've answered that question so many times I'm rejecting it automatically. He sighed. I'm not one for dancing. The Templars never attended balls. They chatted for another minute about what he'd observed, which was unfortunately little. He assured her the soldiers were in place. Reluctantly, she went back to mingling. She chatted politely with one of the Council of Heralds, then sympathized with an attaché who was seeking to find a lost Pierre. Iron Bull had some marginally useful information. Nothing that would help them find an assassin, but past to Leliana could net them a bit of sway among the nobles. An eavesdropped conversation on the servants Salas had pointed out earlier netted her a missive. It appeared Briola's people were having some difficulties. She passed it to Leliana before heading into the garden. The Empress's handmaidens stopped her just as she entered the garden. "My lady. My lady Inquisitor. May we have a word? It's very important. The Empress has sent us with a message for you. 3 of them for one message." Orles. Ruya nodded politely. "I'm always honored to hear from Her Majesty." "Oh. She is the honored one, Inquisitor. Empress Celine is eager to assist the Herald of Andrasta in her holy endeavor. She will pledge her full support to the Inquisition as soon as the usurper Gaspard is defeated. Frankly, she'd expected a bit more subtlety. That's a generous offer. The Empress believes wholeheartedly that the Inquisition is our best hope for peace in these difficult times. She looks forward to cementing a formal alliance as soon as Gaspard is out of the way. But we have taken enough of your time. Please, enjoy the masquerade, Inquisitor." Ruya walked into the garden, comforted on some level that Sira would probably shoot her in the head long before she needed 3 pretty masks to do all her talking for her. This is all so familiar. I half expect my mother to materialize from the crowd and criticize my manners. Dorian took a sip from his wine glass. "Mine would be appalled I'm not wearing at least pearls." She shook her head. "Is this how the elite of Tevinter would carry on? You could almost mistake this for a soiree in the Imperium. The same double-dealing, elegant poison, canapes." He gestured. "It's lacking only a few sacrificial slaves and some blood magic." Dorian shrugged. "But the night is still young. What if our mothers were actually here? Where would we be then? Short a couple mages, I expect. I'd be dragged out by my earlobe." She tilted her head to one side at the mental image. "I'm having difficulty picturing that. Picture me a young boy of 5 years, then. She certainly always has. You might want to move closer to the railing. Duke Montefort's guard is rather." She winked at him. "Decorative. A suggestion worth heeding. Try not to get too drunk." He sighed, and looked dejected. "You ask so much of me." Another eavesdropped conversation netted her a potential contact for Leliana. After a bit more exploration, she sighed, then went back to Dorian. "I don't suppose you could arrange a minor distraction?" His answering grin almost had her regret asking. She waited out of sight until she saw heads start to turn in his direction. A few moments later she had climbed the wall and was on the upper level. A quick glance into the garden revealed a nobleman apologizing profusely to Dorian, with Dorian apparently channeling every ounce of Tevinter he could muster into a withering stare. Good. At least he wasn't going to get thrown out. Some searching uncovered a hidden study, and a letter to a Lady M. She pocketed the letter. The study clearly belonged to a mage. There was even a sconce burning with veil fire. This would be the apostate's lair, then. She'd send Burhan back to do a more thorough search. Quietly, she slipped over to the room the servants had mentioned, and used the statuette to get the door open. Inside, she found several bodies and a packet of letters. Briola's sabotage at work. Rather than climb back down, she went through the library. She was most of the way through when she stopped short. Cole was standing, looking over the railing. How had he gotten in here? Cole. The faces talk even when they aren't moving. Silk on satin on skin, always wanting, chaste but chaste. Too many. Are you all right, Cole? You seem distracted. More than usual. She put a worried hand on his arm. Maybe she should have someone take him out. They have faces inside their faces, lying with a layer that tells the truth. I don't know how to help them. Have you observed anything happening yet? Cullen is afraid. They're hunting him, following fear. He shouldn't be here. She closed her eyes briefly. Cullen was more than just uncomfortable at the attention then. Hopefully, she'd be able to get him out of here soon. Maybe she'd tell Otwin to stick by him. Stay out of trouble, Cole. Socks get wet when the tide rises. She started to reassure him again, and then heard the bell. So she just gave him a quick hug and advised him to stay put. She was walking towards the door when she heard a voice. Well, well, what have we here? Ruya turned to see a woman in a dark red velvet dress coming down the stairs. She was unmasked, her dark hair swept up but not covered. And her eyes were a piercing yellow, unlike any she'd ever seen before. The leader of the new Inquisition, fabled herald of the faith. Delivered from the grasp of the Fade by the hand of blessed Andraste herself. The woman's lips wore a small smile. What could bring such an exalted creature here to the imperial court, I wonder? Do even you know? Ruya returned the smile. We may never know. Courtly intrigues and all that. Such intrigues obscure much, but not all. She inclined her head. I am Morrigan. Some call me advisor to Empress Celine on matters of the arcane. You. Morrigan gestured, and then began to walk towards the great hall. Have been very busy this evening, hunting in every dark corner of the palace. Morrigan raised an eyebrow. Perhaps you and I hunt the same prey. I don't know. Do we? So this was the apostate. There was something odd about the woman, and it wasn't just the yellow eyes. This was no mere hedge mage. Morrigan actually laughed. You are being coy. I'm being careful. Leliana's warning echoed in her mind. Not unwise, here of all places. Allow me to speak first, then. She turned over a hand. Recently I found, and killed, an unwelcome guest within these very halls. An agent of Tevinter. She turned over her other hand, which contained a key. So I offer you this, Inquisitor, a key found on the Tevinter's body. Where it leads, I cannot say. Yet if Celine is in danger, I cannot leave her side long enough to search. You can. The woman was protecting Celine. She was going to need to talk to Leliana again. You left Celine alone? Is that wise? I must return to her anon, but she is safe enough. Morrigan twitched a shoulder. For the moment. 'Twould be a great fool who strikes at her in public, in front of all her court and the Imperial Guard. There was a puzzle here, and she was missing several pieces. What's your interest in protecting Empress Celine? Are you her bodyguard? Laughter answered her. Do I seem a bodyguard to you? Morrigan gestured at herself. If anything were to happen to Celine, eyes would turn first to her, a cult advisor. Even if they knew otherwise. There are sharks in the water, and I will not fall prey to them. Not now, not ever. Self-interest. That made sense. But the pieces still weren't fitting right. And she thought she knew where the key might lead. She took it from Morrigan. Bryola's people are whispering about disappearances in the servants' quarters. This key may lead there. The ambassador does have eyes and ears everywhere, does she not? Proceed with caution, Inquisitor. Enemies abound, and not all of them aligned with Tevinter. Morrigan inclined her head graciously. What comes next will be most exciting. She passed what information she'd collected to Leliana, and mentioned Morrigan. You said you'd had dealings with her in the past. You heard stories of the Blight, yes. Ruya started to nod, then blinked. That was the Swamp Witch. Tread carefully, Inquisitor. Ruya nodded, then went to collect a few of her friends before investigating. She looked around for her brother. He was on the dance floor. With. She blinked. Yvette Monteliet. Oh. She took a breath. One problem at a time. The bodies of several servants lay scattered around the room. Syrah's face was furious. Caught in the middle of this crap. What fully qualified arsehole stops to kill a cook? Ruya sighed. Must be the elves Bryola's people are looking for. Syrah clenched her fists. Whoever did this ought to be down here somewhere. She nodded to Syrah, then glanced over her shoulder at Cassandra and Salas. The faces of both were grim. They continued through the servants' quarters, and found only more corpses. Some were very young. Syrah was practically growling by the time they reached the garden. Salas touched Ruya's arm, then pointed. The body of a well-dressed man was laying by a fountain, a knife hilt sticking out of his back. Ruya moved in to take a closer look. This was no servant. What was he doing here? Syrah nodded. This guy's way too fancy to belong down here. What's his story? Cassandra gestured at the knife. The crest of the Chalons family. Duke Gaspard will answer for this. It was too obvious. Or maybe it wasn't. Gaspard could have used the knife so he could claim someone had set him up. The game made her head hurt. Time to have a word with the Duke. She rose just as someone let out a cry. A serving girl was running. Ruya started to put up a barrier around the young woman, but wasn't fast enough. A masked figure put a knife through the girl's heart, then looked up at them and fled. Several Venatori emerged from the same path. Without their gear, options were limited. She and Salas stepped forward, casting the spell simultaneously and feeding into each other's magic. Lightning arced among the Venatori. Cassandra hit one of the Venatori with a tackle, and came up with the man's blades in her hands. She tossed one to Sira before moving in to attack. Ruya summoned the spirit blade, and closed. She and Salas both put up barriers, reinforcing each other's spells. A moment later, the last of the Venatori was down. Sira had found a bow on one. Instead of knocking an arrow or using the knife, she was kicking one of the Venatori in the head. Repeatedly. With a rather impressive string of curses. Ruya stripped a shield off one, and tossed it to Cassandra. Cassandra strapped it to her arm, then nodded. The Seeker held up a staff, and Ruya jerked her head at Salas. Cassandra tossed it to him. They killed 2 more groups of Venatori. Sira had found a few more Hala statuettes, and managed to get a door open. Ruya looked around the vault, and her eyes fell on an elven-style locket. Celine had kept Briola's locket. Interesting. She picked it up. Sira smirked. The Empress can't give up her pretty things. Sira crowed triumphantly as she got the outlandishly dressed assassin with an arrow right to the eye. Ruya swiped her spirit blade through the man trying to attack Salas, and Salas aimed his staff at one of the 2 men attacking Cassandra. A fist of green energy smashed the man against the wall, and Cassandra finished the other off a heartbeat later. The last man started to run, but a knife grew in his eye as soon as he reached the corner. An elven woman stopped to retrieve her dagger before walking towards them. "Fancy meeting you here." She gave a small bow. "Inquisitor Trevelyan. I was surprised to get your message. We haven't been properly introduced, have we? I'm Ambassador Briola." Ruya returned the bow. "I'm glad to meet you finally, Ambassador." Briola looked around at the bodies, and then smiled and gave a nod. "Your reputation for getting results is well deserved. You cleaned this place out. It will take a month to get all the Tevinter blood off the marble." She leaned on the doorway to the balcony. "I came down to save or avenge my missing people, but you've beaten me to it. So?" She glanced over the railing. "The Council of Heralds emissary in the courtyard." Briola raised an eyebrow. "That's not your work, is it? He was dead when I arrived. So it wasn't Briola's work then." "I expected as much." Briola shrugged. "You may have arrived with the Grand Duke, but you don't seem to be doing his dirty work. I knew he was smuggling in Chevaliers, but killing a council emissary? Bringing Tevinter assassins into the palace? Those are desperate acts. Gaspard must be planning to strike tonight." Desperate, perhaps, but she wasn't yet convinced Gaspard was responsible for all of them. The Empress needs to know what's going on. You can try to warn her. She won't believe anything from me. Briola tilted her head to one side. "The Raven says you're an ally worth having. What could you do with an army of elven spies at your disposal? You should think about it." The Raven. Bruhan. If even half of what he'd told her was correct, she wasn't sure this was an opportunity she could pass up. "You know how to make a pitch, Ambassador." "I do, don't I?" Briola gave a small bow. "I know which way the wind is blowing. I'd bet coin that you'll be part of the peace talks before the night is over. And if you happen to lean a little bit our way, it." Briola shrugged. "Could prove advantageous to us both. Just a thought." Briola walked to the edge of the balcony, leaped down, and was gone into the shadows. More politics and double-dealing. Cassandra kicked a sword out of her path as they walked back to the stairs. Is there anyone here who is not corrupt? Call it politics or the game or whatever, that's personal hate. Sierra glanced back over her shoulder. Heh. Ruya sighed. She needed to talk to Leliana and Bruhan. They stashed their found weapons, and parted ways. Ruya was walking back to the Great Hall when a man stopped her. Is it true what they say? You're the Inquisitor, are you not? We've heard stories of your accomplishments. The men were standing guard on a door to a room she wanted to investigate. She smiled. I'd wager I have better tales than anything you've heard. I told you, Philippe. Not everyone fights an archdemon and lives to tell. It's an inspiration. If you'd like, Commander Cullen could give you all the details of that battle. And he'd probably rather do that than be stalked by various nobles. He's in the ballroom. Really? But... The man shifted awkwardly. I shouldn't leave my post. You'd only be gone a moment. Ruya smiled at him encouragingly. Philippe. The world is coming to an end. If we don't hear this story now, we'll never have a chance. You're right. Thank you, Inquisitor. Let's go. She waited until they were out of sight, then jerked her head at Sierra. The elf grinned broadly, and followed her in to search the room. Ruya grinned when she found Gaspard's orders. More for Leliana. Inquisitor. Ruya turned to see the moth-like Duchess. We met briefly. I am Grand Duchess Floriane de Chalons. Welcome to my party. Had the woman been lying in wait for her? Ruya put the polite, warm smile back on her face. Is there something I can do for you, Your Grace? Indeed you can. I believe tonight you and I are both concerned by the actions of... Floriane took a step closer to her. A certain person. She gestured. Come, dance with me. Spies will not hear us on the dance floor. Well, it seemed there was some advantage to having spent most of her dancing lessons with another woman. Very well. Shall we dance, Your Grace? She held out a hand. Floriane took the hand. I'd be delighted. They moved through the opening steps of the dance. Floriane watched her carefully. You are from the Free Marches, are you not? How much do you know about our little war? What do you think I ought to know? Questions, never answers. My brother and my dear cousin have been at each other's throats for too long. Floriane moved gracefully. It took great effort to arrange tonight's negotiations. Yet one party would use this occasion for blackest treason. The security of the Empire is at stake. Neither one of us wishes to see it fall. Ruya moved through the next part of the dance, taking the lead. Do we both want that, Lady Floriane? I hope we are of one mind on this. In times like these, it's hard to tell friend from foe, is it not, Your Grace? Vivian's drills had paid off. She was able to move through the dance without having to take her attention from Floriane. The woman wanted something, that much was clear. I know you arrived here as a guest of my brother, Gaspard. And have been everywhere in the palace. Floriane's voice was soft. You are a curiosity to many, Inquisitor. She was watching Ruya from the corner of her eye as they whirled across the floor. And a matter of concern to some. Am I the curiosity or the concern to you, Your Grace? A little of both, actually. This evening is of great importance, Inquisitor. I wonder what role you will play in it. Do you even yet know who is friend and who is foe? Who in the court can be trusted? An excellent question. I might ask the same of you, Your Grace. In the Winter Palace, everyone is alone. It cannot have escaped your notice that certain parties are engaged in dangerous machinations tonight. And she was dancing with one of those certain parties at this very moment. I thought dangerous machinations were the national sport in Orlais. She dipped Floriane low. You have little time. The attack will come soon. You must stop Gaspard before he strikes. In the Royal Wing Garden, you will find the captain of my brother's mercenaries. He knows all Gaspard's secrets. I'm sure you can persuade him to be forthcoming. They bowed to each other as the dance ended. We'll see what the night has in store, won't we? Josephine certainly looked pleased. You'll be the talk of the court for months. We should take you dancing more often. It's a relief to do something other than fight demons and horrors. You still face demons and horrors. Josephine smiled. These ones are simply better dressed. Were you dancing with Duchess Floriane? Leliana looked disbelieving as she approached, followed by Cullen. Cullen gave her a concerned look. More importantly, what happened in the servants' quarters? I heard there was fighting. I hope you have good news. Josephine glanced over her shoulder. It appears the peace talks are crumbling. Ruya glanced at Leliana. Morrigan helped me get into the servants' quarters, where I found a group of Venatori. And Gaspard's dagger. Leliana looked less surprised than Ruya would have expected. The man would truly do anything to become emperor. Then, Cullen unfolded his arms. The attack on the Empress will happen tonight. Warning Celine is pointless. Josephine looked frustrated. She needs these talks to succeed, and to flee would admit defeat. Then perhaps we should let her die. All of them turned to stare at Leliana. You have an idea, Leliana? Surely the woman couldn't actually mean let the Empress die. What Corypheus wants is chaos. Even with Celine alive, that could still happen. Leliana gestured. To foil his plan, the Empire must remain strong. This evening, someone must emerge victorious. Reluctantly, Cullen nodded. And it doesn't need to be Celine. She's right. Josephine looked faintly horrified. Do you realize what you're suggesting, Leliana? Sometimes the best path is not the easiest one. This was ridiculous. We came here to save Celine. Then you must not only save her life, but also her empire. Leliana set a hand on her hip. That means giving her a victory over both Gaspard and Briola. Josephine glanced towards the other end of the ballroom. If there truly is proof Gaspard's in league with Corypheus, that would be a start. It was clear Cullen didn't actually believe that to be the case. What did Duchess Floriane tell you? Leliana asked. Too much, and just enough. That woman was playing her own game. She said Gaspard's mercenary captain is in the royal wing. That he knows about the assassination. Cullen rolled his eyes. Which could be a trap. Or a lead. Josephine waved a hand. Either way, you should search the private quarters in that wing for clues. Then get me access, and in the meantime, get your soldiers into position. She looked at Cullen, and he nodded. At once. Be careful, Inquisitor. She found her brother, and they spoke for a few minutes. Otwin seemed a tad besotted with Yvette. She winked and let him go on, and then spared a glance for the servant standing next to him. Burhan offered her a drink. She accepted the glass, and felt the key as he passed the glass over. A council of heralds' emissary was also killed in the servants' quarters. Gaspard's knife was in his back. Not a bad play on his part, Burhan said quietly. When she raised an eyebrow, he continued. He can play the wounded party, pointing the finger at Briola. After all, he has been in here the entire evening, he couldn't possibly be the guilty party. And yet the council gets the warning clear. His threats are not empty, and any one of them could be next. He took her empty glass from her. Celine duels with feathers, Inquisitor. Gaspard reaches first for the sword. She nodded. The key to the royal wing. Courtesy of Briola. I found an elven locket in Celine's vault. She kept her voice low. Before Gaspard made his move, Briola was able to guide Celine towards doing much for the elves. Love is a powerful force, Inquisitor. Ruya nodded, smiling at her brother. Otwin smiled back. Do save me a dance, little sister. Of course. More because her mother would box her ears if she didn't than for any other reason, she asked the dowager for a dance. The woman looked surprised and pleased, and promised a dance later. Ruya walked to the balcony. Briola was watching the people inside, and nodded when Ruya stepped onto the balcony. Inquisitor Trevelyan. Slumming even more than usual, I see. You've charmed some of the nobles. We'll see how long you can keep their favor. What brings you to me? A hope that Burhan was correct. I found an elven locket hidden among Celine's things. She held it out, using her body to block the view of any onlookers from inside. This isn't yours, is it? Let me see that. Bryola's voice lost its collected tones as she stepped towards Ruya. The elven woman had paled slightly. She kept this? What was she thinking? If Gaspard had found this, it would have ruined her. It might have meant something to her. Not all victories required blood. Maybe it did. She held on to it. Bryola began composing her face once more. I had a question about you, Bryola. The other woman smiled. You have one of Dirthaman's ravens on your shoulder, Inquisitor. Doubtless you know much of me already. Empress Celine and I have history. There was a time when I put my spies at her disposal. She knows my qualifications. We had a falling out. Now we're negotiating to determine whether I return to her side in the war. I'm surprised you'd admit that, considering the circumstances. Bryola merely smiled. I know it's incriminating. Few harbor more resentment against Celine than I. Her smile faded. But if she died after inviting me here, the court would certainly pin her death on me. An elf assassinating the Empress? Alienage across Orlais across all Thetas would be purged. That cannot happen. Bryola's voice was quiet and fierce. Yet one more wait. We'll speak more later, Ambassador. Another time, Inquisitor. This next part would be tricky. Ruya took a deep breath, and walked to the Empress's handmaidens. One fluttered her fan. Inquisitor, to what do we owe this honor? We are always delighted to speak with you, of course. Her Imperial Majesty is unfortunately occupied at present. Ruya wasn't entirely sure which of them she should be looking at when she spoke. She imagined that was probably the point. Whenever she addressed one, the other two could study her. I made a fascinating discovery, an elven locket, in the Empress's vault. All three went still a heartbeat. Oh dear. That is very interesting. I'll get Her Majesty. Celine moved gracefully, a butterfly in blue. Inquisitor, I regret that we did not have time to speak earlier. No doubt you have questions about many things. I found an elven locket sealed in the palace vault. You must have considered it quite valuable. It was. It was hard to read Celine's face behind the mask, but there was the slightest tremor to her voice. Sentimental. I don't know why I kept it. It was a foolish thing to do. Maybe you kept it because you still care for Bryola. She saw the words reach the Empress, if only for a moment. Perhaps I do. But I cannot put her above all the people of my empire. Dispose of the locket however you like. It means nothing to me. The Empress turned and walked away. For a woman who ruled Orlais, and by all accounts was a master of the game, she'd expected the woman to be a better liar. She tucked the locket away and headed back out to collect her friends. A couple of Syrah's friends had left presents. She really hoped that wasn't going to come back to bite them in the ass. Syrah was glaring around the royal wing. Room after room, and for what? Ruffle storage? Real useful. Cassandra appeared equally annoyed. Ruya blinked when she saw Salas help himself to one of the books in the library as they passed. He shrugged, and she just laughed softly. Someone cried out, and the four of them immediately headed in that direction. Cassandra kicked the door open, and Ruya saw one of the garishly dressed assassins advancing on an elven woman who was scrambling backwards across the floor. She strode forward, wrapping a barrier around herself, and delivered a solid kick to the clown's stomach. The assassin went tumbling out the window. Syrah cackled. The elven woman wrapped her arms around her knees. Thank you. Ruya knelt next to her, and used her healing magic on the light slash the woman had taken on her arm. Are you all right? I'm. The young woman nodded. I don't think I'm hurt. They both stood. No one's supposed to be here. The woman took a couple deep breaths to steady herself. Bryola said. Anger entered her voice. I shouldn't have trusted her. Bryola told you to come to this wing of the palace. Not personally. The ambassador can't be seen talking to the servants. The woman gestured. We get coded messages at certain locations. But the order came from her. She's been watching the Grand Duke all night. No surprise she wanted someone to search his sister's room. This wing is sealed. How did you get in here? Easy. The door was unlocked. One of the others probably handled it. And yet it had been locked when they'd come in. Interesting. It takes great courage to come to the royal wing unarmed. The woman laughed. It's not courage to blindly follow Bryola's orders into a trap. I knew her. Before. When she was Celine's pet. Now she wants to play revolution. But I remember. She was sleeping with the Empress who purged our alienage. Suspicion. And here was proof. Would you be willing to testify to that, if I asked? Absolutely. If. She nodded. If the Inquisition will protect me, I'll tell you everything I know about our ambassador. Sierra cackled. Knew it. I did. And I bet the hate made it feel real good. Go to the ballroom. Ruya gestured. Find Commander Cullen. He'll keep you safe. Thank you. Make her protect you, Inquisitor. The young woman dashed out. They were walking past a fancy door when Ruya thought she heard another voice. She pressed her ear to the door. There was clearly someone inside, calling for help. Got any more of those Hala statuettes? She asked Sierra. Sierra grinned, and a few moments later the door was open. They walked inside. Ruya started up the stairs, then stopped short. There was a man. Chained to the Empress's bed. Naked except for a helmet. On the Empress's bed. Naked. Chained. Bed. What? Naked. Chained to the bed. Happened. She glanced at her companions. Sierra was grinning broadly. Cassandra was looking anywhere but at the bed. Salas was just shaking his head, expression clearly amused. It's not what it looks like. The man yanked at the chains. Honestly, I would have preferred if it were what it looks like. He smacked the back of his head into the mattress. The Empress led me to believe I would be. He sighed. Rewarded for betraying the Grand Duke. This. He pulled at the chains again. Was not what I hoped for. You're telling me that Empress Celine left you naked and trussed like a roast duck. Orlchians. Make her have mercy. Please, I beg you, don't tell Gaspard. He began tugging at the chains again. The Empress beguiled me into giving her information about. He continued struggling. It was more than a little obscene. Plans for troop movements in the palace tonight. She knows everything. Everything. The Duke's surprise attack has been countered before it ever began. She's turned it into a trap. The moment he strikes, she'll have him arrested for treason. Behind Ruya, Sierra lost her battle against laughter. She'll be all prim, but here's you with your bits out. Cassandra was still pointedly not looking at the contents of the bed. I don't know which is worse, Celine for using such a tactic, or him for falling for it. Salas was pressing his knuckles to his lips as if trying not to laugh himself. She made a mental note to ask him if he'd ever seen anything like this before in the Fade. Or maybe she didn't really want to know. She turned back to the man on the bed. I'll protect you from Gaspard if you are willing to testify about Celine's trap. I'll do anything. Anything. She gestured for Sierra to pick the locks on the chains, and started rummaging around to find the man a pair of pants. Salas tossed over a waistcoat. The man put them on hurriedly before scrambling out of the room. Do they even like being so? Sierra spat. Like they are? Ugh. The mark on her hand sparked. All of them stopped and stared at it. There was a rift nearby. Ruya exchanged nods, and they headed to the garden door, hands on their weapons. Hanging in the air was a rift. Below, there was a man tied to a post. Archers stood at the ready. And on the balcony above. Florian. Inquisitor. What a pleasure. I wasn't certain you'd attend. You're such a challenge to read. I had no idea if you'd taken my bait. Ruya began channeling power into the mark, her hand behind her back. I had a feeling you were mixed up in all this. She caught Salas's nod out of the corner of her eye. Such a pity. Florian gestured grandly. You could almost be Orlchian. If you were just a little quicker. It was kind of you to walk into my trap so willingly. I was so tired of your meddling. Corypheus insisted that the Empress died tonight, and I would hate to disappoint him. At this point, I'd think disappointment was an old friend. Ruya heard Sira snort at the comment. You poor, deluded thing. You don't know half of what Samson and I have planned. The Grand Duchess's face was smug. And now, I suppose you never will. In their darkest dreams, no one imagines I would assassinate Selene myself. All I need is to keep you out of the ballroom long enough to strike. She spread her hands. A pity you'll miss the rest of the ball, Inquisitor. They'll be talking of it for years. She started walking back to the door. Kill her. Bring me the marked hand as proof. It will make a fine gift for the master. Ruya tumbled forward as soon as the archers moved. She felt a surge of magic from Salas as he flung a barrier into place. She gestured with the marked hand, and tore open the rift. The archers began to panic as the demons fell on them. Andrastes tits. What was all that? The prisoner leaned forward so Sira could unbind him. He rose as soon as she finished. Were those demons? There aren't any more blasted demons coming, right? No more demons. It's safe. She'd sealed the rift as soon as Cassandra had run the last demon through. Maker. I've never seen one that close before. I knew Gaspard was a bastard, but I didn't think he'd feed me to fucking horrors over a demmed bill. Ruya raised an eyebrow. Duke Gaspard lured you out here. Well, his sister, but it had to come from him, didn't it? The man gestured. All that garbage she was spewing doesn't mean anything. Gaspard had to be the mastermind. Your accent sounds feral, Dan. I thought you were one of Gaspard's mercenaries. Born and raised in Denerim. Seems like I should have stayed there. He kicked the post he'd been tied to. The Duke wanted to move on the palace tonight. But he didn't have enough fancy chevaliers. So he hired me and my men. He had to offer us triple our usual pay to come to Orlais. Stinking Ponzi cheesemongers. She rubbed her forehead. Want a new job? One that pays better? The Inquisition can always use a good mercenary company. He nodded. You hiring? I'm game. Anything's better than this bullshit. You want me to talk to the Empress, or the court, or sing a blasted song in the chantry, I'll do it. Ruya sent him to go find Iron Bull, and started to head back into the party. Cullen met her as soon as she'd stepped back inside. Thank the Maker you're back. The Empress will begin her speech soon. What should we do? The Grand Duchess is the assassin. Don't let her anywhere near the Empress. He blinked. The Duchess? His eyes narrowed. At once, Inquisitor. He moved quickly, heading toward the honor guard. Ruya began moving towards the other end of the ballroom. She saw the announcer step forward, and his voice rang through the hall. Let all gathered attend. Her Imperial Majesty will now address the court. Selene spread her hands in a grand gesture as she began to speak. Lords and ladies, as a nation we mourn our sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, friends and lovers claimed by war. She kept moving forward as the Empress continued to speak. On the other side of the dance floor, she could see Cullen doing the same. Cassandra, Sira, and Salas were still behind her. They were still some distance away when Selene turned and gestured towards the woman in the moth dress. This would not have been possible without the efforts of many. Dear cousin, please step forward. Florian emerged from the crowd, walking towards Selene. Ruya growled. Without a staff, there was no way she could direct her magic precisely enough with that many people around. She called out. Grand Duchess, stand down. The Grand Duchess whirled at the sound of Ruya's voice, dagger in hand. Two men emerged from the crowd to put themselves between Florian and the Empress. Now, Florian yelled. For Corypheus, kill them all. Venatori flooded into the room. The first two Inquisition soldiers to reach Florian died to her blade. Ruya broke into a run. The Grand Duchess saw her coming, and fled. She gave chase. Cullen, protect the people. Yes, Inquisitor. He broke off pursuit and headed back towards the Empress. She put up a barrier as the Grand Duchess retrieved a longbow from the bushes. Florian turned towards them, pointing the tip of the arrow directly at Ruya. Beaten at every turn. You stole the moment of triumph, just as you stole the demon army from Aramond. She smirked. And now you've chased a defenseless woman into the garden. Are you proud of yourself? We have the palace. Ruya narrowed her eyes. Surrender, your grace. You don't have to die today. Florian laughed. Surrender? Now? Oh, you poor deluded thing. She loosed the arrow. Ruya stepped to the side, letting it pass over her shoulder harmlessly. Florian leaped off the balcony, landing atop the fountain. The night is still young. All I need to recover. She knocked another arrow. Is to kill you, Inquisitor. More Venatori poured into the garden. So good of you to attend my soiree. Sira sent an arrow into the throat of a Venatori archer as Ruya and Salas both arced lightning into the newly arrived forces. Cassandra set her shield, then barreled down the stairs, knocking the two oncoming Venatori off their feet. Ruya reinforced barriers on herself and Cassandra, then left the high ground to Salas and Sira as she summoned the spirit blade and moved in. Cassandra's shield blocked an incoming blow, and Ruya came around to sweep the spirit blade through the attacker. Venatori started to surround them, and Ruya let magic burst out of her, knocking them backwards. Cassandra moved in quickly to take advantage of the telekinetic burst, and Ruya did the same with her spirit blade. Florian popped out of cover to try to take a shot, and Sira and Salas hit her simultaneously. The combination of arrow and glowing green fist knocked Florian from her perch. She tumbled to the ground and landed with a sickening crunch. Ruya strode back in and got a quick report from Bruhan. 4 Inquisition soldiers were dead, but the Empress was alive and unharmed. She nodded, then went to join the Celine, Gaspard, and Briola on the balcony. Briola gestured at Gaspard. Your sister attempted regicide in front of the entire court, Gaspard. You're the spymaster. He glared at her. If anyone knew this atrocity was coming, it was you. You don't deny your involvement. Briola folded her arms. I do deny it. I knew nothing of Florian's plans. But you. He pointed at her. You knew it all and did nothing. I don't know which is better, that you think I'm all-seeing or that you're trying so hard to play innocent and failing. Enough. Celine gestured sharply. We will not bicker while Tevinter plots against our nation. For the safety of the Empire, I will have answers. Maker. Let this be the right decision. I wouldn't have caught Florian in time without Briola's help. The mask did little to hide Celine's surprise. You were working together? Of course. Briola nodded to Celine. Ruya gestured. Thanks to Briola, Gaspard's mercenary captain will testify that he hired men to infiltrate the palace. Hired thugs. Celine turned to glare at Gaspard, as if she hadn't actually known all along. I didn't expect you to stoop so low, cousin. Don't be naive, Celine. The only difference between a mercenary and a common soldier is a uniform. Gaspard folded his arms. It was clear he knew the night was about to go very badly for him. Keep talking, Gaspard. Eventually you'll convince somebody. Briola smiled. He also murdered a council of Harold's emissary. I found the body and his knife in the servants' quarters. He turned towards her, startled. I have done no such thing. She blinked. His surprise and confusion actually seemed genuine. A puzzle for another time. He also ordered his general to sneak troops into the Winter Palace. She gestured to Briola. Briola found all this out for your sake, Celine. Celine drew herself up as she stared at Gaspard. In light of overwhelming evidence, we have no choice but to declare you an enemy of the Empire. Her eyes narrowed. You are hereby sentenced to death. Gaspard nodded in acknowledgement. He kept his back straight as the guards led him away. Ruya sighed. He wasn't an innocent man by any means, but she doubted he was any guiltier than the two women still on the balcony with her. If she'd thought there was any chance the three of them could work together. No. Bruhan was right. They would tear each other apart. Time to play the game to its conclusion. I think Ambassador Briola deserves some reward for uncovering all this. For a heartbeat, she thought she saw tears in Celine's eyes. I can scarcely believe you did all this for me. Celine. Briola's face softened. Thank you, Inquisitor. For all your efforts tonight. Celine gave a small bow. I owe you my life. And Orlais owes you its future. Celine walked next to Ruya as they re-entered the ballroom. You have done so much. For my people and... She glanced at Briola, and for a moment, Ruya thought the Empress was actually blushing. For us. We won't forget this, Briola said, her voice soft. Watching them gave Ruya some small comfort. Love was a powerful force. Perhaps this had been the right thing to do after all. It was my pleasure. The two of you deserve to be happy. And their alliance would benefit all of Orlais, elves, and humans. We truly are. Celine extended her hand. Come, stand with us, Inquisitor. We must give the good news to the nobility. Lords and ladies of the court, this is a night for celebration. Celine raised her hands. Those who sought to poison our empire with treason have been brought to justice. It is a new age for Orlais. We shall build a world in which all men and women live in harmony. Let the cornerstone of change be laid. I introduce the newest member of our court, Marquise Briola of the Dales. Briola stepped forward. This is not just a victory in Halam Shirel, or within the Empire, or even for elves alone. This is a triumph for everyone. Over 1,000 years ago in the Valerian fields, elves and humans together defeated the Imperium. We can do so much more now. We are greater than our ancestors ever dreamed. Together, we will start by saving our world from the enemy who took the divine and tore the sky apart. Ruya moved to Briola's side. This evening proves what we can accomplish through cooperation. We are already tracking these Tevinter agents. Soon they'll have no place to hide. Applause greeted their words. Celine's voice rose above the crowd once more. But that is tomorrow. Tonight, we celebrate our newfound fellowship. Let the festivities commence. Otwin was dancing with Yvette again. Josephine was starting to look a bit concerned. Ruya smiled, and slipped out onto the balcony. The night air was cool on her skin, and she took a moment to just stand there and breath. The Orlsian nobility make drunken toasts to your victory, and yet you are not present to hear them. The night breeze brought Morrigan's voice to her. Do you tire so quickly of their congratulations, Inquisitor? 'Tis most fickle, after all your efforts on their behalf. Everyone suddenly wants to talk to me. According to Cullen's report, the woman before her had saved the lives of both himself and Leliana, as well as the Empress, when the fighting had begun. You, at least, I'm glad to see. Morrigan laughed softly. Then I have happy news, as you shall be seeing a great deal more of me. By imperial decree, I have been named liaison to the Inquisition. Celine wishes to offer you any and all aid including mine. Congratulations. Ruya gave the woman a small bow. Welcome to the Inquisition, Morrigan. A most gracious response. Morrigan returned the gesture. I shall meet you at Skyhold. She turned, and went back into the ballroom. There you are. Cullen walked towards her, and put his hand on her shoulder. Everyone's been looking for you. He brushed her hair back over her ear. Things have calmed down for the moment. Are you all right? That was a very good question. Was she? This isn't over yet. Corypheus will strike back at us for this loss. Her general nodded. I'll put our troops on alert. When he strikes, we'll be ready. His face softened, and he ran his fingers through her hair gently. I know it's foolish, but I was worried for you tonight. He smiled. I may never have another chance like this, so I must ask. He stepped back, bowed, and held his hand out to her. May I have this dance, my lady? Her heart fluttered. Of course. I thought you didn't dance. He drew her to him. For you, I'll try. The worries of the night fell away, leaving just the two of them there on the balcony. Dancing. Dear Lucas. Halam Shirel was ultimately a success, though it was a bit closer than I'd have liked. Otwin was quite heroic. I didn't get to see it, but apparently he killed 2 Venatori with a candlestick. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. Not with his poetry? I am so very disappointed. Glad to hear it went well. For a minute or two, I was worried I was going to have to rescue both of you. Love, Lucas. Chapter 29, Mirrors. Everyone was bustling around in the aftermath of the masquerade. Otwin had departed, and was apparently escorting Yvette Monteliet to ensure she returned safely to Antova. It had been good, having her brother near, even just for a short while. Ruya missed him terribly already. She moved aside, getting out of everyone's way. Then she went looking for company. She trusts the last piece of herself to an old enemy, for she knows an old friend will come. Ruya blinked at Cole. She never quite knew what to make of some of the things he said. How would you like to get out of here, maybe do something fun? He blinked. I don't know. I've never tried. Come on. She offered him her hand, and he took it, and she led him out into Valroio. They walked through the market before eventually finding themselves at an outdoor dining area. A man at a podium saw her, and his eyes lit up. Inquisitor. You honor us with your presence. He ushered her inside. May I bring a sampling of fine cheeses for you and your guest? She glanced at Cole. He blinked. I don't eat. The man was not the slightest bit dissuaded. Well, then, just a bottle of a fine Gislin White to start. He herded them towards a table, and pulled a chair out for her before moving to the other side of the table to do the same for Cole. Please enjoy your meal this evening, your worship. He saw me. Cole tilted his head as the man walked away. They all see me? I'm glad you've allowed them to. Confusion was evident on his features. I don't know if I did. He gestured. I find people when their pain leaves them open. I ease the pain. I leave. They forget. That was enough for me. Now they remember, and I'm not sure. He stopped for a moment. Ah. He gave a small laugh. Cole. I told you about Reese, the mage who could see me. My friend. My only friend, for a long time. Evangeline showed me that Templars could be kind, but even she. He sighed. She laid her hand atop his, and he gripped her fingers lightly. Cole, if this is troubling, we don't have to talk about it. Gentle. You watch me walk into darkness over and over, and you always worry. He looked up at her, meeting her eyes. Thank you. He leaned back in the chair. But this isn't about them. It's about. He put both his hands on the table. When I found out I wasn't human, when I grew, I lost Reese. I lost my only friend. That's why I was scared about letting all these people see me. That's why I laughed. You're laughing at yourself. She leaned in towards him slightly. Yes. He gestured. This world taught me that changing means losing your friends. But now I know that doesn't have to be true. I have enough self to know that what I felt was foolish. Laughter tinged his words. Isn't it wonderful? It was. Like watching a baby brother take his first steps out into the world outside. It's another good step, Cole. He leaned forward. I might like being human. What do you think I'll learn next? She didn't even try for riding in the carriage this time. Once again she pulled Salas up behind her. Cullen was still back in Valroio, organizing the Orlchian troops that would be joining their forces at Skyhold. There are spirits hovering by the veil to observe the thrones of powerful nations. The machinations, betrayals. Salas spoke quietly as he rode behind her. After our time in Halam Shirel, I understand why. I had forgotten how I missed court intrigue. Ruya laughed. I'm pleased you had a good time. Political gambits, broken promises, half-truths. It is a palace full of motivation. And motivation is where great things happen. She felt him shrug. In any event, Celine should now be a steadfast ally, and Briola as well, thanks to your efforts on her behalf. That had been the idea. It had cost a man his life. She only hoped it was worth it. I hope Briola is able to use her position to help your people. How would helping Briola help? He sounded confused. Then he shook his head. Oh, you mean elves. I'm sorry, I was confused. I do not consider myself to have much in common with the elves. He certainly didn't have much in common with the only other two elves she knew well. Of course, they didn't have much in common with each other either. Considering all elves to be one people was as silly as considering all mages to be one people. Nor should you. You're not defined by the shape of your ears. They're not your people. There was a trace of sadness in his voice. No, they are not. I joined the Inquisition to save the world. Regardless of who my people are, this was the best way to help them. He shrugged. As for the elves of Orlais, I believe Briola is doing quite well on their behalf. She is an admirable woman. She still wasn't entirely sure what to make of Briola, but she was the best hope the elves of Orlais had. She's done good work. Hopefully, with our help, she can help them even more. Yes. However much I identify or fail to identify with her people, Briola's efforts have been remarkable. She organized resistance against a powerful enemy, using only her wits and the resources at hand. That demands respect, especially in a world where most would look at her. He pinched the top of Ruya's ear lightly, and she laughed. And only see a pair of pointed ears. Coming around the mountain and seeing Skyhold lifted her spirits. Home. They were home. Cassandra was in the war room, going over the map. Ruya walked around to the other side of the table. Planning troop movements now. I'm trying to imagine what it will look like when we're done. She touched one of the flags on the area depicting the Dales. All of this once belonged to the Tevinter Imperium. Andraste changed that, as did the Blights. Cassandra straightened. As for what will come next, she shrugged. I cannot guess the Maker's plan. Ruya smiled. We make the world a better place. Because everyone agrees on what better means. Cassandra fiddled with another of the markers. I know I want a world where people trust the Chantry and that trust is respected. I want to respect tradition but not fear change. I want to right past wrongs but not avenge them. She sighed. And I have no idea if my wanting these things makes any of them right. Even if they're not right, they're certainly admirable. Add-in people should have the freedom to live their own lives, and a healthy dose of magic shouldn't be treated as evil, and her own goals were very similar. Some would disagree. They would call it heresy. That didn't sound like the ravings of a heretic, Cassandra. Perhaps not, but it takes precious little effort to paint even an act of compassion as damaging. Cassandra strode to one of the windows, and looked out. Tell me, what guides you? You make decisions that shake the world, yet always seem so assured. I wish I had your confidence. Cassandra thought she was confident? That she was assured? Huh. You almost sound like you admire me. I absolutely do. Cassandra turned back to give her a level look. I may not always agree with your decisions, but how many could do what you have done? You were a prisoner, accused and reviled, yet you've emerged from every trial victorious. The Maker's grace does not make you immortal. You live or die by your own hand. That is worthy of admiration. If she ever crossed Hawk's path again, she'd have to ask him if this is what it was like. Everyone just assuming you were a hero when you were just trying to do what needed to be done. I'm guided by what my conscience tells me. Your conscience must speak more clearly than mine. And yet often, her conscience spoke with Cassandra's voice. I doubt it, but I do my best. A smile came to Cassandra's face. Think of it, like Andraste long ago, once again the fate of Thedas will be determined by a woman. It makes me proud to know you. I hope we can call each other friends. I hope so, too. Cassandra nodded. We still have a long road to travel, Inquisitor. Wherever it takes us, I'm glad you're here. Ruya greeted Morrigan when the woman arrived, and showed her to a room. After offering to give her a personal tour once she'd settled in, Ruya left the woman to her business. She was on her way to the Great Hall when she saw Josephine arguing with the Chantry mother. The matter is urgent, Lady Josephine. Josephine had her stubborn face on. Polite, warm, even friendly. And absolutely not budging an inch. I am well aware of that, revered mother. We will need them to return to Valroio as soon as possible. There are ceremonies, ordinations. Maker's mercy. The revered mother was all but throwing up her hands. That's quite impossible at the moment. However, I will see to this matter as soon as possible. The revered mother glared, then caught sight of Ruya. Her face became hopeful as she called out, "My Lady Inquisitor." She gestured emphatically. "Please, may I have a word with you?" Ruya strode over to back up her ambassador. "How may I assist you, revered mother?" With the political turmoil put to rest, our minds turn to a single question, the next divine. She gestured dismissively at Josephine. "We cannot answer it without the left and right hands of divine Justiniavi." There was a hint of impatience in Josephine's voice. "I have already told you, revered mother, Lady Leliana and Seeker Cassandra cannot be spared from their duties. But surely with the support of the Empire, the Inquisition will not be harmed by the loss of just 2 souls. Leliana and Cassandra weren't exactly filling unimportant roles in the Inquisition. Leliana was their spymaster, and frankly, Cassandra was the closest thing the Inquisition had right now to a second-in-command. Why do you need Leliana and Cassandra? They were Her Holiness's most trusted advisors. They represent her legacy, her hopes for peace in Thedas. They would rally the Grand Clerics to follow as no candidate from the clergy has been able to." Wait a moment. Was she saying? Were Cassandra and Leliana actually candidates? Are the Grand Clerics truly unable to elect a divine? Everyone with the political support to succeed Justinia perished alongside her. Those who remain are unable to gather the majority of votes from the conclave of Grand Clerics. They have been deadlocked for too long. Lady Leliana and Seeker Cassandra were Justinia's most trusted friends and advisors. Our late divine is still held in high esteem. To honor her, the Grand Clerics might support one of them as successor. The idea should be ludicrous, and yet Leliana and Cassandra would have to make that decision for themselves. Josephine nodded. And they certainly will. At a later date. She gestured at Ruya. The Inquisitor has only just returned and has important business to attend to. You must excuse us, revered mother. She waited for the revered mother to start walking away before glancing back at Ruya. Don't let them detract from your victory at Halam Shirel. We've beaten his wardens and stopped his intrigues. Soon, Corypheus will have no place to hide. Cullen is hoping to press our advantage. We'll plan our next attack when you're ready. They walked up the stairs into the great hall. Ruya glanced at Josephine out of the corner of her eye, and then took a deep breath. So, Yvette. Otwin. Josephine sighed, then nodded. I think I had best write my parents. And possibly yours. She laughed softly. They were adorable, weren't they? First time I've ever seen Otwin tongue-tied. It's time to plan our next attack. She looked at her advisors. What's the state of the Inquisition? Our alliance with Orlais holds. For the present. They'll send aid on request. Cullen smiled. And your actions at Adamant denied Corypheus his army of pet demons. With Orlais' support, our numbers match his. Corypheus's followers must be panicking. My agents agree. Leliana clasped her hands behind her back. Our victories have shaken his disciples. Perhaps they'll rethink following the Darkspawn Magi stir from the dawn of time. Something would have to be done regarding the deserters. Where is Corypheus now? After you dealt with the Duchess, Corypheus uprooted the 2 strongholds we knew. We don't know where he is at the moment. His army clearly wasn't prepared to flee. Our victories have them on the defensive. They've terrorized Thedas long enough. We need to end them. She folded her arms. Corypheus is looking for something. The question is what? Burhan stared down at the war table. His people have been ransacking elven ruins since Haven. We believe he seeks more. Josephine tapped her pen against her writing board. What he hopes to find, however. Leliana sighed. Continues to elude us. Which should surprise no one. Ruya turned at the sound of Morrigan's voice. She'd abandoned the Orlcheon finery for something that was, quite frankly, going to set all the Chantry sisters still in Skyhold on their ears. Fortunately, I can assist. You have my attention, Lady Morrigan. Ruya stepped to the side and gestured for Morrigan to join them at the table. She didn't miss the looks on the faces of Bruhan and Leliana. What Corypheus seeks in those forgotten ruins is as ancient as it is dangerous. Which is? 'Tis best. Morrigan gestured at Ruya to accompany her. If I show you. This is an Elvian. Morrigan touched the side of the strange mirror. An elven artifact, from a time long before their empire was lost to human greed. I restored this one at great cost, but there are others. Bryola has found their lesser cousins. One like mine, however, is what Corypheus seeks. It's. Ruya stared. The mirror stood almost 12 feet high, and was wide enough for 2 horses to pass. The carvings along the sides were intricate, and trying to follow their lines almost made her dizzy. Beautiful, in its way. I found legends of another, untouched, somewhere within an elven ruin in southern Orlais. I could not locate it, and thus I turned elsewhere to find my prize. If Corypheus has turned southward, he could succeed where I failed. The Elvian would be his. What does it do? Morrigan gestured, and Ruya felt a rush of power from the woman. The Elvian began to glow, faintly, and ripples crossed its surface as though it were a vertical pool of water. A more appropriate question would be, where does it lead? Morrigan stepped through the mirror. Ruya steeled herself, then followed. She found herself in another realm, one curiously grey. There was a light mist that grayed it further, and she could make out more Elvians, most broken. Trees which seemed to be forged from metal decorated the strange landscape. Morrigan's voice echoed strangely in the stillness of the air. If this place once had a name, it has long been lost. I call it the Crossroads, a place where all Elvians join. She gestured at the other mirrors. Wherever they might be. This place is extraordinary. How could this even exist? Who can say? Formed from the fabric of time and space, perhaps. Morrigan stepped further in, and spread her hands. The ancient elves left no roads, only ruins hidden in far-flung corners. This is how they traveled between them. As you can see, most of the mirrors are dark, broken, corrupted, or unusable. As for the rest, she shrugged. A few can be opened from this side. But only a few. The notes Bruhan had recovered from Bryola said nothing of this place. Wherever they were now, the elven woman had not discovered it. It was somewhat daunting to realize that the woman standing in front of her may know more than a demon had about these strange mirrors. How did you find out about this place? My travels have led me to many strange destinations, Inquisitor. Once they led me here. It offered sanctuary. Sanctuary. Bruhan and Leliana had known this woman. She needed to ask them many more questions. Not all the mirrors lead back to our world. The ancients were nothing if not. Morrigan shrugged again. Resourceful. There were strange ruins in the distance. Almost like a crumbling castle. Had people lived here once? The place had the feel of a graveyard. If they don't lead back to our world, then places between, like this one. I can describe it no better. Morrigan touched one of the broken mirrors. For a time, I was safe from those who hunted me. But only for a time. One cannot remain in between forever. Corypheus wants to come. Ruya turned a slow circle, looking around her. Here. This. Morrigan gestured. Is not the Fade, but it is very close. Someone with enough power could tear down the ancient barriers. And enter the Fade in the flesh? Like Corypheus wanted to do with the anchor. He has learned Elvians such as mine exist. He marshals the last of his forces to find one. Morrigan began walking back to the glowing Elvian. You have made Corypheus desperate, Inquisitor. We must work together to stop him, and soon. A boy was standing in the garden. His deep green eyes met hers as she walked by, and she found herself stopping. She'd never seen the child before, but there was definitely something odd about him. You're the Inquisitor. He tilted his head at her. Mother never told me the Inquisitor was a mage. That's not such a terrible thing, is it? She smiled at him. No. It would be worse if you couldn't touch magic at all. Like being blind. Kieran. Morrigan's voice came from behind her. Are you bothering the Inquisitor? Of course not. The boy waved a hand at her. Did you see what's on her hand, mother? I did see. 'Tis time to return to your studies, little man. The boy gave a dejected sigh, and walked away. Morrigan watched him go, smiling fondly. My son. Never where you expect him to be, naturally. I didn't know you had a son. There had also been no mention of a husband, come to think of it. Why would you? I take great pains not to let my own reputation affect him in any way. To most in the imperial court, he is simply a quiet and well-spoken lad. Perhaps the heir of some distant family. But he goes where I go. Worry not, Inquisitor Kieran is a curious boy, but seldom troublesome. Will his father be joining us as well? 'Twould be. Morrigan looked down at her hands and fiddled with a glove. Most unlikely. 'Tis but the two of us, Inquisitor. Your fortress is a large place, and you will scarce notice our presence. There were other children running around, both the Kemps and the fort. Undoubtedly Kieran would be able to find some friends. He seems like a fine young man. But not the sort one might expect a woman like me to raise. Morrigan's voice became quiet. No son of mine would be raised in a marsh, bereft of contact with the outside world. His future will be difficult enough without my adding to his burden. She looked up at the structure that had become the Inquisition's own mage tower. To think, until recently this place stood decrepit, occupied only by the desperate and the lost. Now it is party to events that threaten to shake the world. I wonder if it is pleased. The fanciful part of herself certainly hoped it was. I like this place. I've made it mine. It had come to life just as the Inquisition itself had. The magic in this place has seeped into the stones, protecting it from darkness. Those who let it fall to ruin did not know what they possessed. You, I think, shall do it justice. Morrigan smiled at her. You were kind to welcome my aid, Inquisitor, even knowing as little of me as you do. I will do my best to aid your cause with all the knowledge at my disposal. This I swear to you. I appreciate whatever help you can give us. Some might think Corypheus a madman for seeking godhood. Yet one must ask, what were the old gods? What secrets of theirs did the ancient magi stirs know? What I fear, what all should fear, is not that Corypheus believes he can succeed, 'tis that he actually may. Brehon and Leliana had told her of Morrigan, Flemeth's daughter. Unfortunately, they weren't entirely sure what to make of her either. Both agreed she was capable of anything. And both agreed that whatever her true motives were, she had fought at their side during the Blight, and fought well. For now, at least, she would take the woman at face value, and trust that her spymasters would keep an eye on her. Ruya headed into the tavern. Iron Bull was off sparring with his chargers, and she walked upstairs to check on Sira. Sira was apparently practicing her archery. On the door. One for the Empress. For Gaspard. Briola. The Duchess. An arrowhead actually pierced the wood. And Corypheus, right in the dangle bag. Well, remind me to stay on your good side. Ruya waited for the other woman to open the door rather than risk an arrow to the face. Don't worry, you're sparkling compared to that lot. Sira threw herself onto her bench. A cook here, a footman there. What's it matter, right, so long as there's a butt for the throne. She tucked a leg under her. A pretty one, sure. But how many lives are worth one empress's arse? Ugh, that place. Should have just thrown in some bees and slammed the doors. 4 of her soldiers had died saving the empress. They'd made reparations to the families, but it never seemed like enough. Dying in battle was one thing. Dying for politics was just. Killing the Duchess hadn't made it better. She poked Sira's knee. I don't know. You want to stop a party, I think you go earwigs. Sira's laughter was infectious. I hate those things, with their little pinchy butts. Josephine should add that to her paper threats. She poked Ruya back. You know the real lesson from all this? Never sleep with an empress. That and Briola being an idiot. The whole thing would have gone different if that little piss-up wasn't in the middle. She still wasn't entirely sure she'd made the right decision there. Gaspard's killing of the emissary had been the deciding factor, but the man had seemed genuinely surprised at learning of the death. That was a mistake on their part. It made everything worse. They could have managed a peaceful solution, if any of them had bothered to actually try. Wrong way around, Inquisitor. It started worse. Lots of people died before there was a hole in the sky. That's who you're saving. If you get a chance, maybe remind them not to be idiots. Isn't that what I keep you around for? Sierra cackled. You seemed remarkably comfortable at the Winter Palace, Bull. His pants had to be around here somewhere. Dorian walked over and looked to see if they'd fallen behind the chair. I do my best. Iron Bull lay back on the bed, arms folded behind his head. You didn't knock over a single priceless statue, or fart even once near the dessert table. There were Bull's pants. The idea of walking through the tavern wearing those was somewhat less appealing than the idea of just dashing through and hoping no one noticed the lack of pants under his robes. Iron Bull smirked. That you know of. They had to be here somewhere. It wasn't that large a room. He tried to recall where the other man had thrown them, but he'd been a bit distracted at the time. I'm surprised you never spent time in the Tevinter courts. They would adore you. I did. After a while, the saddle just got too heavy. Now that was a mental image. Dorian frowned, and turned to scan the room again. Iron Bull shifted slightly on the bed, and he caught the slightest glimpse of blue beneath the big cunnery. His eyes widened, and Iron Bull started to grin. Hand me back my pants, you lummox. The grin turned just a little bit evil. What's in it for me? Her motives were her own, that much was certain. Brehon watched Morrigan walk through the garden. They couldn't trust her, but it was safe to say that Corypheus was as much a threat to the woman and her plans as he was to the rest of the world. She'd fought at their side, and fought well, during the Blight. He didn't doubt she'd do the same here. He started to turn away, then saw run her hand across the shoulder of a young boy affectionately before sending the child on his way. The child glanced up at Brehon as he walked back through the garden. Brehon felt his heart skip a beat. Green eyes, too old for such a young face. He knew those eyes. Maker, he knew those eyes. He was through the door of the room Morrigan had taken over before he even realized he was moving. Did he know? Morrigan turned towards him. Excuse me. Did Jaroth know? Brehon started to take a step towards her, and stopped himself. Did Jaroth know he had a son? A horrified thought entered his mind. So help me, Morrigan, did you have anything to do with his? He clenched his fists. With. I did not harm Jaroth. Morrigan's voice was soft. I never would. She sighed. Yes. Jaroth knew he had a child. Did he? Brehon took several breaths. Did they ever meet? They did not. Fury filled him. Maker, Morrigan. Don't you think he deserved that much? Don't you think the boy deserved that much? She turned away from him. Do you know where he is? I went to Ferelden, but... You've tried to find him. It was stupid to realize he'd still had hope, after all this time. Morrigan had said once she could find Jaroth anywhere. If she hadn't. He closed his eyes, and tried to force away the renewed grief. He was surprised to feel her hand on his shoulder. Yes. So have I. To many coming and going at the tower. By the time he'd arrived, there had been no trail to find. He opened his eyes, and met hers. What's his name? His name is Kieran. Her voice was gentle. He swallowed. Kieran? Nice name. He started to turn. If you. I know. Jaroth's son. Leliana paced. The boy is Jaroth's son. How? She kicked a chair. She was carrying his child and she just left him. She says he knew. And you believe her? I don't know. Brehon leaned on the wall. He sighed, then looked up at Leliana. He was surprised to see tears on her cheeks. Leliana. I'm sorry, it's... He wrapped his arms around her, and she buried her face in his shoulder. One of Sedita's reasons for giving him the rank was to keep him from following Morrigan. She shook her head. We all walked away and left him to clean up the mess, and all the time he had a child. We couldn't have done what he... No. No excuses. He certainly couldn't have filled Jarotha's role, but he damn well could have at least been there for the man. You're right. The others should know. We should keep it quiet beyond that. The son of a witch of the wilds and the man who killed an archdemon and lived. Leliana nodded fiercely. We'll keep him safe. Salas sent a small boulder into the target. Ruya gestured, matching his movements. The summoned stone broke apart just as it hit. She sighed. It resonates with the mark, like some sort of echo. Curious. I would have thought the mark could serve as a catalyst. It does, it's just... She shrugged. Distracting. He nodded. It took me years to learn my techniques, and I did not have to unlearn other methods first. He watched her try again. Why are you interested in such an esoteric field of study? I hoped that studying such magic would help me better understand the Fade. She clenched and unclenched her marked hand a couple times, then tried again. The stone broke apart before even reaching the target. While our fight affords little time for formal study, the wise can better themselves even in the midst of battle. He demonstrated again. Perhaps especially then. I hope your new studies serve you well. Being able to pull at the stray bits of the Fade is certainly useful. And it feels. She focused slightly, feeling the veil around him, and felt it when he pushed back slightly. I don't know. Shiny. He raised an eyebrow. Shiny. Like looking at a fresco after the dust has been washed away and it's just a little damp. All the colors are picked out and fresh and... She shrugged. Shiny. Maybe the ancient elves had a word for it? I don't. She sat down on the fallen log. Tell me of a memory. Salas sat beside her, and began to tell her of how human warriors had sung as they marched into battle. Dear Ruya. Talked to Otwin. There was apparently dancing. Dancing. As in you. And a certain General Commander Cullen person. A former Templar? No, not just a former Templar, a former Knight Commander? I'm coming to rescue you. Love, Lucas. Dear Lucas. I do not need to be rescued, and it's none of your business. It may have escaped your notice, but I'm 25 years old. Love, Ruya. Chapter 30, all new, faded for her. I don't know what you think you're doing. I'm being clucked at by a hen, evidently. Don't play the fool with me, young man. If I wanted to play the fool, I could be rather more convincing, I assure you. Your glib tongue does you no credit. You'd be surprised at the credit my tongue gets me, your reverence. Ruya walked up the stairs to hear Mother Giselle and Dorian bickering. Dorian's tone and the waggle of his eyebrows with his last remark had the normally placid Mother Giselle looking like she was about to slap the smile right off his face. Giselle started to respond, then caught sight of Ruya. Oh, I. Ruya walked up to stand next to Dorian. What's going on here? It seems the revered mother is concerned about my undue influence over you. Mother Giselle lifted her chin. It is just concern. Your worship, you must know how this looks. Dorian folded his arms. You might need to spell it out, my dear. This man is of Tevinter. His presence at your side, the rumors alone. Make her have mercy. Might as well get everything out in the open. What's wrong with him being from Tevinter? Specifically. I'm fully aware that not everyone from the Imperium is the same. Mother Giselle fidgeted slightly. How kind of you to notice. Yet still you bow to the opinion of the masses. Dorian waved one hand. The opinion of the masses is based on centuries of evidence. What would you have me tell them? The truth. Dorian raised an eyebrow at her. The truth is I do not know you, and neither do they. Thus these rumors will continue. No. They wouldn't. Ruya clasped her hands behind her back and made her voice firm. There's no cause for concern, your reverence. She met Mother Giselle's eyes levelly. With all due respect, you underestimate the effect this man has on the people's good opinion. Ruya let anger enter her voice. Do the people know how he's helped the Inquisition? Mother Giselle withered a little. See. I meant no disrespect, Inquisitor, only to ask after this man's intentions. If you feel he is without ulterior motive, then I humbly beg forgiveness of you both. She gave a small curtsy, and left. Surprise entered Dorian's voice as he watched her go. Well, that's something. She didn't get to you, did she? She put a hand on Dorian's shoulder. No, it takes more to get to me than thinly veiled accusations. He was lying, but she let it go. Calling him on it would just make it worse. You don't think she'll do anything? Do what? Yours is the good opinion I care about, not hers. I should ask. He turned towards her. Do the rumors bother you? She wasn't entirely sure what the rumors were exactly. I wish they wouldn't disparage you. They don't know you. They know you even less than they know me. Perhaps it's odd to say, but... He shifted his weight from one foot to the other. I think of you as a friend, Inquisitor. I have precious few friends. I didn't think to find one here. Don't speak. I detest confessions, and I'd like to get this over with. Allow me to say I'll stand beside you against Coryphaeus, my countryman, or spurious rumor so long as you'll have me. Not knowing what to say, she hugged him. Burhan was handing off a report to Josephine when Ruya found him. Got a minute? He nodded. What can I do for you, Inquisitor? Have you heard the rumors about Dorian? Which ones? He raised an eyebrow. Ruya blinked. What do you mean which ones? How many are there? At any given time, there are a dozen rumors about each of your companions. Varric's are the most colorful, but I believe that's because he starts them himself. I think he may also have started the one about Blackwell and the Beard of Righteousness. The Beard of... She shook her head. What are they saying about Dorian? Well, he's Tevinter, so Blood Mage and Spy are the most common. He shrugged. But if you want to know which one put Mother Giselle's hat in a knot, I believe that was the one about him seducing you. What? If it makes you feel better, I think the rumors about him and Iron Bull are supplanting that one nicely. What? Burhan started to laugh. Inquisitor, it's rumors. Are you really all that surprised people are curious about your relationships? He gestured at Josephine. Josie, who are the Inquisitor's suitors this week? Cassandra, Leliana, Cullen, Dorian, Mother Giselle, the Lord Seeker, Chancellor Roderick, Salas, 2 barons, 3 maids, and some man named Philip. What? Honesty, I don't think Philip even exists. I'm not on the list anymore. Burhan raised an eyebrow. I think I'm hurt by that. Iron Bull said the same thing. Josephine shook her head. I'm starting to think you two are related. What? He glanced at Josephine, then at Ruya, and then back at Josephine. I think we broke the Inquisitor. The red lyrium deposits are being destroyed, and we've cut the Red Templars down to the core. Cullen drummed his fingers against the hilt of his sword. It's a pity Maddox thought his sacrifice was the only answer. But that leaves Samson with a severely curtailed army, and enchanted armor he can't maintain. You did it. We both fought to make this happen. Don't sell yourself short. Her friends did that entirely too often. Well, I thank you. But my work's not done yet. He gestured at his desk. We're getting recruits by the hour. There's more than a few ex-Templars among them. We've struck a blow and given people hope. This is a true victory. She smiled as she moved to stand next to him, and started to link her fingers with his. He was bending to kiss her when the door burst open, and they both jumped apart. Inquisitor, I finished it. Are you talking? Sorry. Have it anyhow. Danya was waving something above her head. She handed it to Ruya. You mean, this rune? Ruya turned it over, looking at it in confusion. It's not just any rune. I made it with red lyrium and what's left of poor Maddox's tools. The rune acts on the median fissures of lyrium to dash the dwarven woman caught herself starting to do the rapid-fire speech. It'll destroy Samson's armor. He'll be powerless. Ruya exchanged a wide smile with Cullen. We'll cut Corypheus off from his most powerful officer. Maddox covered Samson's tracks thoroughly. But wherever Samson's retreated, we'll find him. He nodded. Your army stands ready, Inquisitor. For Samson, for Corypheus, for whatever you command. Salas was sitting at his table, staring at a teacup as though it had personally offended him in some grievous manner. Something wrong with your tea? It is tea. I detest the stuff. He set the cup down. But this morning, I need to shake the dreams from my mind. I may also need a favor. You just have to ask. She sat on the edge of the table. He rose, and began pacing. One of my oldest friends has been captured by mages, forced into slavery. I heard the cry for help as I slept. She blinked. I'd be happy to help. What did these mages use to capture your friend? Blood magic. A summoning circle, I would imagine. I'm sorry. My friend is a spirit of wisdom. Unlike the spirits clamoring to enter our world through the rifts, it was dwelling quite happily in the Fade. It was summoned against its will, and wants my help to gain its freedom and return to the Fade. I thought spirits wanted to find their way into this world. Some do, certainly, just as many Orlshian peasants wish they could journey to exotic Riven. But not everyone wants to go to Riven. My friend is an explorer, seeking lost wisdom and reflecting it. It would happily discuss philosophy with you, but it had no wish to come here physically. Do you have any idea what the mages want with your friend? She raised an eyebrow. No. He gestured. It knows a great deal of lore and history, but a mage could learn that simply by speaking to it in the Fade. It is possible that they seek information it does not wish to give and intend to torture it. Her fist clenched. All right. Let's go get your friend. Relief crossed his features. Thank you. I got a sense of my friend's location before I awoke. I will mark it on our map. Ruya nodded, and went to go fetch the others. Scout Harding met them at the forward camp and gave them a brief overview of the Dales. Ruya left Cassandra and Iron Bull with the Inquisition soldiers to clear the nearby area of demons, and headed in with Salas, Cole, and Blackwell to find the imprisoned spirit. She caught sight of a Dalish encampment as they came over a hill, and made a mental note of its location. Thank you for this, Inquisitor. Salas's voice reached her ears as they came around an outcropping of rocks. We are not far from where my friend was summoned. Everything here is blurry. It wants to forget, but now the rocks are solid. Cole kept pace as Blackwell brought up the rear of their little group. A body lay on the ground in a pool of dried blood. One of the mages. Salas bent to take a closer look. Killed by arrows, it would seem. Bandits, most likely. Blackwell put a hand to his sword as he looked around. Ruya continued forward, and slowed when she saw more bodies ahead. Salas caught up to her, and moved to examine the still forms. These aren't mages. The bodies are burned, and these claw marks. He went still. No. No, no, no. She swallowed. The bodies before them had been killed by a demon. Ruya could feel the power in the summoning stones as they strained to hold the massive creature within at bay. My friend. Salas stopped in his tracks as he stared at the scene before them. The mages turned your friend into a demon. Her knuckles were white on her staff. He looked down at his hands. Yes. She looked over her shoulder at where they'd found the bodies. You said it was a spirit of wisdom, not a fighter. A spirit becomes a demon when denied its original purpose. As had nearly happened to Cole. So they summoned it for something so opposed to its own nature that it was corrupted. Fighting. She saw figures moving towards them. Figures in mage robes. Let us ask them. Anger filled Salas's voice. A mage. The first of the mages to approach actually looked relieved to see them. You're not with the bandits. He smiled. Do you have any lyrium potions? Most of us are exhausted. We've been fighting that demon. You summoned that demon. For the normally quiet man, the slightly raised voice seemed more like a shout. Except it was a spirit of wisdom at the time. Salas gestured at the mage. You made it kill. You twisted it against its purpose. I. The mage lifted his hands. I. He swallowed. I understand how it might be confusing to someone who has not studied demons, but after you help us, I can. We're not here to help you. Salas narrowed his eyes. Word of advice. Ruya glared. I'd hold off on explaining how demons work to my friend here. Listen to me. I was one of the foremost experts in the Kirkwall Circle Dash. Shut up. Salas gestured angrily. You summoned it to protect you from the bandits. Ah yes. The mage shuffled his feet. You bound it to obedience, then commanded it to kill. That is when it turned. Salas turned to her. The summoning circle. We break it, we break the binding. No orders to kill, no conflict with its nature, no demon. What? The mage waved his hands. The binding is the only thing keeping the demon from killing us. Whatever it was before, it is a monster now. Inquisitor. Please. It was Salas. If anyone had a chance to help the spirit, he did. I've studied rituals like this. If she warped the veil around the summoning circles, she should be able to weaken them enough that a simple strike or two would break them. I should be able to disrupt the binding quickly. Thank you. Salas unlimbered his staff as they moved forward. She put up a barrier around her companions, nodded, and focused her magic. She poured her energy into the defensive spells, preventing the demon from doing harm to her friends as they shattered the stones. Blackwolf's sword destroyed the last, and the demon collapsed. Salas went to his friend's side, kneeling before a figure that now looked to be a woman formed from fade stuff. Lethalin. Ir Abelas. Tell Abelas. Inazel. Ir tell him. Its green eyes glowed as it looked back at him. Ma Melava Halani. Ma La Suladin Nadas. Ma Gillan Amir Dinan. Ma Nuvanin. Ruya watched as Salas gathered his magic. His gestures were gentle as he cast the spell, and the spirit began to fade away. It smiled as it died. Dareth Shirel. I'm sorry, Salas. Perhaps if they'd been a little faster. Don't be. We gave it a moment's peace before the end. That's more than it might have had. He stood, and his eyes went to where the mages were standing. All that remains now is them. Salas began walking towards them. Thank you. The mage actually looked pleased. We would not have risked a summoning, but the roads are too dangerous to travel unprotected. You tortured and killed my friend. We didn't know it was just a spirit. The book said it could help us. Part of her knew she should stop him. The rest of her thought of Cole, and turned away. The wind brought heated air as he cast his spell. Damn them all. Salas looked back at her. I need some time alone. I will meet you back at Skyhold. She nodded, and let him go. Iron Bull and Varric were keeping score as they cleared the ramparts of undead. Ruya and Dorian directed their spells at the arcane horror that kept raising the dead, and finally downed it with a simultaneous blast of lightning and fire. She brought down the barrier on the pit, and Dorian lit the pile of corpses with a blast of his magic. Blackwolf blew the horn to signal that the ramparts were clear before they moved on to the next. They caught up with the Venatori mage at the third set of ramparts. He declined to surrender, and Dorian set him on fire. Iron Bull mussed the mage's hair affectionately, and Ruya found herself wondering if that particular rumor was true. Nope. No. Not going there. Didn't need that picture in her head. Already, Orlshian forces had reclaimed the other ramparts. A Captain Rosellin told her of the beleaguered fort, and they continued in. They killed more undead on the bridge, and finished off another arcane horror. The soldiers inside the fort were surprised to learn the war was over. Being that they were apparently Gaspard's men, they had more than a little cause for concern. She moved some Inquisition soldiers inside, a show of solidarity that she hoped would help soothe matters. She'd have to trust the rest to Josephine. They keep coming back, searching, seeking, sad, but home is gone. Ruya held her hands out to her sides as they walked into the Dalish encampment. The keeper stepped to the front to meet them. These are not good times to come unbidden before the people. Especially here, where we remember the destruction of our home at the hands of humans. My patience is thin, with all that has befallen. Perhaps you should be on your way. She bowed. I met one of your hunters. He's continuing to look for a safe route. The keeper blinked. He trusted you to pass the message on. That speaks well of you. What has befallen your clan? The Orlshian War has hindered our progress through the dearth. The armies cause rock slides. They dig ditches that trip the Hala and destroy the Aravals, making passage impossible. He sighed. Precisely when the clan needs him most, my first, Taven, defies my wishes and mounts an excursion to the Emerald Graves. He gestures. And now I've learned that the grounds of Varbellanares are infested by angry spirits from the beyond. I can deal with that for you. She was still very much in the mood to hit something. My clan and I would be deeply grateful if you could. He inclined his head. And be mindful of the resting places of our dead. Varbellanares is sacred ground. After killing the demons, she arranged for supplies to be brought in from the forward camp. Some searching found the body of a missing young man, and they brought his belongings, as well as the talisman he'd been trying to find back to his sister. Herding the Golden Hala was more fun than it sounded. The Hala master gasped when the Golden Hala joined the herd. Look, already she makes herself known to the others. She knows she's meant to be here. Thank you, Lethalin. I will never be able to express my gratitude. I'm just glad I could help. The keeper told them of sigils that could be found, strange glyphs that could be revealed with veil fire. When they left the exalted plains, the Inquisition had a new member. An eager young Dalish man named Lurinal. Inquisitor, I must speak with you. Ruya nodded, and walked over to Josephine's desk. What is it? Josephine fidgeted a bit, wringing her hands. Must explain something first about the Montaliet's fortunes. I remember you said your family had been forbidden from trading in Orlais. Josephine nodded. It devastated our finances. The Montaliets have, in fact, been in debt for over 100 years. I had no idea your family's situation was so precarious. Not that she expected Otwin would care. Hardly anyone outside the family does. Josephine smoothed her skirts. For generations we've done everything to keep creditors at bay. Sold our lands to stave off interest. It's just. She paced. It is infuriating to see my family still reduced to this. I'm to become head of our house. If I sell off any more of our land, my family will become destitute. That cannot be my legacy to them. Most people worry about their next meal, never mind an estate. She touched Josephine's arm. I'm not blind. But I worry for my family. She sighed. My foolish sister Yvette with her daydreams, my brother trying to rebuild our fleet with their own hands. She lifted her hands. Is it wrong to hope they never know hardship? No. It wasn't. Is there anything I can do? I'd almost solved our problems. For a while. I negotiated a chance to reinstate the Montaliets as landed traders in Orlais. We could rebuild with that. But when I dispatched paperwork to Valroyo. She sighed. I've just learned my carriers were murdered. And the documents restoring my family's trading status destroyed. Who hates the Montaliets enough to do that? Or was this a blow against the Inquisition? Leliana made inquiries that bore success. Count Boisvert, a nobleman in Valroyo, claims to know who killed my messengers. He has a request, that you come when I meet him, so he's seen, publicly conferring, with you. Ruya nodded. What will being seen with me gain the Count? The Count will drop hints at parties he's to meet with an important visitor. Allies and rivals will take note. One he's met you, there will be speculation. The Count will subtly spin reports to his advantage. She gave Ruya a pleading look. He will use us, but if he knows who killed my people, I ask that we indulge him. If that's what it takes to get to the bottom of this, I'll meet this Count with you. Thank you, Inquisitor. It means. She gave Ruya a hug. You are too kind. I must know who killed my couriers just to harm my family. She slipped into Cullen's office and watched him give instructions to his men. Reland's men will monitor the situation. Yes, sir. We'll begin preparations at once. In the meantime, we'll send soldiers to. He glanced up and saw her. Assist with the relief effort. That will be all. Ser. The men started to leave. Colin shut the door behind them, and leaned on it for a moment. There's always something more, isn't there? Long day. Salas still wasn't back yet. It was silly to be worried about the man, he'd been taking care of himself longer than she'd been alive. I shouldn't complain. He walked back towards his desk. This war won't last forever. When it started, I hadn't considered much beyond our survival. But things are different now. She walked over to him. What do you mean? I find myself wondering what will happen after. When this is over, I won't want to move on. He turned to look at her. Not from you. He touched the side of her face gently. But I don't know what you that is, if you, Ruya caught his hand. Cullen. Do you need to ask? I suppose not. She sat on the side of his desk, and her hand brushed a bottle. It wobbled, then fell to the ground and shattered. She gasped, and started to apologize, but her attempt to stand back up just knocked another bottle down. He caught her hand, then smiled, and shoved everything off his desk into the floor. She smiled as he laid her back on the desk. She woke to sunlight streaming in the window, and the sound of Colin's heart beating. Ruya lay there for some time, comforted by the warmth of him. A regretful sigh escaped her as she sat up and started looking for her clothes. On the bed, he shifted. A soft cry escaped him. He murmured, telling something to leave him be. She touched his face, and he woke with a gasp. Bad dream. They always are. He touched her hand. Without lyrium, they're worse. He sat up in the bed. I didn't mean to worry you. He caressed her face gently. Ruya ran her fingers through his hair. You can let me worry about you a little. She bent, and pressed her forehead to his. He laughed as he wrapped his hand around the back of her neck. All right. He held her to him. You are. His voice was little more than a whisper. I have never felt anything like this. I love you. You know that, right? She'd said it. She could scarcely believe it. I love you, too. Maker helped her. Today she could fly. Inquisitor. Leliana looked down at her feet. I have been thinking. You remember everything now, yes? The explosion at Haven. The Fade. Escaping the breach? In your report, you said Justinia was with you. But only you emerged in the end. Why? Why were you the only survivor? They'd been close. So close to safety. And then. Demons tore her from me. I couldn't stop him. So you had no time to think. Only to act. Leliana folded her hands. Her message to me, I failed you too. I'm not sure I understand what that means. She looked up at Ruya. Did she say anything else? Anything at all? Please, if you remember. I'm sorry, Leliana. That was it. Leliana rose. There are no answers in the Fade. Only illusions. A warped mirror. She walked towards the shrine set up in an alcove of the rookery. Justinia has never failed me. I was her left hand. Now she is dead. I failed her. Ruya turned to walk away, and saw Bruhan standing there, watching them. She sighed, and left the rookery. She was most of the way down the stairs when she saw Salas walk in the gate. Ruya went to meet him. Inquisitor. How are you, Salas? It hurts. It always does, but I will survive. She laid her hand on his shoulder. Thank you for coming back. You were a true friend. You did everything you could to help. He managed a small smile. I could hardly abandon you now. They walked a while in silence. Where did you go? I found a quiet spot and went to sleep. I visited the place in the Fade where my friend used to be. It's empty, but there are stirrings of energy in the void. Someday something new may grow there. What happens when a spirit dies? It was hard not to picture Cole when she asked the question. The rest of her companions would be reunited at the Maker's side. It isn't the same as for mortals. The energy of spirits returns to the fade. If the idea giving the spirit form is strong, or if the memory has shaped other spirits, it may someday rise again. You're saying your friend might come back? He shook his head sadly. No, not really. A spirit's natural state is peaceful semi-existence. It is rare to be able to reflect reality. Something similar may reform one day, but it might have a different personality. It would likely not remember me. Ruya hugged him, and he rested his head on her shoulder for a moment. I'll let you get back to work. All right. He nodded to her. Thank you again. Report. Some of our scouts saw smoke rising from Valgamard. Colin indicated the location on the map. Those who investigated have not returned. I'd like to send in a force to investigate. It's also an opportunity to have our forces work together with the Orlshians. Ruya nodded. See it done. Syrah had some information from her red jennies up in Tantervale. I'd like to follow up. Josephine gestured with her pen. Their information has been useful at times. You and Syrah can play. Leliana pointed at the map. Kirkwall. Sebastian Vial would like the Inquisition to help him with his attempted invasion and annexation. She gestured. We could bolster his forces with some of our people, keep him from doing more damage. Avellini will back down in the face of an overwhelming force. And here I thought you'd actually met Guard Captain Avellini. Colin shook his head. Vial's goal is retaliation, not aid. Give Avellini aid, and she'll send him packing in short order. Why is Prince Vial invading Kirkwall at all? Anders. Leliana and Colin replied simultaneously. Sebastian Vial wants revenge against any who may have harbored or aided that particular apostate. Bruhan gestured. Which includes most of Kirkwall's Dark Town, Guard Captain Avellini herself, and depending on how Vial is feeling on a particular morning, Colin. Me. You let Hawk and his companions walk away. Which did include Anders. Colin nodded. I see your point. He glanced up at Ruya. I'd prefer not to work against Avellini. And aiding Vial would likely create problems for Varric as well, not to mention if Vial threatens Avellini there is a good chance Hawk will end up involved. Aid Avellini. Ruya glanced around. Anything else? A problem, Inquisitor. Josephine pointed with her pen. The Marquis of Siralt took my emissary hunting. Neither returned. Leliana, get your people on it immediately. Dear Lucas. We have an idea what is going on. We just don't yet know where. But we've thwarted him twice now. We're getting closer. I can feel it. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. You may be right. Just remember, a cornered boar is the most dangerous kind. Maybe I should come rescue you. Love, Lucas. Check the description for the links to the author.